momentum up to get out of the kitty litter there. And he's going to get rolling and keep going. Great job by Manicherry. But again, the risk versus reward is really, really high right now. And this is, I think Manicherry is probably thinking, why did I do this?
Absolutely.
But this is good because we are going to have probably a wet race later today. So you're going to want to be practiced at this because it's going to matter. So Justin Kelly looks like he's going to step away with the race lead for now.
With a commanding lead.
So down into turn number 4, he'll come across the line where he took the green flag a little while ago. And again, tiptoeing through for the majority of the field. And you can see how gingery is being on the brakes. And cars with ABS are going to do a lot better.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
And into second, that's Woody Hyman in the red and black BMW. And he is not ever in GLTC finished outside of the top 10.
Wow, yeah, that's Woody Hyman is definitely a great driver.
So Justin Kelly comes up. You see the rear end kicking out just a little bit. But I will tell you that Hyman's coming. He's closing that gap. And Dozeman as well. And there's Sally McNulty in the red Civic and Jake Jornstad right behind her.
You can see a lot of the drivers here in this shot taking so many different lines, all trying to just figure out where the grip is.
There's Scott Robertson having a look at Jake Price 102 car as they come up towards the carousel.
Adam Jabay, then Tom O'Gorman right behind him.
And Adam Jabay, he was saying if it was going to rain, he wasn't going to do it. It dried out enough. He's out there having fun. He was going to be up here, so I'm glad he's down on the racetrack enjoying himself as we come through the carousel. And Woody Hyman is closing that gap. It's about 7 car lengths now as they feed through the final corner. And Kelly's S2000 powered FRS leads by just about a second and a half, 1.4. And Sally McNulty in the 780 up into 4th. Rob Manicherry is going to drop down the order. I'm not sure if he's going to head into the pits or if he'll try to stay out and get some more practice in. Tom O'Gorman is coming across the start-finish line as well. He is going to be scored. Let's see where he'll be. Looks like he'll be back in about 10th place right now. Up 9 spots from the start for him.
Watching the lead battle going into the keyhole, one thing to note, Woody Hyman was 4 seconds faster that last lap than Justin Kelly. So Woody is hot on Justin's heels.
And got a really good dig out of the keyhole now. And slipstream might be a factor in the dry races later. I think in the wet race, it's going to be all about the braking. And Justin Kelly's been pretty cautious on the brakes so far, but Hyman's been attacking, and he's gaining a whole lot of time. Emil Tab has dropped back to pick up Rob Manicherry, so those teammates towards the tail of the grid. Now, for the lead, there's Hyman into the braking zone for turn number 4. Big dive on the brakes, and he's through. Going to slip up a little bit, though, before they head over into madness.
Kelly looking to the inside. I don't think he's going to make that one stick around the next turn into 7.
Yeah, he ran a little bit wide, and Kelly was able to run down the hill with him side by side for a moment, but Hyman's wide again.
Oh.
But this is what we talked about. You don't want to be on the racing line. It seems like Kelly is still following the traditional line. Hyman's going for the edge of the racetrack, and that's where he's finding speed.
Absolutely is. Yeah, Hyman's just cutting across those sealant patches and making sure that where the rough spots are on the track, he can stick the car, and that's where the car's going to grip. And that's going to work to his advantage.
So 147.4 is what Hyman just ran. In qualifying yesterday, the pole was a 135.2, so we're about 12 seconds off qualifying pace from yesterday.
Yeah, those damp conditions will do that. You're just trying to again, like we talked about already, find grip.
So through the carousel, Hyman continues to stretch his lead out. I mentioned that he has never finished outside of the top 10 in the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race. Justin Kelly and Tiffany Kelly, both out of the Myriad Motorsports stable, they've been fighting issues all season with those cars. The FRS, a relatively new build that got its first run at Road America last year. But they seem to have gotten the FRS sort of in gear. The S2000 still had some issues yesterday. They were dynoing late during dinner time, but they've got that car, I think, fixed and ready to go racing today. Hyman into the braking zone for the keyhole. You see how he's extending that braking zone out to the edge of the racetrack, staying away from the inside of the track where all the oil and rubber and all that debris collects. And he's running that outside groove just to find where the grip is, because there's not a whole lot where you'd think it would be. On the straightaways here, approaching about 125 to 130 miles an hour for these cars.
Got a big gaggle of cars in the back coming across the start-finish line now. Some racing there, some interesting cars, a ton of Miatas. We've got an old Mercedes 190 out there as well.
Yeah, those guys have. That's we talked about the interesting builds in GLTC. That's one of the builds that I always talk about is that Mercedes 190. And again, I always reference the HMA Racing minivan as well. But the diversity in builds that you can see is so interesting. Also, engine specs are a big deal. FRS has an S2000 power plant. Justin Lee later today has an NCMX5 with a Ford Fusion motor. All the winning Formula cars, the Miatas, are all K-powered. So there's a really popular move to swap a K24 into those cars, and they rip when you do that.
And if I may make a pun, they have found really the winning formula.
They have.
Because those cars are just running up front all of the time.
Right, and really the whole idea there is to have an engine that tuned to keep a flat torque curve. And now that there's a modifier you have to take if you have a flat torque curve, and that's sort of taken away a little bit of that advantage. But you see Justin Kelly's fallen just about, I don't know, 2.5 seconds off of the race leader, Ben Dozman, in the Acura RSX front-wheel drive. Interesting that he's the top-running front-wheel drive car. Also behind him, it's Andrew Work in 6th place in the orange Honda Civic. His first GRIDLIFE Touring Cup event was at Autobahn Country Club about a month ago, and he had a blast race Tom O'Gorman in Tom's old Honda Fit, and was really impressive to be able to race a pro driver like that close and build the confidence between each other. Super impressive with Andrew Work, and he's having a blast right now.
Yeah, he told me all about it, and he just had an amazing time, and he's hooked, and I think he's a GRIDLIFer for life.
They call it GRIDLIFE for a reason there.
That's right, absolutely.
So Tiffany Kelly's also out on track in her S2000. And right behind her is Adam Jabay. And Tiffany Kelly scored 14th as it stands right now, so she'll come across the line. Justin Lee is out there in the number 33 NC MX-5. He's got Scott Bowling right behind him, another winning Formula car. Not a K-swap in that car. That's a Porsche.
Nick Clayton Fitzsimmons talking about the interesting variety of cars. That's an old Camaro. So V8 versus all these inline fours.
Absolutely. You mentioned the gaggle of cars. There's the 67 Coletti Motorsports Integra on the front straightaway. They had a spin in the practice race yesterday. They brought out a full course yellow, and there's a new driver in that field, but they're getting used to it and they're learning, and this is a great way to learn. If you want to learn how to drive a car in slippery conditions, this is the place to do it in these conditions.
If you can drive in the wet here and do well, you can drive anywhere in the wet and do well.
Jake Jornstad is starting to fall into the clutches of Tom O'Gorman as they crest over into the hurry downs. And Tom, again, has driven a bunch of different race cars in his life. He actually ran for LA Honda World Motorsports in IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, won 4 races in that series, as well as the TCA TCB Championship in TC World Challenge America. So he's a pro driver with pro experience, but this is his first time planning to run GLTC full-time, and he's having a blast chasing down Jornstad here through the carousel.
And looking at the camera here, it looks like we're starting to see some raindrops come down, so the track's going to get even more wet as this race progresses.
And this is, again, going to challenge the drivers because you were expecting the track to dry out. Now, if it's going to get re-wet again, you have to relearn what your lines are going to be because you've started to drive the normal line. Now you got to find your way offline again to find where the grip is. But Hyman's got this figured out.
Hyman is way out.
Oh, we got the 67 Coletti Motorsports cars looped around, and the 08 MX-5 tucked in behind him. I don't see any damage on that car, but
it does appear they were able to get it stopped and avoid any damage, or at least significant damage. He's continuing, and the car looks fine.
Yeah, he's looped that car back around, so he's going straight again. And caution on the course, so that's a full course yellow.
No, that's just a local yellow on the back straight, and it's all clear now. One thing to note, looking at DJ Alessandrini, who started from the back, is all the way up into 10th place now. A heck of a drive from DJ.
Yeah, DJ, again, his experience is a lot in the racing sims, iRacing specifically. That's what kind of his background. He did a lot of autocross before GLTC. His first GLTC race was the first GLTC race last year. With very little wheel-to-wheel experience, he's taken that Honda Civic and performed very, very well. Has one of the best average finishes in the series.
Really, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Going from driving a sim, you get none of the feedback that an actual car gives you. So when you get that feedback in an actual car, it gives you just this amazing confidence in the car, and it's really wonderful. And DJ shows how well you can go from sim to actual driving. Yeah,
Tiffany Kelly again. She has not been to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, so she's tiptoeing around trying to learn the line. There's Adam Jabay in his 75. That car has Lambo doors.
It does,
and
that
it's
is
very
awesome.
cool. There's some people would say that that's you see Woody Hyman coming through some lap traffic here. Some people would say that Lambo doors aren't tasteful. I think they're amazingly tasteful if they're done
well
on the right car.
Yeah,
and that is the right car. So leader Woody Hyman making his way through traffic. Justin Kelly is following past the Coletti Motorsports car. Ben Dozman in third has worked his way up there as well. Tom O'Gorman creeping up inside the top 5 now with that number 94. The Tomo Blue on the fenders.
Get Tom up to 4th now.
Yeah, again, he's had an amazing run so far. How about plus 15 for Tom O'Gorman? Another car around the 08. That looks like that's around. Is that keyhole over there?
That's the keyhole, yep.
Looks like it.
Just waiting for
another
car off.
That's Ben Dozman, I think. Yes, the 3rd place car.
One of the advantages of front-wheel drive, when you get the rear end to step out like that, you can just mash the throttle and the front end pulls it back in line. Oh, more cars off at the keyhole.
There's a lot of cars. DJ Alessandrini's off, Jake Jornstad. And so we got 3 or 4 cars all off, another car off at exit. So I wonder, I would expect either it's completely wet down there. It is raining, it looks like.
It's raining a lot heavier now.
Yeah, so that's the danger that we talk about, right? When it starts raining and everyone's out there on slicks, you get to the corner. This is a big racetrack, 2.26 miles. It could rain in one corner and be totally dry on the other. And that's what they just found out. So we're still full course green right now with a local yellow down in the first corner. But again, you have to wonder, are drivers figuring out before they get to the braking zone, because you're probably going in there about 100, 110 miles an hour.
You're going in there pretty quick, and as this rain keeps coming down, we can see some of the drops on the camera lens. It's car off driver's
Camaro,
right coming onto the front straight.
Camaro's around at the exit of the turn 13 area.
That is Clayton Fitzpatrick.
Yep, so Fitzpatrick will pull back on. Tiffany Kelly has expertly worked her way through the slippery braking zone in the keyhole.
The keyhole, coming out of the keyhole, is actually one of the slipperiest parts of this track in the wet. It is just ice.
Yeah, so it looks like Aaron Lichty had actually jumped out on the racetrack. He's come back in. I don't think he wants to risk it anymore. But again, this is, we see Ben Dozman, a big slide at a turn 13. But again, just learning, because you're going to have to know how to do this later today. So you better learn it now, because everyone that didn't do it, you got Fitzpatrick around again at the exit of turn 1. If you don't figure out how to do it now, you're going to be really in trouble come race time, because that's when everyone's going to be competitive too. So Fitzpatrick will get back rolling. And there's Tom O'Gorman and Ben Dozman, who's fallen back a couple spots. But then this is where Tom's experience comes in, right? He's a professional driver. He's raced in the rain.
Raced here in the rain. And he's going to drive through this field like they're stopped. And that's what he's doing right now. As we see more drivers come in, 08 Miata coming in, deciding he does not want to risk it anymore.
Yeah, and just by the screen was Jake Jornstad, or just on the front straightaway, rather. Jake Jornstad, we heard the engine rev up as the tires spun on the curbing on exit, so it's very treacherous right now. It looks like we got the white flag waving, though, so final lap for the race leaders, and we'll bring them on in. And we got time attack, which challenging conditions already for GLTC. Time attack, when they have to push, is going to get really interesting.
And those are some high horsepower cars, so really getting the power down with those cars is going to be interesting.
So waiting for the leaders to come on through. That would be Woody Hyman's 802. Very impressed with his performance in this race. Not something I would have expected, but looks like Tiffany Kelly rolling very carefully through the final corner.
Yeah, Woody Hyman has 8.5 second lead over second place right now.
So still white flag flying. Scott Bowling going to bail a little early. Rob Manicherry will come on through. See him sweeping way wide at a 13. And waiting to pick up the race leader, Hyman coming into the last sector at some point. I don't know where he's gone to. There's Adam Jabay out there. It's raining a lot harder now, at least in the final sector.
Jabay coming into the pits, deciding he's had enough.
Yeah, and not worth the extra lap.
Here we go. Woody Hyman coming through the carousel now behind the Mercedes for the lap traffic.
Justin Lee going to head to pit lane, but Woody Hyman, after driving through the field in tricky conditions, Woody Hyman will come on through and grab the win for the practice race. And a big slide by the number 90 right in front of the race leader as they come on through. Jorge Ortiz coming on through as well. Justin Kelly will bring home second place in the practice race. And Tom O'Gorman almost caught Justin Kelly. He finished third, 3/10 back, up 16 spots for Tomo.
That's an impressive drive for Tom.
And Ben Dozman, after slipping and sliding and skating, he'll bring it home in fourth in practice race number 2. And it looks like we might have Andrew Work coming here as well. He's going to come off and bail here again. I think the conditions on slicks. DJ Alessandrini as well. Just too treacherous to go that extra lap.
Yeah, it looks like it's really coming down. Well, it did, and now it looks like it's actually let up just a little bit.
Oh, there, 67 Coletti Motorsports car around again in the final corner, and we also saw Scott Robertson off in the red MX-5 over underneath the Honda bridge on screen. So spins and slides left and right, but this is what the race is going to look like, and the drivers that figured it out now, big advantage when it happens later this afternoon.
Yeah, I expect the race later this afternoon to be even more wet. It might be a puddle avoidance game.
Yeah, I think the difference is the race this afternoon, if you got wet tires, you're going to run it. I think everyone started this race on slicks, and that's why it's been so sketchy. So waiting for the rest of the field to come on through. Jake Jornstad in the 23 comes across the line. And GLTC practice race 2, almost complete. So we learned some things.
We learned a lot, I think.
Yeah.
I think the drivers learned a lot. When to start on slicks and when to start on wets. Of course, you can't always predict exactly when the rain's gonna start or stop. So I think for a lot of the drivers, starting on slicks was the right call. But of course, you can't ever know if you're gonna have rain halfway through the race.
Right, and I think experience is going to matter. But I also think, I don't think it's a dead giveaway of who's going to be good, because Rob Manicherry has plenty of experience. He went off in turn 1 as well. So this is going to, again, if it rains, I'm putting my money on Tom O'Gorman, up 16 spots. That car is a little overweight for this class, but it's not going to matter when you got a driver like that behind the wheel and it's wet.
It's a cliche, but rain really is the great equalizer.
It is.
So I would also agree that Tomo is going to be the one to watch in the next race.
So last couple cars feeding on through. Again, time attack coming up here shortly. So we saw track records fall yesterday. However, it was dry. And today, I don't think we're going to see records broken for the dry record. However, we do have wet records.
Oh, okay.
As well. So that again, that might be a factor. It's not completely soaked yet, So I'm not really sure what class that falls in. I have to talk to Abe about that. But as Woody Hyman comes on through, no points win for him, unfortunately, but I think we got a great display of his skill level in that car. He's relatively new to GLTC, so I think him displaying that aptitude at driving in the wet is going to be very important for the race later today.
And one of the Fairview BMWs in this race here this weekend. We've only got, I think, two, him and Bill Griffin in his E46.
And we're missing Ryan Upham, who had a couple starts earlier this season in a very similar looking and very similarly prepared car. And it was actually sort of hard to tell them apart because they'd always run right next to each other. All right, so we got everybody off track after a couple hazards here and there, but we got through it. And now the next thing up will be Time Attack Heat 1, followed by GLTC Race number 1 at 11 o'clock a.m. Slip Angle Live at 11:30, then more Time Attack. GLTC Top 10 Shootout. You ever seen V8 Supercar qualifying? That's what that's going to be at 2:40. Time Attack Heat 5, GLTC Race number 2 at 4:50. So that's the schedule for today. So a lot of interesting dynamics about to happen with all the Time Attack cars.
A lot of stuff going on. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to watch these super high horsepower cars come out and try and put this power down to get a fast lap here in the wet.
Great shots here from the camera crews. I love these B-roll shots of the raindrops dripping off of the barriers. It's they do such a good job. They're actually shooting I shouldn't say shooting. They were photographing a chipmunk earlier on the tire barrier, and they were making friends with it. It was kind of cute.
Yeah, great shot of the corner worker porthole there in the fence. Like he said, the raindrops dripping off of it. Just kind of shows you how wet it actually is here this weekend.
And the thing is I don't really consider Mid-Ohio to be a massive racetrack on the same level that a place like Watkins Glen or Circuit of the Americas is. But this just goes to show you, even in a 2.5 mile racetrack, it can completely be different weather-wise on one end versus the other. And again, you've got a cloud over one side of the racetrack. It's raining. So what do you prepare for?
You can't. You can just go look at the weather and hope. That's all you can do. And just drive by the seat of your pants.
And you see our great partners flashing on the screen there. And again, they've allowed us to be here this weekend and this afternoon, bringing you Grid Life Live. And thanks again to 104 Falcon and all the rest of our great partners here at Grid Life. So waiting again for Time Attack. And I don't think we got any cleanup to do other than Mother Nature drying out the racetrack. But
I'm not sure we're going to see that anytime soon.
Probably not. It's the forecast today wasn't looking amazing, especially afternoon. But it might be a little drier towards the GLTC race too. But cars entering the racetrack, couple Corvettes, as they peel on those C6 platforms. They sound like GT Le Mans cars. They're so cool as they go by the screen.
They're wonderful, and I love hearing that super shift. It just sounds amazing. That one really sounds like almost like a Porsche PDK transmission.
I just find that car fascinating, the Supra, just because Jackie Ding and that whole crew has really shown, and that car got a lot of flack when it first came out about being a BMW or whatever.
Yep.
But they showed that car, I don't care what it is, it's fast. And they had some teething issues with electronics. They got that sorted. They had issues kind of keeping boost under control for a little while, but they got a go button in that car, and it goes.
It goes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. A lot of interesting cars in this session as well. Got a couple Subarus among the Corvettes, a 350Z, a Mitsubishi. Just a lot of variety. It's very nice to see.
And so we mentioned some of the track records that fell. We'll go over them one more time. And I actually recognize the name from last year, Kevin Boehm, who runs in GT World Challenge America now. So interesting to see. But Eric Fleming yesterday ran a 128.090 in track modified rear wheel drive. That was a new track record. Street modified, 2 of the 3 classes fell. All wheel drive went to RS Motors with a 130.385. Rear wheel drive with a 130.234. That was Jackie Ding in street modified. Street GT, Kobe Shield continues to knock records down at every racetrack he goes to. Rear wheel drive Street GT new record. 132.933 for that Camaro. I've ridden that car. It's also very fast.
Those are some fast.
Did I tell you it's fast out there? There's some fast cars.
There's some fast cars.
We're at a racetrack, so it's bound to be fast. But Street, Josh Halka in the 135.134 in the all-wheel drive category. Austin Hurdle, 135.189 in rear-wheel drive. And Matt Williams in Spec Fit, a 151.777. And there are no people that have more fun than the Spec Fit self.
Oh, driving a slow car fast is just one of the greatest joys that I've ever felt. It is just so much fun.
And GLTC yesterday also track record fell for Aaron Lichty. qualifying around a 1:35.295. Fastest race lap was last year by Eric Till in the number 82. That was a 1:35.923. So lots of records falling, but again, I think we're going to be under a bit of a different record format here because of the wet conditions. There's Kobe Shield on track. You see him just trying to get grip here as he exits out of turn number 6.
Ooh, a 370 getting really, really loose coming out of there.
And there's Josh Halka behind in the Subaru. Again, all-wheel drive and front-wheel drive going to have a much better time out there laying power down. I'm really curious about the rear-wheel drive track-modified cars, especially those Corvettes. With all that torque, can they control it in the acceleration zones? Again, you spend months building these cars, and you spend hours every day working on your car and tuning it to get the last possible tenth out of it.
And all 3 Corvettes already into the pits.
And
they've seen the track conditions, and they don't feel the need to try and go fast.
Well, Jackie Ding's out on track, and he will come across the start-finish line to start his flying lap. Followed by the 414, he'll come across the line as well. That's the RS Motors car, which I believe, and I could be wrong about this, but I believe that the RS Motors car was a little quicker than Jackie Ding at Autobahn. So there's going to be a pretty good fight between those 2 cars this afternoon. So, time attack, Group 1 out on the racetrack right now. And again, exploring the conditions, and I'm curious to see where Jackie Ding will stack up again. Yesterday, his time was a 1:30.234. We saw GLTC about 12 seconds off. I think Jackie Ding will be less than 12 seconds off because Jackie Ding knows how to drive. Have you ever seen? He's got a YouTube channel, and if you follow him on YouTube, he posts amazing point of view videos of himself driving, and it's just amazing what he can get out of a race car, even if it's not driving completely right. So accelerating onto the back straightaway again, and it seems like the rain has sort of stopped again.
It's definitely slowed down. Yeah, I think we're seeing just a few drops on coming on the track now. Wipers probably off for the most part.
Jackie Ding rim riding over Madness down into turn number 6. And he seems like he's taking it very easy here, but again, just working up to the limits of the car.
Driver showing this outside line. Jackie especially. The Mitsubishi not so much, but going around the outside is key. That's where the grip is, because that's where the rubber isn't. Right,
well, you can see the rubber line right here on the right-hand side of the screen. You get in that, it's all slicked over, so you want to stay out kind of in the gray, which typically would be a very bad place to be in the dry because of all the marbles and other debris that collects there. But you don't want to be on the slick stuff, and that's where the rubber is and where the oil has been. So that's what drivers are trying to avoid here. So Jackie Ding coming into the carousel now to wrap up his first flying lap as he comes on through, getting the grip under control of the rear, and he comes across the line.
On the outside of that corner, coming out of the front straight again, trying to find the grip.
And across the line for Jackie Ding. First time a 1:51.419 for Jackie Ding in the number 86. And next car across the line, the RS Motors car, street all-wheel drive, 1:58.160. That was his best lap, obviously, as he comes on through first. Kobe Shield on through, and that will be a 1:58.422 for him. Austin Hurdle's 34. Next across the line for Hurdle is a 1:59.766. Joshua Halka's Subaru, number 7 car, 1:59.322. Dan Foley's 1:33. That was a 1:59.682 for Dan Foley. And Eric Rockwell in the 714, a 2:05.242. And the Electron Sport 115 car, 2:06.338 in straight rear-wheel drive.
Owing to Jackie's driving ability, he is 7 seconds faster than the next car in class. That's quite a bit, especially in these conditions.
So as we wait for more laps to come on in, we got there is a 4-rotor RX-7 here. Have you heard that car yet?
That car is beautiful.
It
sounds amazing.
It'd be hard pressed to find a car that sounds better than that car.
Maybe the 4-rotor heritage starts from the 787B that raced at Le Mans back in the early 90s. But this car, I mean, it's almost haunting to hear that thing run. It is so incredible.
Cool. It just screams. RS Motors car through hurry downs and heads over towards the carousel again. Jacketing the yellow headlights on that car make it easy to spot from a distance. And he's also got an 8086 that he's had for a while that he's just kind of returned to. He drives it just for fun, but he brought it up the track at VIR and had a blast with it. But Jackie Ding comes across the line. This will be his second lap, and we'll see where he stacks up. A 1:51.4 was his previous lap. What will it be this time?
1:43.81. Wow,
that's pretty quick in the tricky conditions. The RS Motors car coming out of turn number 13 now across the line for street all-wheel drive. And that will be a 1:48.919. So that's a big pickup for the RS Motors car. Kobe Shield across the line in street wheel drive. And that is going to be a 1:48.881 in that Camaro. 714 car, the Mustang, Eric Rockwell goes a 152.631. Austin Hurdle, a 154.47. Joshua Halka, 150.557. Dan Foley comes across line 152.115. That's a pickup for him. Everybody green on their second lap. That tells me the track's going to get faster.
Yeah, after that downpour we had during the GLTC race, that rain's definitely stopped, and the track is drying out, as evidenced by the times they just continue to drop. I'd imagine we'd probably get into the 130s by the time the end of the session is over if this continues.
Yeah, I think so. And you can already sort of see the line drying out through the final corner, and I think we're going to see that more and more throughout the day. But again, there will probably be more rain on the way. So this is not going to be it for the day, I promise you.
That's going to be the trickiest part of this weekend, is that the rain is going to rain, and then it's going to stop. Then it's going to get dry, and then just get wet again. And so that's going to be the trickiest part for these drivers, is to try and predict, when it's going to rain and how wet the track's actually going to be when they go out. If it rained all weekend without stopping, all right, I'm going out on wet tires. But with the changing conditions constantly is going to make it difficult for these guys.
This car on screen right now is Grant Walker's number 460. That is a track-modified rear-wheel drive car. And that's a whole big wing on that thing. That's a big wing.
That's a big wing. And it's a wide body. He's got a lot of grip in that car.
Jackie Ding across the line for lap number 3 of this session. We'll see if he can drop below 143. Oh, he does. 141.6 for Jackie Ding. Quickest lap of the day so far for street rear-wheel drive. And 335, Chris Bickford in the C7 Corvette, 155.685. That was his first lap. And Kobe Shield out of 13 as well. He's going to be coming across the line here shortly for his third lap. Previous best of 148.881 today. It will be a 145.828, so a 3-second pickup on his third lap. As you see him head down into turn number 1 underneath the Honda Bridge. Austin Hurdle, pickup 146.798 in street rear-wheel drive. Dan Foley, pickup for him in street all-wheel drive, 147.013. Still everybody green on their most recent laps.
Fast laps in street all-wheel drive pretty close right now. Dan Foley's out front with a 147 flat. Then we've got Josh Holka in a 147.589. So not too far off, and I'd imagine, like I said, we're going to continue to see these times drop throughout this session.
Yeah, Jackie Ding and Kobe Shield separated by 4 seconds right now. But then you mentioned the street all-wheel drive. That's very close right now as it stands. So it's only going to get closer. And as the conditions dry out, the competition in time attack is so close that you're vying for every last 1,000th and 10th and 100th. And the rain really kind of spreads everybody out a little bit.
It does.
Because you build your car for the ideal condition. You build your car when you're ideal, the track's ideal, everything's ideal. And that's what you build it for. And when it's not ideal, it's a lot harder to get the speed out.
It is. It absolutely is.
On screen there is the, I believe that's 714 of Eric Rockwell. As he comes up over the crest into Hurry Downs.
Beautiful thing about this time attack is that all these drivers, they're all fighting each other for the fastest lap, but they're all still working together to make sure that they can all get a fast lap in, and nobody's holding anybody up.
Yeah, they've done a really good job with that this weekend. Jackie Dingson ahead of the pit lane. Across the line comes the 335 of Chris Bickford. Big pickup for him, 148.769 for his street wheel drive car. And Kobe Shield going to rip around turn 13 again as well. And he'll come across the line, and Shield
142.9.
That's another pickup. Brings him within 1.3 of Jackie Ding.
Which surprised me that Jackie Ding came in. I was thinking that he'd continue to go out and we'd continue to see the times drop, but he obviously felt that he wasn't going to get any faster and pulled it in. Well, that may be to Kobe's advantage.
You see a line of cars heading through turn 1 there. A little bit of traffic starting to form here between turn 1 and the keyhole. The RS Motors cars back out on track heading into keyhole now. And then, of course, the 714 of Rockwell. You see him pull over to the left and, again, looking for the grip on entry. So that tells me that it's still a little slick down there in the keyhole because he wouldn't be doing that if it wasn't slick. And there's the inside Austin Hurdle's Nissan that he heads on through, and he'll get on by him. So Kobe Shield down into turn 4, in braking zone into turn 4. So challenging, downhill. You're trying to get everything out of the brakes and tires that you can.
And it's a deceiving braking zone, too, because it actually crests. So you think you're to your braking zone, and you're not because the track actually drops off and you just can't see it yet. So you really got to train yourself to think, oh, brake later, brake later, brake later. And then, of course, in these tricky wet conditions, you've got to be super easy so you don't lock up your brakes.
And that's another place where, if you really want to find time, turn 4, you can jump the curb over there. Big.
Yes.
And there's a great picture of DJ Alessandrini yesterday in the practice race. Full-on two-wheel in it.
Two-wheel, V8 supercars.
It was awesome. Now, you could argue its merits here and there, but I think in the wet you want to stay far, far away from the candy striping on the curbing today, as well as the bright yellow exit curbs.
Time's continuing to drop. Austin Hurdle only 7/10 off of Jackie Ding's time as the checkered flag flies.
So Kobe Shield was within a couple seconds of Jackie Ding. Will he improve? Kobe Shield to the top, a street rear-wheel drive with a 140.115 for the number 130 Camaro. The RS Motors car comes on through. Will it improve? It will not. That was not a flying lap. Austin Hurdle improves a 141.803. And Hulka and Rockwell come on through. No pickups for them. But Kobe Shield, he went purple in the final lap, a 140.115 at street rear-wheel drive. Jackie Ding, P2 there, the 141.666.
Jackie's probably going to be kicking himself now if he came in so he thought the track wasn't going to get any faster. But obviously it did, and an advantage to Kobe for that.
So, again, we're going to see. I want to get a hold of the wet records because I want to know how close we are to those, because I bet you we got to be pretty close with Kobe getting all that out. But, again, the track drying out, the track's increasing in speed, so the next group that comes out, it's going to be a big advantage for them.
Yeah, wet records are difficult because you have to define exactly what wet is, and that's a difficult thing to define exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if you consider this wet.
I would consider this damp.
Right.
And you'd have to almost have a third set of records for damp, which
intermediate conditions.
Right. Start a Top Gear time board with
have a track record for every degree of temperature. So Kobe Shield rolling around on his cool-down lap, and I got the chance to ride in this car with Tom O'Gorman at Gingerman Raceway a few weeks ago. It was a couple months ago. It was back in June. Been a while. But that car, I've never been in a car that grips like that car did. And again, I'm still relatively new to GRIDLIFE, so I'm still kind of getting used to it. But Tom drove the wheels off that thing, and I found out Kobe Shield went faster. I mean, I was a whole bunch of dead weight in the passenger seat. But it's a great handling race car, and it balances very nicely on the edge. And when Tom was driving it, you could really hang the rear end out and just kind of slide through the corner just on the edge of grip. And it seemed like where the speed was, at least when we were out there.
Yeah, getting the right slip angle in a car is key to making sure that you can go as fast as possible in that particular car. And so you're always going to feel just a little bit of a rear end getting loose.
Well, I think that the street rear-wheel drive, and Kobe Shields talked about this before, the street rear-wheel drive class built for cars like the Camaro, like the Mustang, where they've got all this torque, and they like to drive like that.
Yep.
Where some of the faster cars, and we don't have any unlimited cars here this weekend, but those cars, those are basically GT3 cars.
Right.
You don't drive them with slip angle. Those things are glued to the ground. They're on rails. Totally different driving style to handle those things.
Absolutely.
And to be fast. And it's hard to be fast. And I think it was either Houghton or Borsman that said every time they get in that car, it's the fastest car they've ever driven in their life. And that really stuck with me, because it is. They work so hard on these cars for months in their garage. And they're slaving away for one best lap.
One lap, yep.
And that's why when it rains, it sucks, because you can't run.
Yeah, it's a lot of time and effort and money to come out here and then just have it rain is a little frustrating. But we're at a racetrack, which is a wonderful thing. It's the old adage, a bad day fishing is a good day.
Everywhere else.
You'd rather be fishing, and I'd rather be at the racetrack.
Yeah,
rain or not.
I'm still glad that we can be here, and thanks to everybody for following the protocols and allowing us to be here this weekend. IndyCar is going to be here next week for Mid-Ohio, and so it's very important that everybody stays safe here just so that they can continue to run their events, because obviously a lot of schedules have changed and shifted, and thankfully GRIDLIFE hasn't really had to move a whole lot. There's been big adjustments across the board, but I think in terms of still having the planned weekends, I think we're still on track for the most part. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one thing we're talking about, these guys going so fast.
Yeah, no, we're good. We were just talking to Chris. we're chatting with the boss man over here. So we're just getting checked in. We got a couple things to talk about later this afternoon. But Time Attack Heat 1 is over, so we're gonna move on to our next group here. And so apologies for stepping away. We had had to take. Sometimes you got to take care of things on the fly. So that's what the plan is here.
You're talking about these time attack cars going so fast, and the 128 is the track record for I think Street GT, and the Indy cars around here are around the 1 minute mark. So I mean, if you think about that, these cars are lapping in the 130 to 140 minute range, and the Indy cars are around a minute. I mean, that is just incredibly fast.
Yeah, I think this. You got our schedule here for the rest of the day. Again, Time Attack is up on track right now as they enter. GLTC Race 1 coming up at 11 o'clock, and I cannot wait because we've got a good show coming up for GLTC later as Time Attack rolls onto the course. So there's another Subaru, again, all-wheel drive platforms. You're loving it right now. You don't have to worry about it quite so much. But a good mix of cars. Got some. There's a Honda Civic rolling out on the track as well. That is the 118 car pulling out on track. And Porsche Cayman 32. And there is a V8 powered MX or Miata out there. I don't know if it's time to car or an HPDE car, but there is a V8 powered MX or an NB MX5 out there.
Yeah, and that thing is quick. I mean, you're putting an engine that makes minimum 300 horsepower and a chassis that made 100, and a car that's light is just incredible.
So warm-up laps here now. Everyone getting heat in the tires, and again the rain is completely stopped, at least in our vision here, and the track now is starting to look a lot drier. And again, I think as you run down more laps, the line's going to dry out, and you can start taking a more traditional line. I still see people in the keyhole that were running out wide on entry just to avoid that apex.
And that's smart to do in the keyhole, as slick as it is down there. I mean, it's slick even in the dry. If it's completely dry, it's slick on the exit of the keyhole. So, staying off that wet, that damp part of the track is definitely smart. And I think we'll continue to see a lot of drivers do that.
Waiting for the first cars to come on across the start-finish line here, working their way down through Thunder Valley and up into the carousel, and a bunch of unique sections on this racetrack. We'll talk about the keyhole, which is turn 2, over at the far side of the course that was far away from us. Turn 4. China Beach, that whole big gravel trap over there. Then, of course, down through Hurry Downs, which is kind of over the crest of 7 and 8.
The bridge, yep.
And then you come out of turn 9, then really through 10 and 11, that's Thunder Valley down there.
Yeah.
And you feel like you're in a valley with the Armco on one side, the hills on the other.
It really does feel like a valley. There are hills on both sides, and it's just it's a super fun section of the track. As you crest that hill, you're loaded up. You're going right and loaded up on the left-hand side of the car, and you've got to manage the weight over that crest. And then that fast, super fast left-hander coming out of Thunder Valley is a blast.
So Peter Zhang in the 28 car, he had his bumper fall apart yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to look at that when that car came by, but hopefully he's got that repaired or at least a replacement as he rolls out. Ron Mullet in the 32, Jared Garcia in the 117, Mark Brylow in the 60, Peter Granberg in the 511. And there's a whole bunch of drivers on track right now. David McAllister in the 151. This is a driver I like to bring up because this is another driver that was coaxed into coming into the iRacing stuff that we did this spring when we couldn't be on the racetrack. And thanks to DJ for roping David McAllister in. And that was a big thing that, GridLife again expanding into the gaming space this spring with Forza and iRacing. And that was a really fun part. Again, I run the iRacing streams for them. So fun to see half the people that are here today ran in the iRacing races or the Forza stuff, and it's so cool to see that carryover between those two
and have the
formats.
same great racing. I mean, these guys with the GLTC, they're all so close together and so close in talent, and the cars are so well matched, which owes to the formula that GLTC is creating. And seeing the same thing happen in iRacing is just fantastic. And Forza.
Really neat. So Peter Zhang in the number 28 Subaru is going to come across the line, and his street all-wheel drive car on his first lap out is going to do a 1:44.684. So the bravery picking up here as the track dries out. Next across the line, I believe is going to be the 32 car. Nope, that is the 117. That would be Jared Garcia. That was a 1:45.634. The number 60, Mark Brylow across the line, 1:47.126. That's a street all-wheel drive car competing with Peter Zhang. 511. That's Peter Granberg in the blue BRZ. He will go a 140. Where did he go?
152.
152.896. He dropped down the order because a bunch of people went faster.
That's right.
It's hard to chase him down the grid. Across the line, the 575. That's a big car. That's Clay Davidson, 144.989 in the street rear-wheel drive class.
Even more interesting cars. You've got a field of Asian cars for the most part, and then you've got this big, heavy American V8 car.
Yeah, America.
Doing just as well.
And
144.989 for Clay. That's just an interesting car among all these other ones.
And already about half the this next heat is already faster than a bunch of cars were in Heat 1 earlier today, just because the track's dried out. We've got more grip now. 145 car crossed the line to begin a lap. And I'm not sure that we got transponder data on that car, but I'm sure that'll get sorted out here shortly. So the BRZ heads through Madness and up over the crest, and then down the hill towards turn number 6. The whole group of cars. And so in time attack, you really want to have the lap to yourself, but is there any advantage to slipstream in a condition like this? Is there any thing that you could gain from doing that.
Absolutely, there is. Yeah, if you get behind a single car going down the back straight, going down the front straight, or from one to the keyhole, if you can get behind them and really use that hole that they're punching in the air to your advantage, it make at least a second here.
Peter Zhang is in heavy traffic as he comes across the start-finish line, and that's going to slow him down. That was a slower lap that time through, but could have also been a cool-down lap as well. But he continued to run, so I think the traffic might have played a factor in that as well. Across the line for the number 60 of Brylo. That's a pickup for him, a 145.507 in street all-wheel drive. And a whole group of cars coming. C5 Corvette across the line. That's the 64 car. That's Grant Mullet, 145.310 in straight rear-wheel drive. Pickup for Charlie Ensslin in the 135, 144.409 in unlimited rear-wheel drive.
And talking about the drivers working together, we saw that the Mitsubishi number 23, Nilesh Patel, waving all the drivers by. He's on a cool-down lap, and he knows that these guys behind him are on flyers, and said, "Yeah, go on by, get your lap time in. Don't let me bother you."
And David McAllister goes quicker in track-modified all-wheel drive, 144.036 for him in the 151 car.
These guys are getting dangerously close to the 130. So we might see that this session.
There is, right across the line of the number 70 car, and looking down the grid, Nick Kors in the 70. That is a Honda Civic. I actually, on the way to Gingerman Raceway in June, I passed that car on the highway. And I go, you know where he's probably going? He's probably going to GRIDLIFE. You know what? I get to the paddock, there he is.
He's right there, yep.
And you know what? The funny thing is the flag on the roof. He has no idea why that's there. It's a Union Jack. He goes, I have no idea why it's here. It's a Honda Civic.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
And he's not English or British, or it's like, so it's a mystery, which I think is sort of funny. But Peter Zhang, final corner, turn 13, and we'll see if he can improve on his 144 that he ran earlier.
142.2.
Yeah, that's an improvement. And street all-wheel drive, street rear-wheel drive, how about a 145.89 by Jared Garcia? And a couple, the 32 came in across line, and he will bring home, that's Yo Cutla in the 156.883 for street rear-wheel drive. Charlie Ensslin, unlimited rear-wheel drive, 141.598. That's a pickup for him. Alex Westergaard in the 35S2000, 142.061 in street rear-wheel drive. And the 511 car is going to hit pit lane again. That car being piloted again.
Peter Granberg, I think
Peter
that
Granberg,
is.
Yep. I've been trying to, again, I'm still relatively new to the time attack scene, as you can probably tell. And I'm just trying to get names and face together, because I've been here doing this for a little while now for GLTC, but the time attack's still new. And so I'm just trying to put the names to the cars. And they're not always the same names to the same cars.
No, they change around.
They change around a little bit. So it's you gotta get good.
I started out doing all this track stuff years and years ago, working grid and working black flag, so I got to know drivers by the little porthole in their helmets. I didn't know if I saw their whole face, didn't know who they were, but if I saw them in the helmet, I know your eyes.
Yeah, I know those, and that's so cool. I love when you get real close, tight shots of drivers, photographs or whatever, and you just see their eyes and the focus that they have. It's fascinating. Honda Civic coming up through onto the front straightaway. Now that is the number 118 car. And that's Jason Owens. Yep, straight front-wheel drive, 145.348. I believe is that the only straight front-wheel drive car that we have in this session? No, Brian Smith in the 444 is a straight front-wheel drive.
Peter Zhang, 137.720 from the street all-wheel drive. That's the top of the charts in this session. I knew we were going to see the 130s. I didn't think we might see 137s, so we might even see a 135. We'll see.
Yeah, Mark Brylo in straight all-wheel drive, 144.69. How about Charlie Ensslin? Unlimited rear-wheel drive goes 138.598. And Alex Westergaard, street rear-wheel drive, 140.231. The times are falling. We're all about to be sub 140. I mentioned that as sort of like a joke, because all the racetracks, it seems like all the racetracks that we go to, the rough lap time is like a 140 for like a mid-range car. It just seems like Mid-Ohio, Gingerman, all these tracks seem to be 140.
Sub 140, yep.
That's the time everyone shoots for. And there is that 135 car.
Times are clearly dropping. The track is very clearly drying out. We've got top three cars are now below the 140 mark. David Otterbury, number 76 in third, or I guess he's second, or first, in street wheel drive, 139.95.
Yeah, and 2/10 right now between the two street rear-wheel drive leaders, Otterbury in the 76 and Alex Westergaard in the 35. 0.236 between them. And that's pretty tight right now. Across the line comes the 145. And looks like he will not improve that time through. That was Devin Hoffman. And Peter Zhang coming through turns 12 and 13 again onto the front straight. And we'll see if he can improve on his 137.7. And we'll see if it goes purple. It is a 136.822 for street all-wheel drive for Peter Zhang. And next up, you just saw them come on through Thunder Valley, the 117 car of Jared Garcia. Street rear-wheel drive, 140.443. That is a pickup for him. And still seeing a whole lot of green on the timing screen right now. Again, you can find this live timing on Race Hero. And I'm amazed that every single lap, it's just green. Everybody's green because everyone's improving every single lap because, oh, we got a car around in the final corner. That's C5 Corvette. Can't get the number on that car just yet, but looped it. And it's easy to do over there because the track kind of loops back on itself. You're trying to get a lot of torque to the ground. It's sort of slick.
And there's a massive bump on the inside, so if you hit that bump, it's really will unsettle the car if you're not careful.
Yeah, it's so easy to do there. So he'll get back rolling and get the number on this car so I can record it in memory. That's the 64 car, which would be Grant Mullet in the 64.
Looks like top 5 cars in the session now in the 130s, below 140. So track is definitely still improving.
70 car comes across the line, and it looks like for Nicholas Kors it'll be an improvement, a 142.64 in street front-wheel drive. So class leaders right now in street all-wheel drive, a 136.822. Unlimited rear-wheel drive, 138.598. Street rear-wheel drive was led right now by David Otterbury in the 76, a 139.995.
Must have been a cool-down lap for him that last time.
Yes. I was reading the last lap. I was looking for best.
I'm hoping that we see Peter Zhang sometime soon. There he is. I want to see if he can get into the 135s.
Well, his best lap was his last lap, and he looks like he's going to dive for the pit lane. So must have seen he's got a 1.7 second gap to the next car overall in the standing. So I think he feels pretty comfortable right now with where he's at. And again, you don't want to run. I think you don't want to overheat your tires and waste a bunch of car on a session like this. You want to just see what you can do. Save your stuff for later in the day. Hopefully, it might
have a dry session. Yeah, absolutely.
So as we're waiting, we're almost done. And there's the checkered flag flying now for Time Attack Heat 1B. Come across the line. We'll see if anybody improves. The 135 car across the line. That's the 35 car, rather. Alex Westergaard. No improvement for him. David Otterbury across the line. Yo Cutla in the 32 improvement, 148.271 for street rear-wheel drive. That's 21st overall. And the 575 car thunders across the line. Clay Davidson improvement, 139.955 for street rear-wheel drive. That would put him. That would actually put him on top of street rear-wheel drive right now. So Clay Davidson, good run there in the 575, as beats David Otterbury by 40 thousandths of a second.
That's a heck of a gap.
And in street all-wheel drive right now, that gap is about 1.8, 1.9 seconds. And Mark Brylow about 2.7 back from the street all-wheel drive class leader, Peter Zhang. So one more group of Time Attack up next, and then at 11 o'clock a.m., which is about 23 minutes from now, we've got GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 1. And then we've got the top 10 shootout later today, which is basically to take the top 10 out of the GLTC first race. And we send them out one at a time, all cameras on them for one lap. You get one go, and that's your qualifying time to set the top 10 for race 2.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because you have to put it all together in that one lap, and everything, really, your starting position is riding on that exact one lap. So there's a lot of pressure. And but I think a lot of these GLTC drivers they work well under pressure, as we've seen by the races.
And you can join us at 11:30 a.m. for Slip Angle Live, which is a new thing we're going to try. We're going to see how that goes. 12:40 Time Attack short sessions, and 2:40 GLTC Top 10 Shootout. I'm telling you, if you want to see something totally different, that's what you got to watch today. 2:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's the race or the event that you got to watch. GLTC Race 2 again at 4:50. But in between those two things, Time Attack Heat 5 at 3:50. We'll get to see these guys back out on track again. A lot of Time Attack sessions this weekend. A lot of track time here at GRIDLIFE this weekend.
A ton of track time here this weekend. And again, I'm just glad that we're able to be back out here, that everybody's following the procedures and protocols, and that we've been able to do this event.
Again, if you want to follow along live timing and scoring, for now, we're working on some issues, but we're going to have live timing on Race Hero. You can find that right now for all the Time Attack GRIDLIFE Touring Cup sessions throughout the day. as we're just waiting for the next group to pull up. We'll be right back.
For those who demand winning performance on the track, off-road,
Hey Matt, sorry about that.
and
we're talking
everywhere
about,
in between,
plans here.
Falken has you covered.
We'll get that.
Falken Tires, delivering exceptional performance to exceptional drivers since 1983.
Well, that's fine. All right, so we're back now for Time Attack Group C. We're just waiting for cars to get back around on track, as we just had to talk about some plans for this afternoon. We're trying to figure out who we're going to have in the booth here for GLTC Race 1. Just trying to figure things out as we got a drying racetrack and a warming up temperature as well, which should it's actually a little bit cool this morning, I noticed.
It was a little bit cool. It was very nice to wake up to that.
It was beautiful last night, too.
It was.
It was really
Absolutely
nice last night.
Cars starting to roll on track now for Time Attack Group C. I see at least one spec fit in the false grid right now.
And again, this is going to be a pretty sizable group of cars, and finding a clean space on track is going to be imperative to getting a good lap time here. But I think everyone's been super respectful so far in getting space, and I think you're trying to do that when you leave the pit lane and not on the racetrack, because it could be in the way of everybody else. But so far we haven't had a lot of issues with that this weekend. Everyone's been super respectful and getting as much track time. And I mentioned the track time right before we cut to break there. I think I've been super impressed at GRIDLIFE with how much time that you spend on track. I mean, it's almost to the point where you're like, okay, I think I've had enough now. It's like you're like, I think I'm good. You know,
you sit out a session or two because you just feel like there's so much track time available to you that you can just if I miss this one, it's not a huge deal.
So as we've got the field rolling out on the outlap here, we want to thank our partners for coming on board. Of course, we've got Falken on board with us this time. How about that? That's pretty cool.
Pretty awesome.
That's tires. Tires are cool. Tires are important.
Tires are important.
And Falken's got some good tires.
They do.
So you're watching GRIDLIFE Live, and thanks again to all our partners. Falken Tires, of course, make some really good tires. FCP Euro, longtime partner of GRIDLIFE, and thanks for them coming on board. 104 is with us as well this event. ST Suspensions as well. And thanks to all our partners for being with us here at GRIDLIFE Live this afternoon. We couldn't do it without them, and thanks so much for them for coming on board. Again, without those amazing partners, we could not be here sitting here right now.
No, we could not. So we're very fortunate to have them on board with us.
Yeah. And where do you come from?
So I come from Indianapolis, is where I live.
What's that drive?
It's about 3.5 hours.
Not too bad.
So it's not bad. Indianapolis is a great place to live if you're a racing fan. Obviously, we've got IndyCar and the Indy 500. That's what that city's known for. But we're very fortunate that so many wonderful tracks are within a 4-hour drive. Mid-Ohio is 3.5 hours. NCM, National Corvette Museum, is 3.5 hours. Gingerman is 3 hours.
Yeah.
And Road America is only 5, which will be there here later in September. Later this year, so it'd be wonderful. But very, very fortunate to have so many wonderful racetracks so close to us.
Yeah, I come from Rochester, New York, so I'm about an hour and a half away from Watkins Glen, which I'm still begging that we go to at some point.
Absolutely.
So at some point, but this is a 5-hour drive. This is actually the shortest drive for me this season. So
yes,
far.
yeah, everything's really far from you from New York.
We won't take a gas. It's good, and I'm glad to be here. So we got times to beat for the Group C session. Thanks to Abe Schmucker for getting that lined up for us. Sunday Cup, a 151.777. Matt Williams, and that was the best lap that he ran yesterday. And I'm kind of curious to see where that'll stack up, because I'm not sure the track is ideal. It's better than it was this morning,
but far from ideal.
But it's far from ideal. So I'm curious to see where things are going to be as we got the green flag flying and cars coming across the line. Jeremy Bailey in the 13 car in the street rear-wheel drive. Ken DeVries in the 27 street rear-wheel drive. A lot of street rear-wheel drive cars in this group, at least that came across the line first. Track modified Nick Gardner in the 52. That's a rear-wheel drive car. And there's a big line of cars coming out of turn 1 on the way down to the keyhole. And a big line of cars coming out of the final corner as well. So, again, finding space on track is going to be important.
It's going to be key to getting a good lap in this session.
And tiptoeing through the keyhole. I think everyone's still a little bit timid about this turn in particular, because when you go into turn 2, the track, you kind of crest and then the track falls away pretty significantly, and it's hard to tell from this angle, but you get at the exit of turn 2, it's a pretty big drop.
It's actually about 2 stories. If you walk the track and stand at the bottom of the keyhole in the exit and look up, you can actually not see the asphalt track surface above you. It is, even when driving the car, you don't really feel how much of a drop it really is, but it's a good 20+ feet from top of the keyhole to the bottom. And one thing we talk about with this track is all the elevation changes. It's I think it's 135 feet from top of the keyhole to the bottom of Thunder Valley at the lowest point. So there's a lot of elevation change in this track, and that really is one of the things that makes this track so beautiful.
Absolutely. So again, if you want to watch live timing and scoring until we get the leaderboard up here, we've got hard workers at work trying to get this sorted out for us, and thanks a lot to the guys behind the scenes that are making it all happen. But for now, Race Hero is where you want to go for live timing. It's available for everybody to look at. Purple is your best lap, green is the improvements, and white's the drivers that got to go faster. And waiting for the first cars to come across the line here. And again, tiptoeing around, figuring out where the grip is, because what you don't want to do is you don't want to take it too cautious of an outlap and then go roaring down into turn 1 and sail off into the kitty litter. So you want to get enough of an outlap, enough heat in the tires, enough of a sensation of what the grip is like, so that you don't do something silly on
right,
your first
absolutely.
lap out.
And as we got a break in the action here, definitely 15 minutes. The GLTC race 1 of the weekend. We've had a couple practice races already, but this will be the first official points-paying race of the weekend coming up next.
And you want to be here for that. Do not miss GLTC race 1. Across the line, first drivers on through. And first times, Shane Duncan, 208.954, 208.531. How about Narusheti in the 46 car? And we got a whole bunch of cars laying down times, all in the 208s, pretty much. 207.186 by Taylor Bowling in the 619 in straight rear-wheel drive. And out of the 4 straight rear-wheel drive cars that were up at the top of the board, Bowling was the quickest. Cal Fortner in the 14. How about unlimited all-wheel drive, 158.678, his first lap out.
Silver cars out here trying to, as they're in a pack of cars, they're trying to give themselves some space, let other cars by so they can actually get a clean lap in. With all these cars out here, everybody's really got to work together, and that's important to getting a good lap time in.
The Sunday Cup cars are out here as well, the Spec Fits. This is such a cool class to me. I really badly want to compete in this, because it just seems like if you want to have the most fun for the least money, that seems like the best way to go.
It is.
Because you're driving this car, you know, at 100% just getting to the racetrack. And then you get to the racetrack and you get to drive at 120%. And they're the happiest little cars. And they just, the way they drive, they look happy.
It's just a happy looking car.
I don't think there is necessarily a correlation with fun and speed necessarily. I think you can have fun doing 80 miles an hour.
You can absolutely have fun doing 80 miles an hour. Miatas and Fits are just 100% evidence of that.
Right. And I think, you know, the faster you go, the more intense you have to be.
Right.
Because the mistakes at 160 miles an hour are a lot more consequential than a mistake at 85 miles an hour.
Yeah, and getting everything down, you know, perfect to a T is key in a low powered car like that too, because, you know, if you lose momentum, you can't power out of it. You have to hit your marks every time.
Absolutely.
That makes it a big challenge as well, which makes it fun.
So you brought up the lap record earlier today, the track lap record. Simon Pagenaud in 2016 ran the fastest lap that Mid-Ohio has ever seen. How about a cool 103.87?
I just can't even fathom.
That is unbelievable. So we're not going to do a 103, but I'd like to get our unlimited cars out here. Where's Houghton? He's stuck in Canada right now, unfortunately. He was running a GLTC back at COTA. He won his first race in GLTC, but his time attack car sitting in Canada along with him, so unable to get here, unfortunately. We're wishing him the best.
And Houghton showing that you can build all sorts of different cars and be competitive. Him, no aero, street tires, and high horsepower, and able to win. Yeah,
and we're missing him and Borsma as well out of the K-Tune shop. Those guys, get back here. let them back in. Just everybody can stay except for those guys. Bring those guys in.
Bring those guys in.
So Tori Skursky in the 48 straight rear-wheel drive, a 157.025. That's the quickest straight rear-wheel drive car in this class so far. Cal Fortner still holds unlimited all-wheel drive with a 157.293. Max Rooney, 270 car in third overall. Street front-wheel drive, 157.351. And Taylor Bowling back to 4th with Taylor's 1:59.682. Ben Lynn in the 65, street all-wheel drive, 2 minutes 3:88 for him. And it seems like, again, I think there's a cautious tone right now. It just seems like everyone's working up to it. And again, my entire timing screen is just green. Everybody's improving every single lap, and we're going to see this the whole session. And down through underneath the Honda Bridge here and up into Hurry Downs. And that is a really interesting part of the track because, again, we talk about crests here. Every time there's a hill here, you're cresting it very sharply. There's no smooth anything here. You come up, and again, if you had a car that had not a whole lot of downforce and a whole lot of power, you get some air. You come up over the top of Hurry Downs, and you feel the car get light, and then it sets back down, and then you dig in for the next one.
And you're never just cresting. You're always cresting and doing something else. The car is either loaded up to one side and you're cresting it, or you're loaded up on the brakes and cresting. And so you always got to, you can't just crest it. You're always thinking about something else and managing the car. Right. It really makes it a fun challenge.
You're making the tires do a lot of things at once.
You are.
Across the line for the 27 car, and that is Ken DeVries. And DeVries does improve to 1:58.195, and a whole bunch of changes on the timing screen. Taylor Bowling in street rear-wheel drive goes right to the top of the board again, 1:54.17. That's 1.9 seconds ahead of the second place, Yunan Liu in the 67 car. That is the second place car, 2 seconds back in street rear-wheel drive. Let's see. Street front-wheel drive still led by, looks like, Max Rooney in the 270. He's back in 8th overall. As we've got a line of cars heading down towards turn number 4. And this is a pretty long straightaway. It's a little bit deceiving because it's bisected by a kink, and so you can't really see the whole straight in one go. Right. It's a pretty long straightaway. You're doing, these cars, you're anywhere between 100 and, for the Fitz, 100 miles an hour and 130 for some of the other cars out there.
And in the unlimited cars and the faster sessions, I wouldn't be afraid in the dry to see 150, 160 miles an hour at the end of the back straight.
Right. And I don't think you don't really think of Mid-Ohio as a speed track the same way that you think of a Watkins Glen or a Road America or a Road Atlanta. But because there's really only 2 spots that you're really deep into triple digits, but they're into really heavy braking zones with runoff area, sort of.
Yeah.
China Beach has got a whole lot, but you sail right over that gravel trap, so it's a little intimidating.
Yeah, and it's when you say sail, it is absolutely sail. You will fly, many feet if you have to go off there or have a brake failure. It's treacherous.
So Taylor Bowling continues to hold on to the best lap in street rear-wheel drive in Group C, 1:54.17. Yunan Liu in the 67 car, 2 seconds back from that. Nick Gardner, track-modified rear-wheel drive, a 1:52.456. And again, looking at the times to beat in this session, the Sunday Cup cars, the Spec Fit, 1:51.777. I don't think we're there yet. But we will. Oh, Sunday. So Sunday Cup, Matt Williams ran a 1:55.7. So he's still got a little work to do. Again, the track's probably not all the way there. As we wait for some more cars to come across the line. Still a lot of green on the timing screen. Red and black S2000 coming across the line. That is the 83 car. And that's Shane Duncan in street rear-wheel drive, a 1:58.463. That's his best lap of the session so far. 42 car, that is a Honda Civic, an EG. Ben Bolthus, 1:58.288 for him. That's track-modified front-wheel drive. I just heard from Adam Jabay, this was a little while ago now, but he said, can confirm, hilariously slippery, is what he said.
I believe it. Looking at some of these cars.
Ooh, Taylor Bowling, how about a 1:45.331? That's a big pickup for Taylor. Still holds top of the class right now in street rear-wheel drive. Ben Lynn, second place now in street all-wheel drive, 1:50.017. Actually, I should say leading street all-wheel drive. And so that puts about 5.3 seconds between the 2 street rear-wheel drive cars, Taylor Bowling and Yunan Liu. That's a pretty sizable gap there.
That is a pretty sizable gap. But, again, everybody just learning and feeling out the track to see.
Checkered flag falling here in Group C for Time Attack. And the last couple of cars going to stream across the start-finish line here. So 1:45.3 is the best time that we've seen in this session by Taylor Bowling. We'll see if anybody can best that. But even street all-wheel drive Ben Lynn is 4.6 back. There's a 6:19 across the line. That's Taylor Bowling. Improvement again, 1:44.068 for Taylor Bowling in street rear-wheel drive. 65 across the line. Ben Lynn. Improvement, 1:47.307. 3-second pickup. Yunan Liu in the 67. How about a 1:45.927 in street rear-wheel drive? That brings that gap to Taylor Bowling down to 1.8 seconds. And A couple more cars feeding across line 39. As 39 car goes 154.099, no pickup there. So in just a few moments, we're going to have GridLife Touring Cup race number 1 of the weekend. We've got 4 races and a qualifying session this weekend for GLTC, but all sorts of time attack coming up. HPDE is going to get back out on track as well later today. So something for everybody here.
Something for everybody. That is very true. There are so many different types of cars, so many different types of drivers. It's really great to see.
Well, and I think there's a level of entry that, a time attack is an intimidating place to start. Yeah. But HPDE, if you're interested in bringing your car to a racetrack and just getting some experience, you enter the beginner session and you learn everything from scratch. And you can drive your car on track. And it doesn't have to be a fast car.
No.
You don't have to be a race car driver. But you can get that experience and work your way up through levels. And once you're in, the advanced HPDE session, then you can start thinking, hey, maybe I should give time attack a try.
Right. Maybe I should try time attack. Maybe I should try GLTC. There's so many stepping stones in place to be able to get there if that's something you're interested in doing.
Right.
And it's really awesome to see that this GridLife event has so many different levels.
And I think HPDE is kind of neat because it's not a competition. You're just learning.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of fear when you first get on track that, I don't know, do I know what I'm doing? And you might say to your friends, oh, I know what I'm doing. I got this figured out. You get out there on track and there's a little bit of intimidation factor. HPDE will get rid of that.
Yes.
And then time attack is really where you hone your skills and you really improve not only yourself but your car. Then if you want to step up to another level to GLT, I guess I shouldn't say another level, an alternative route is GLTC. And that's again a rule set that's very much like time attack. So it's a pretty open rule set. You can do a lot to those cars. You can enter pretty much anything you want within reason.
As we've seen.
And so that's why I think GLTC is so exciting. That's why time attack is so exciting, is because you can start driving your Honda Fit around the track and
have fun and be competing with somebody in time attack.
So I think for now we're going to step away for just a moment, and we'll be right back with GridLife Touring Cup race number 1 coverage in just a few minutes. Stay with us. We'll be right back. GridLife Touring Cup returns to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for the 2nd time, just a month after the rumble and roar of GLTC shook Chicagoland, where Aaron Lichty and Andy Smedgard traded paint for wins. This week, we're in Lexington, Ohio for round 4. Heat. In the middle of a worldwide pandemic and in the middle of Ohio, we found a balance somehow that allows us to still enjoy the sport of auto racing. Even though the season began just months ago in Austin, it feels like it's been a decade since we've had any kind of normalcy. And through it all, in the middle of an ongoing storm of chaos, confusion, and cancellation, GridLife prevails. This morning, GridLife Touring Cup returns to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, the winding 2.26-mile 13-turn road course for the 4th round of the season. We're back with Grid Life Live for 2020, thanks to an enormous effort by everybody here at Grid Life, and we're about to roll for race number 1 of the weekend. My name's Kyle Heyer. I'm joined by Nick Starter this morning for GLTC at Mid-Ohio, and we've got a barn burner coming. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're so glad to be back in 2020, Nick, but again, conditions have been tricky all morning long. We've got damp conditions that are still sort of drying. But these conditions might not represent what we're going to see in the top 10 shootout later today, and it might not represent what we see in race 2 later this afternoon.
Yeah, this is going to be a good race because the track is drying out, so there's going to be a decent amount of grip out there, but the drivers are still going to have to be careful and try and find where there is grip and where there isn't. But all these top drivers up front in this race are going to make it a really good one to watch.
We're in Lexington, Ohio this morning in Richland County. Population about 5,000 people. Town was founded in 1812. The track in 1962. It's an FAA Grade 2 circuit. The race lap record here, Simon Pagenaud, 2016 IndyCar, 103.87. We're not going to do quite that today, but I can tell you it's going to be just as exciting. This track has hosted IndyCar, IMSA, NASCAR, Trans Am, Stadium Super Trucks, F4, ARCA, ARX, AMAs, everything that could race here has raced here, including Grid Life Touring Cup. And this is the site of the first ever GLTC race a year ago back in April. And it put on a good show back then. We had a stream back then.
Fantastic show.
And we get to do it all over again today. I was not here last year, but I'm here now, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be amazing. I cannot wait. I've got goosebumps, actually.
So if you're wondering what Grid Life Touring Cup is, well, it's basically a brand new take on wheel-to-wheel racing with an open time attack style rule set, power to weight modifiers to keep everyone equal, and you can pretty much enter anything you want. We've got a starting grid for you, slightly modified because Luke McGrew in the number 5 NC Miata, he qualified third, was leading a practice race yesterday. The motor expired on the backside of the course. He's done for the weekend, which is super unfortunate, but he would have been starting in third. But on the front row today, it's going to be Aaron Lichty in the number 190 out of the winning Formula Camp, right alongside Eric Cattell in the number 82 Honda Civic. In row number 2, it's going to be DJ Alessandrini in the number 61. He'll start third, right alongside Emil Tab in fourth in the number 14. That's another winning Formula car. Pervez Randelia, Rob Manicheri going to line up behind them, along with Scott Bowling, Ryan Kristoff, Justin Kelly, and Eric Meadows rounding out your top 10. 11th place starter Woody Hyman was very impressive this morning in the practice race in mixed conditions. I would expect him to go forward. And also, we want to talk about Tom O'Gorman, who has raced professionally in IMSA, a Michelin Pilot Challenge, as well as in SRO America's TC World Challenge America. He's a champion in that series. He's raced in GLTC before, and he's been competitive in GLTC before, but now he's in his own race car. It's a bright yellow S2000. It'll be starting in 12th. You can't miss it. It's got Tom Blue on it. You can't miss it. Starting in 12th. I think Tom's car is a little overweight for the class today. But if it rains later, that car is going to be fast.
And he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. I agree.
Other cars coming from deeper in the field. I think Jake Price started on pole for one of the races at Autobahn. He'll be starting 15th. Ben Dozman ran 3rd or 4th in the practice race this morning, so he will start 14th. So again, there's a lot of cars moving forward in the grid. I don't see a lot of people that I think are going to go backwards. We're heading through Thunder Valley now into the carousel on our pace lap. All GLTC races this weekend will start on the back straightaway at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. So we're going to be doubling up here in just a moment. Talk about the racetrack a little bit. Again, I mentioned it's 2.26 miles. We're going to reference a couple names and corners around this place. Turn 2 is a 180-degree right-hand corner. That's called the keyhole. Turn 4 is where we're going to end up, or it'll be our first corner for the start of the race. Over there is a big old gravel trap. They call that China Beach, but that's not a beach you want to visit today. Then down through turn 6, 7, and 8, that's called the S's. It's also called Hurry Downs. That's a very sweeping, elevated section that kind of drops away from you. Then through turn 9, right-hander into Thunder Valley on the backside of the course, up the hill towards the carousel. So if we reference those places, that's where we're going to be this afternoon. Thanks again for joining us here on Grid Life Live. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Nick Starter, as we've got Grid Life action, Touring Cup racing from Mid-Ohio.
Side by side, they've lined up, coming into the keyhole, getting ready for the start. They're starting to form up. Should be an exciting one into turn 4, into China Beach.
Heading down through the keyhole. The next time they see this corner, they'll be heading about 120 miles an hour into the braking zone. But patience now, waiting to get past the kink, to see the green flag from the starter stand. It's all about to begin for GridLife Touring Cup race number 1. We've got 4 races this weekend. We've got 2 today and 2 tomorrow, so make sure you're tuning in to catch all of that live on GridLife's Facebook and YouTube channel.
Don't forget the top 10 shootout. That's going to be one to watch. Can't miss that one.
That'll be coming up at 2:40 today. Field lined up double wide, a bunch of rows deep, over 35 cars as the green flag flies, and we're racing in GridLife Touring Cup race number 1 from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and everybody's going to be thundering down into turn number 4. Big dive by DJ Alessandrini and his Honda Civic on the brakes.
That was a heck of a pass for the lead there.
And really brave. He ran the practice race earlier, so he was confident. He's through. Katil to second. Lichty was on pole. He's back to 4th already. Hyman comes up around the outside as they dive down through turn number 6. Now singling on through, Eric Katil has found the bumper of Alessandrini as they head now through hurry downs. There's the 14 of Emil Tab right behind Hyman. There's Justin Kelly side by side with the Porsche Cayman of Scott Bowling. Double wide Bill Griffin on the outside of Tiffany Kelly. There's Adam Jabay out there in the 75. The mastermind of this series out there running it himself as well.
With his Lambo doors. We talked about it earlier. I just love those doors. Alessandrini got a good lead over Coutil going into the carousel now, coming out of Thunder Valley.
And again, I think everyone's going to get braver as this race goes on. But DJ Alessandrini said to me earlier this weekend that he thinks he can win a race. He thinks that car is capable. He fixed a broken hub last night, and he is leading this race, comes across the line to start the first full-time lap. Eric Coutil in second. Aaron Lichty third, Hyman fourth, Emil Tab fifth, Rob Manicherry sixth, Pervez Randelia. Ryan Christoph is back in GLTC action for the first time since last June at GridLife Midwest. Bill Griffin's in the middle of a big traffic jam on the front straight, but now towards the keyhole, Alessandrini's 2006 Civic Si leads into the field.
He's got quite a lead over Coutil now. It's he's definitely showing that he can win this race.
Now out of the keyhole, feeding in the power. And again, both these front cars are actually, the front 2 cars are front-wheel drive. Aaron Lichty and Woody Hyman's cars are rear-wheel drive, and so is Emil Tab. So a good mix of front and rear wheel in this field. But again, I feel like the front-wheel drive cars will have a little bit of an advantage just in the uncertain parts of the track where it's not totally dry. Everyone's going to be on slicks right now.
Coming over Madness, that'll getting back on the power. That's an advantage for the front-wheel drive cars, and they really are pulling away. Got Lichty trying to catch up to Coutil, probably about a second or so back right now. We'll wait for them to come across the timing loop and confirm that.
Emil Tab working over Woody Hyman in the BMW M3 down through turn number 6. You see that there as he pops out, drifts out all the way to the edge of the curbing. Now you see them using a little bit of the curbing here, so it must be dry enough that they feel confident. Tom McGorman, remember, he started 12th. He came across the line at 8th, so he's already got 4 spots. That yellow number 94 is going to be flying here. And Andrew Work in the bright orange Civic is charging through the field right in front of Sally McNulty and Tiffany Kelly. They're having a good midfield fight right now. That's about for 17th spot. So there's going to be fights first. There's going to be fights for 15th. There'll be fight for 30th. They're all going to be good. Across the line for the first official time lap, DJ Alessandrini across the line. About a half a second back is going to be Eric Coutil. 0.609 before Aaron Lichty comes across the line. Third, and a good fight behind Justin Kelly's red FRS as he comes out of the final corner. Scott Bowling in the 722 has got Ben Dozman in the number 0 RSX up the inside for turn number 1. We'll see if he can complete that pass down there if they're going to run side by side.
Yagalo car is now coming across the front straight, trying to make some passes coming out of the carousel.
But it's still Alessandrini. Cool, collected, and tidy. He's got new rotors on that car, new hub on the left rear. That car is going to be very hard to beat with him out front. The rest of the field feeding on through. I mentioned Justin Kelly. He's put a little bit of a gap there on Ryan Christoph, who's got a Honda CRX out there that's built like an LMP1 car. It's got amazing clips on the nose. The whole thing comes apart.
Off.
It's beautifully done. But look at Coutil closing on the brakes now into turn number 4. He's closed that gap. Now, Coutil has done something interesting. He deleted the brake booster in this car because he wanted a more firm pedal feel, and he does not have ABS. DJ Alessandrini has ABS in that car, and now you're going to see those 2 different versions of technology battling against each other in 2 very different generations of Honda Civic.
Absolutely. Coutil trying to find DJ Alessandrini's rear bumper, getting really close, trying to push him through, but I think we might see an attempt at a pass here soon.
Yeah, and Coutil is a very aggressive race car driver. He's very experienced. He's got some of the most starts that we've seen in this series. He's also got the second most wins in the series as well, so he's been around the block a few times and chasing Alessandrini. Now the question is, does Alessandrini's motor have the power it needs? It's a K20 versus a K24. That would be in Eric Coutil's car. Coutil's got the headlights on. The last time he did that at Gingerman because he said it looked cool. And you know what? That's GLTC is about looking cool, about having good racing. So for the lead, they come across the line this time through, and it's still about 0.6 seconds between those 2 drivers. And Eric Coutil out of Columbus, Ohio. That's a 92 Civic Si. And in 25 starts, he's got 8 wins to his name. But DJ Alessandrini, however, even though he has not won a race yet, he has one of the best average finishes in GridLife Touring Cup action. DJ has 21 starts, 6 podiums, an 80% top five percentage, and his average finish 3.95.
And I think if you look at his online racing record, it shows that he is a very, very capable driver.
Well, that's sort of where he harkens from, and he spends a lot of time on iRacing, and that's where he spent a lot of the spring. And he got back in this race car, and he's right back at it. But Catil is hounding him through madness as they head down the hill. And Catil's car is also very small compared to DJ's.
It is.
He's going to disappear. Like DJ's car feels like a pickup truck in comparison to the Civic behind him. But watch out for Aaron Lichty, winningest driver in GLTC, hunting them down.
He is.
And I honestly, taking a look at Aaron Lichty, he ran 1:36.833, which is right on par. But the quickest car last lap by was Catil in second place.
Yeah, Catil maintaining a consistent 0.6 seconds from DJ coming across the line. But I think we're going to see here soon they are nose to tail.
Yeah, and Catil, again, that car is so well balanced, and it actually loves to turn. And I've heard Tom O'Gorman describe it. It actually turns more on throttle, which is not a characteristic you expect out of a front-wheel drive car, but he is hounding the back of DJ into turn number 1. He is so close there. That was a 1:36.057 for Catil. It was not the fastest lap. Lichty just ran the fastest lap. It's going to be a 3-horse fight here shortly.
It will be.
Out of turn number 1 now, the drag race down towards the keyhole. Catil following in Alessandrini's footsteps here. That leading Civic is going to be like a refrigerator in the air. It's going to push all the air out of the way and leave the slipstream for Catil to slot into. Going to help his car work a little less hard and close that gap. He's going to have a run here down into turn 4.
Yeah, you can see, I think DJ's car's got a little bit more power as they're really able to, well, I take that back. It looks like Eric's going to look to the inside maybe.
Yeah, I think DJ's car against a K20 versus a K24, I think it sort of dies at the high end where, or at least compared to Catil's car, but into the braking zone for 4.
Catil closing the gap a little bit into China Beach.
1 car length is all it is right now in GLTC. We're about 6 minutes into this 15-minute race. Big slide by DJ through madness as he comes over the crest. The front tires begging for mercy on the asphalt, but Catil's right there behind him, less than a half a car length back as they head through hurry downs.
DJ having to use all of the track, all of the curb to try and keep Eric behind him.
And now we wait. Aaron Lichty continues to charge forward. He was a full half-second faster than DJ Alessandrini last time by. Look at those 2 leaders. But the car behind them with the orange, black, and white, that's the one that we're going to keep an eye on because he's going to sneak in here and try to steal this all the way as we approach the halfway point in GLTC race number 1.
I think we're going to see Eric so focused on DJ that we might see Lichty just pop out and surprise him.
They come on through the final corner, about halfway through this race now. Catil's still right there behind him as they come across the start-finish line.
Lichty closing the gap to 1.3 back to Catil now, so 7 tenths he made up on that last lap.
He's building confidence. I think he started out after the practice race earlier today. I don't think he was super confident in the track conditions. He is now. He is closing that battle. Lap traffic, that's the Coletti Motorsports car, the 97 that's had a couple issues this weekend. He's going to stay well out of the way as the leaders dive onto the inside.
We can see as they come up to the keyhole, Catil checking his brakes, make sure he's got brake pressure before that giant braking zone slowing from 120 miles an hour down to about 50 or so.
The gap is pretty constant. We've got a great battle back here. Jake Jorenstad in 14th, right onto the front straightaway. The RSX of Jeremy Boysen ran a little bit wide off into the grass on the rumble strip, but now Sally McNulty to the inside of Jorenstad, down in the inside of turn number 1, and they're going to come on through, and I think McNulty might have been able to complete that pass.
Alessandrini getting a bit of a run out of the keyhole on Catil, but Catil's car really, really excels in these back sections, all the way from China Beach all the way to the exit of Thunder Valley.
It really seems like that middle sector is where the strength is for that car, and DJ seems like he's a little bit better through this final sector where he's gaining all his time back. But Lichty's he's right there, man.
He's
closing
all
in.
Sectors, yeah, and I think it's working to DJ's advantage because that's the part where it's easy to keep somebody behind you back in that sector too.
And now it is officially a 3-horse race in GridLife Touring Cup. You know, these are the juggernauts of GLTC, the ones that you expect. But DJ has not run a GLTC race since Road America, or actually I think he was at Fall Special last year. So it's been he has not had this car out on track yet in a race condition this year. But he's out here leading this race, and Catil and Lichty. Now, Catil's job just got a lot harder because he's got Alessandrini right in front of him. That's where his focus has been. Now he's got to look out the mirror, too, and mirror drive a little bit.
Lichty purple again, 135.189 that lap. So he is just now 5 tenths of a second back from Catil. Catil's got to manage 2 people now in addition to himself and his car.
And into lap traffic as well. That's going to be a big factor here as they head into the keyhole. You can see a handful of cars right up the road. In the past, it really hasn't been a huge deal. The lap traffic has been very considerate, but this is not an easy track to pass. It's not point and shoot. Nope. So you're going to have to get creative here as Alessandrini is going to get a tow and then step out to the right and get on by. about 5 car lengths now. Catil, again, seems like this is his best sector, but he did drop off a little bit this time. They're running out of time. About 5 minutes to go in this race, and through the lap traffic, they're going to dive.
Lichty going to get the short end of the stick here, going to get stuck behind at least a lap car, but they're going to be courteous and let him by.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Going to let that 3-horse race continue as they go into the back S's.
Catil's front tires slid about 3 feet longitudinally through that corner. He was trying to get grip, but look at that. Through turn 6, a great run for Eric Catil, trying to run right up to the back tailpipes of DJ Alessandrini through hurry downs. They're going to pop back into view, heading up through Thunder Valley, and then we're going to only have a few laps left in this race, and now Catil's going to have to get real serious. If he wants to get by Alessandrini, it's going to have to happen soon. Coming up over the crest. It's still a pretty constant lead. I think Alessandrini's did a good job defending.
He has.
And the question becomes, is Aaron Lichty going to be aggressive enough to get by Catil? Because if Lichty can get by Catil, he can get by Alessandrini. Big slide for Alessandrini, real tight on the turn 12 exit curb, now across the line. Still no white flags, so we're going to keep racing. 1, 2, 3, evenly spaced, about a half a second apart each as they come across. Emil Tab back and forth, a long ways back. He's got his hands full with a teammate. That's Rob Manicheri. Going to look to the inside for turn number 1, potentially with Pervez Randilia behind him. So a great 3-way fight with a winning Formula Camp guys as they work their way through turn number 1.
That last lap by for the top 3, they were all within 0.03 of a second. DJ Alessandrini 136.06, Catil 136.08, Lichty 136.09.
Yeah, so they're in order of their speed, but again, I think the lap traffic had something to say about that. So into the braking zone for turn 4. Lichty continues to close on Eric Catil for second place. Lichty started on pole for this race, lost it all in turn 1, being too careful. You cannot be too careful today because you're going to lose. And that's what Aaron Lichty learned for race 1. He won't make that mistake again in race 2. Big slide by Alessandrini through turn 5, and he had the rear tire step out on him, and Catil's right there, right on the bumper, about a half a car length back.
Catil's trying to wait for the right mistake from DJ to really capitalize.
Up over the crest into hurry downs now. Catil is a very calculated race car driver. He's very skilled. He will put that car in a hole that is 3 feet too small, and he will make it work because that car is small enough where he can put it anywhere he needs to put it, and he's good at it, and he will do it. The question is, will he have the time? There's a little bit of traffic in front of him. I think that's Justin Lee's 33. Traffic 3 wide as they come on through into the carousel, and Alessandrini had to hold him off, but he will. What a move to hang on to that spot as they work their way through the lap traffic. 3 wide through Thunder Valley. You don't do that. They just did. 1, 2, 3. Here comes Lichty up the inside down the front straight. Drag race to turn number 1. Real tight. Aaron Lichty, the most wins in GLTC. He needs to grab one more spot to grab this one as well. It is white flag, 1 lap to go for Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Big slide at the exit of turn 1. Lichty and Catil almost slamming doors.
Drag race. Catil able to hold on to that spot. What an amazing drive from Catil going up into the keyhole. Manages to keep Lichty behind him.
But all is over for Alessandrini. He's gone. And these two are fighting. That's let DJ get out ahead. How close was that as they came through, though? DJ did an amazing job sensing where he needed to place the car so that he'd be set up for the carousel.
They all did an amazing job, and you're right. DJ's gonna. That's the top step of the podium, sealed for the most part. And now it's just up to Lichty to try and get that second step.
Into the braking zone for turn number 4. Alessandrini's almost home free. He can taste it. He's never won a GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race before. This could be his first. Behind him, a big slide by Eric Catil, driving the tires over the curbs. Big jump, airborne, as Lichty tries to grab him. He's going to have a look up the inside of 6. Not a good spot to dive there.
Nope.
Now through hurry downs, they're going to disappear out of our vision. Catil trying to hang on to second, where he started this race. This is a home track for both Alessandrini and Catil. They've had countless laps here, countless laps of practicing, testing, working on their cars all winter long. And for DJ Alessandrini, it might just pay off. One last run up the hill towards the carousel. Alessandrini, from the sim racing background, autocross in his career, still loves doing that. But GRIDLIFE Touring Cup a year ago was the site of Alessandrini's first race, along with the first race of the series. But today, for DJ Alessandrini, race 1 of GRIDLIFE Touring Cup at Mid-Ohio goes to DJ Alessandrini, his first ever GRIDLIFE Touring Cup career victory. Eric Catil back in second, and Aaron Lichty into third. What a great race out there at the front.
What an amazing race.
Big slide by Rob Manicheri. He hung on to it. He'll grab, I think, 5th spot. But he was about half sideways coming out.
That was scary. I thought he was going to hit the grass and not come out of that very well.
Oh, he hit it. I think it was just he managed to get it under control. Behind him, there's Woody Hyman and Ryan Christoph.
Woody Hyman actually driving Manicheri's old car.
Yes, and I'm a little bit surprised. Hyman comes on through. He finishes 7th. I'm a little surprised we didn't see him run a little higher.
I am too. I thought after his performance this morning that we surely would have seen him at the top. But still a good drive from him and good battles all the way through the field.
For Tom O'Gorman, his first career top 10 in his own race car in GridLife Touring Cup. And I'm really excited to see where he's going to be, because you know what this means? That means Tom O'Gorman is in the top 10 shootout at 2:40 this afternoon. So remember, the top 10 finishers on that order are going to run at 2:40 p.m. today. Each of those drivers will get one lap all to themselves with all the cameras on them, and we're going to watch them run every bit of that car they can into the ground to try to get the fastest lap, because that will set the grid, at least the top 10, for race number 2 at 4:50 later today. So the rest of the field comes across the line. We'll run down the rest of the order. Eric Meadows in 11th. Justin Kelly in the S2000 powered FRS comes home in 12th. Sally McNulty, great run for her. 13th place, up 5 spots for Sally from 18th starting position. Jake Jornstad, 14th. Jeremy Boys in 15th. Bill Griffin back in 16th. Tiffany Kelly, 17th. James Berlin in 18th. Andrew Work, 19th. Brad Kosiba in 20th. Adam Jabay up 3 spots. 21st run for him. That's a pretty good run. Ben Dozman down 10, so I wonder if he had something happen.
He had an off and did some grass mowing.
Okay, so he mowed some grass and lost 10 spots. Working for a lawn care business might make you some money, right?
It's right. It's in Mid-Ohio, the bill.
Scott Robertson, 23rd in his MX-5. Wes Penn, 24th. Justin Lee in 25th. Robert McDaniels, 26th. Dusty Michael, Clayton Fitzpatrick, Paul Spencer, Justin Deffenbaugh, Jorge Ortiz, the rest of the grid here. Brad Adams looks like, I'm not sure if he ended up taking the green flag, but he has scored 33rd, down 8 spots.
He did take the grid. I'm concerned that he's still continuing to have issues. I know he had issues yesterday with the car overheating, and we thought we had it figured out, or he thought he had it figured out, and I guess not. Really disappointing to not see Brad out on track.
So DJ, with his first career win in GridLife Touring Cup at his home track, that's got to be exciting. And it took him about 22 starts to get that done. But it tells you, if you work hard and you put the work in to fix your car, to get it up to the standards that you need, and get your driving to the standard it needs, you can go out there and win a race and beat the best.
Yes, yeah, and he's definitely done that. All the time that he's put in on the simulator definitely shows. You can't just come out as a not know how to drive and win a race. And he's definitely put so much time and effort into his driving.
He's won a handful of competitions in iRacing. Most recently, the Spec MX-5 Sim Racing Challenge. He was at Road Atlanta last week testing that car, right up to pace. He's an amazing driver, a really good dude, so I'm excited to celebrate with him later today. But Katil Lichty, those two drivers are the juggernauts of the series. DJ just beat them. So I think these three are going to be the players all weekend if it's dry. But again, top 10 shootout. If it's wet, which it probably will be. Tom O'Gorman in the 94 is the one to watch. You have Falcon driver, got Auto Assets on board helping him out as well. So Tomo is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
And we can't forget about Woody Hyman.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot from him in the wet, as evidenced by the race earlier today.
So up on the schedule next, we got lunch coming up. We also have at 11:30, which is in about 10 minutes, we've got the Slip Angle Live podcast, which is going to be real fun. We're going to try some things out. Later this afternoon, we got Time Attack at 12:40, followed by some HPDE, and then GridLife Touring Cup Top 10 Shootout at 2:40. Basically, we're going to qualify, but one driver at a time, so we have all the focus on them. Super fun, super excited. 3:50. That'll be Time Attack Heat 5, and we'll wrap up the day with GLTC race number 2. If you thought race 1 was good, race 2 is going to be even better, because the confidence level is going to continue to rise as drivers get comfortable with the cars, their competitors, and the racetrack.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and then with the confidence they've built earlier today and throughout this race, we're going to see the track get wet as well, and see a lot more with that.
Yeah, and I think the wet's going to be a big discussion to have, not only for GLTC, but Time Attack as well. We'll get those wet records for you ready. But, again, some other things to go over. Scott Bowling's 722 Porsche. That's a top 10 run for him. I don't think it's his first top 10, but he's been very impressive in that car. It's a totally different platform. To go from, there's K-Swap Miatas out there, Camaros, but to bring a Porsche Cayman into this series, that's a very different style. And I think I've been really impressed with him wheeling that car around here. I think it's a very good car for this track, and I think he'll probably in the top 10 shootout. He'll be a fun guy to watch.
Yeah, and those Caymans really they are fantastic cars. They handle so well. Obviously, the engine's in the middle of the car, so the car is really well balanced, and they're fun to drive too.
I think so as well. You see the track map up there, the top left of the screen. That's where we've been racing all day, and this is a really cool facility. And again, we've mentioned how pretty much everything that is important has raced here. And let me tell you something right now, is that GridLife Touring Cup is important.
Yes.
And it's now in the history books. And we're not reading history here, we're writing it. Every race that we do in GLTC, we're writing history. And this is a new take on old things, right? Yes. Racing's been around forever. But short format sprint races are I think the way of the future, because it's the short attention span,
yep.
And you don't have to pay attention for very long. And you don't need, even if these races were an hour, I still think they'd be exciting. But I think it breaks it up nicely. The drivers get a lot of track time in these short races because they get 4 a weekend. It's just a really neat idea to have everyone run a time attack style rule set, power to weight, run what you brung.
And the short races keep everybody close together, which makes for great, exciting racing. As we saw, the top 3 where they finished within a second of each other, and it's super exciting. So you're right with the sprint racing, the short format racing. It really makes for fantastic, exciting racing, not only to race but to watch, because you don't ever get the feel incredibly spread out like you do in the endurance races.
The club level racing in this country, I think, is super strong right now, and I think GridLife Touring Cup is a part of that solution.
Yes.
I'm a fan of a lot of professional motorsports, and I still tell these guys, there is nothing that gets me as excited as GLTC.
Right.
There's nothing out there like it.
It's super exciting, super fun. This is my first GLTC event, and it's just been amazing to watch, and I hope to be able to race with them here later this year.
And the battles run deep, too. I mean, obviously, we saw the battle for that race was pretty focused up front. But there are and there will be more battles throughout the field, and we'll cover those in Race 2 and Race 3 and 4 as well. So.
Yeah, that's the great thing about the series is that if even the leaders get apart from each other, there's going to be a great battle somewhere else in the field.
Absolutely. And so in just a few minutes, we're going to cut to break, and we'll come back for Slip Angle Live at 11:30. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to run, but we're gonna figure it out.
Should be exciting.
It's going to happen, and I'm very excited about the live stream in particular. I feel like Chris Stewart behind the scenes and Adam Jabay and the entire specialty streaming crew, they've been putting in the hours and the work to make this happen.
Well, they have.
And
it shows.
In adverse conditions, obviously, it's not the greatest time in the world to be traveling and doing things, but I think everyone's been doing a really good job,
yes.
and it showed.
Yes.
All right, so I think we're going to step away for a couple minutes, and we'll be back with Slip Angle Live here in just a few. So stay with us. We'll be right back for that.
Till 12:40 or
The Falcon Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falcon Azenis RT660.
are we covering this one? I'm gonna cover my camera and bring a dead one back in and try to pick one up.
For those who demand winning performance on the track, off-road, and everywhere in between, Falken has you covered. Falken Tires, delivering exceptional performance to exceptional drivers since 1983.
Hey, Abe.
Hey, Adam.
We're at Mid-Ohio.
We are at Mid-Ohio.
I just had the best race of my entire life. I'm still shaking.
How's
Great.
the track?
It dried out for the last GLTC race, and it's Mid-Ohio. It's a really fun track to drive. I've loved this place since probably 2010 was the first time I was here, I believe, and I just love this track. It's fun to drive on. So.
I think I've only driven here like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
But one of those was a rainy weekend in November a few years back. So
yeah, that'll be slick.
It was pretty slippery.
Time Attack has had some pretty fast laps here this weekend. How are we doing as far as resets and track records?
I think there's 6 or 7 track records that have been set since yesterday. I watched the trio of track mod Corvettes go out this morning session and take their warm-up lap and then promptly pull back into...
that was right after the first GLTC practice race, and I'll tell you what, that track, it was wildly unpredictable.
I don't think that cars with that much torque... They really just don't have a chance because there's almost no way to modulate the throttle you need to get traction in a rear-wheel drive car. It just doesn't seem like it works.
Yeah, especially when you've got what is Ferris running about?
I think it's 850.
His low boost is like 850. It's what Swenson's making.
600. So both Fleming and Swenson and Paul Curley as well, I think, all have really similar setups.
Right.
And they're right around 600.
Okay.
But Swenson and Fleming both have new sequentials in this year. So drivers are taking advantage of an allowance in the rulebook that we made for over last year. And it seems like for those in track mod, if you really want to go fast, you need a sequential.
Right. A sequential, the dog box. I think, what is... what do our Canadian friends run? What does Borsman have in that thing? I think he's got a full dog box.
I think that's right. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean the big power cars, they're unlimited level cars, power wise, or more in some cases. It's really cool to see him blaring past you on the front straight and like no lift shifting.
It sounds so cool.
Yeah, but it also puts a little bit of parity with Global Time Attack and Super Lap Battle as far as rules allowances with Track Mod class. And
I think it's great to see crossover because what it allows for drivers is the ability to kind of fill in the entire season as they work through events.
And also compete against people in different regions I think overall with the Alliance of North American Time Attack Association, that's been we're trying to make the cars pretty easy to swap between comparable classes. So yeah, Track Mod, it's the year of the sequential trans Corvette. So
I feel like I've been saying it on the show for a while. I'm pretty confident that there is a Corvette that can win almost every class.
Just about.
Cars are just they're so good, and the C5 and C6 especially are lightweight.
Yeah.
And they come with what I would call like heavy duty equipment, right? Like the transmission is big and it's sturdy. And if you compare that to maybe Borsma's build by comparison, you're talking about trying to put 700 horsepower through a Honda engineered transmission. It's just more difficult.
Yeah, the case you can literally put it on your lap and not be wildly uncomfortable. It's not even a big transmission. But yeah, you're talking about a car that was designed to get groceries and go to work versus a Corvette. So, but it's amazing how close lap times over the past 3 or 4 years have actually been with such disparity in the way a car starts, you know. Yeah, super tight competition in street class and street mod this year. Been crazy.
So GRIDLIFE posted a video after Autobahn where they had in-car video with data overlay showing the podium finishers for street mod, and we're talking like finish differences within fractions of a second.
Yeah, was it less than 2/10?
I think it was. Yeah, and so we're seeing similar here. Jackie and Sean Krebsbach have traded leadership position several times already, just in the last day.
Jackie was he was praying for rain this morning because I think he came into the morning with the lead. In the A90 Supra, and then Krebsbach in the Evo just so dialed every time.
Well,
always figuring something out, but he never puts a wheel wrong. It appears, at least.
I think for him, it kind of has to be that way. He's been hitting up a bunch of different chats and things on Facebook.
Yep.
He really only gets one opportunity. The engine in the car makes a lot of power.
And it's very little.
But it's got a ton of blow-by, and so it's filling up an extra large catch can pretty quickly, and so he usually only does one hot lap before things start to get out of control and he has to bring it in.
Yeah, the mind game of Time Attack, when you're really like when you get 1 or 2 laps only, and it's a car that's so high strung, you're trying to keep it alive. I think that is really where a lot of drivers over the past 4 or 5 years have made the biggest strides, is learning how to play that game with those cars, and really just get that mental game as dialed as they can, because they only get 1 or 2 shots. You look at the unlimited class over the past 5 years, they've never done more than 15 laps in a weekend.
Definitely
like a
not.
True unlimited build. Will, James, and I mean we've got a pretty wild unlimited car here, the RX-7. It's probably the most reliable unlimited car we've ever seen.
Probably.
And it's a 4-rotor. It sounds like an F1 car.
It's very, very cool. But that one's still NA, is that right?
Yeah, it is. He's on a 430 horsepower tune, Logan Carswell, this weekend. So
430 horsepower. So like
huge difference.
Do you remember when you were first starting to get into cars, and we were talking about like high power cars being like 300 horsepower?
Right.
And now, like even in street mod, I would argue if you don't have more than 500, you're not going to be anywhere close to the podium.
It's pretty wild how fast he could go with 430 horsepower. I mean, his best time here ever, I think, is a 130. and it doesn't have the craziest aero. It's a beautiful car, but
It looks like an old Japanese racing car.
yeah, it's built to look like old IMSA car or a JGTC or whatever you call it. So yeah, overall I think Time Attack's been it's been so crazy this year, more crazy than I ever expected.
Yeah, I really didn't either, and I'm actually really surprised. Josh Halka was kind of working his way through the rule book in Street Class and found a couple of Easter egg loopholes that were in the rule book, and has taken advantage of those and made adjustments to his turbocharger setup that is still within the confines of the rules. And I think his competitors kind of just assumed that he'd walk away with it. But at the moment, we're seeing Austin Hurdle, I think, within a 10th.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, fantastic, because you've got a 370Z and a STI swapped WRX kind of competing neck and neck on a track like this.
I think his actually is an STI, isn't it?
I don't think so.
I can't remember now.
But what is interesting about that car is that he drives double duty with his dad. So Josh goes out and does the Time Attack sessions, and then swaps cars, and
then
they do
fix it. And Tom gets in for advance. It's always something with that car. I think he said he's had the engine out like 20 times in the past 5 years. It's always something.
Well, it is a Subaru.
They are easier to work on when you pull the engine. And I've seen an engine get pulled in one of those things in 40 minutes. Pulled and put back in 40 minutes. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, they're not terrible to work on. If you take the engine apart.
For me, I just don't want to do that. I don't have that kind of mechanical talent.
What do you think of the super tight competition in Street Class besides them? I mean, we've got a lot of people in the hunt for like P4.
Yeah.
P3, P4.
We've got like Charles Miller is definitely in the hunt. Yes. Austin, of course, and
Charles, past champion, season champion in an Evo versus the 370Z and the Subaru.
Yeah, it's I'm excited about every competition class this year. I think we're missing the Canadians in Unlimited, though. I think the border being closed, it's kind of remarkable how at the North American level, how much Unlimited Time Attack depends on the showing of those
those two competitors, and it almost couldn't have came at a better time for both of them, because Will's on a full rebuild schedule this year. After a big
losing the car at Road America,
big mechanical induced wreck at Road America, and luckily safety equipment worked. So that's a plug for safety equipment. Please overbuild your cars, such as Will did. And then James's car is on a full rebuild.
James's cars.
Well, his Time Attack car is the one he drives now, and now he's got the Evo.
He's got the Evo too,
also.
Right?
And they're doing a lot of work. Doing a lot of work this year. Gives them a bigger off season at least.
Yeah, for sure. Because I think the development pace for those cars is so crazy that it takes a team of a half dozen people to stay on top.
Yeah.
Right. Like one, you're kind of fixing the car throughout the season, but also it's probably not. To a much lesser degree, but it's probably similar to Formula One in that it's somebody's job to think about what you're going to do next, and it's someone's job to just fix what you have today.
Right. James has talked about it and kind of laid it out. Like if you look at the development cycle of some of the pro racing in the Porsche world, and the people that have worked in all the different people that have worked on those 911s for the last, 25 years. The amount of data and like the knowledge base, that's something, I mean, you can never rebuild that in Time Attack world.
Right.
But it's really impressive how far they've came in the last 4 or 5 years even.
But James, like several other Time Attack drivers, has made a transition, at least for part of his weekend, into GLTC.
Well, yeah, I was hoping to all year. But, Time Attack Retirement Home is what Unlimited Time Attack Retirement Home is what we jokingly called it. But yeah, GLTC GridLife Touring Cup has been a landing place for cheap engine builds for a lot of Unlimited Time Attack drivers, I think.
Well, it's funny. I think we'll talk about Luke McGrew for just a minute. He transitioned from Viper ACR that he campaigned for a year and a half in GRIDLIFE TrackBattle and had a whole bunch of success and turned, 5 million laps on the racetrack.
All the laps.
Transitioned into GLTC this year and was driving an NC Miata with a 2.5 swap, and has had nothing but hard luck since he's made that transition.
But he had that car within 0.3 of the overall lap record yesterday.
Well, I mean,
the car is so close.
It's close. I think he just needs an engine that'll
2.5
not eat
Duratec.
itself.
He last night they were suspecting that it might have been top-end failure this time. And that caused everything to fail. It was a stock valve spring motor with forged rods and pistons. I think it was 13-1, but it made like, 216 or something like that. That's 2.5 Duratec swap in the NC. We've talked about these builds a bunch on Slip Angle on the podcast because one of our co-hosts, Derek Yarbrough, has one. He was the first one to do that 2.5 swap. But yeah,
I think he's leading everyone astray. I think is what it is.
But Derek's leading them in reliability too. That car doesn't break. So.
It's very, very weird.
Yeah.
But, last night, Derek was
few moments,
razzing Luke
okay.
pretty hard because apparently Luke has a habit of letting that motor zing on downshifts and not worrying about it.
Yeah, I think he's doing like 5th to 3rd downshifts and letting it eat. And that's a suspected top-end failure inducer, but yeah, really cool to see him. I mean, they're doing him and Eric Meadows and Justin Lee and Derek Yarbrough basically developing this car, these NCs, with this swap and trying to figure out the weak links. And they're doing pretty well as far as position-wise, but they do seem to pull more motors. The K24 is the venerable monster. That's what Andy Smedegaard has chosen. In an S2000 build.
Yeah, he was. He and I were chatting last week, and we were talking about his experience in GLTC as compared to Time Attack, and what he was saying was that he found it equally fun at 1/10 the price.
Yeah, I can understand that. I just had the most fun I've ever had anywhere ever in racing. And yeah, it's pretty fun. Like, it doesn't get a lot better than a good GLTC battle. It just couldn't get
so
better.
I've been sitting up here in the timing tower, so I see you come out of carousel and then go into turn 1. But tell me about how the race went.
The last race we had kind of a slippery. It was points race 1. It was actually the 3rd race of the weekend. We had 2 practice races, sort of to really familiarize. We had a big field this weekend to familiarize some of the newer drivers as far as experience-wise in wheel-to-wheel, and just work on. It's practice racing is something that we want to do a little bit more of to try to really make clean points races. But it was wet in the practice race. It was pretty dry. We had one lap where it wasn't basically perfect. The opening lap was pretty rowdy. It was still a little damp in China Beach, but super clean. The battle at the front, I guess, was crazy.
It was crazy. Yeah. So then within the last 2 laps, things really, really tightened up.
Yeah.
And
Lichty said, DJ, I saw him in impound. I did talk to a few people after the race, but nothing negative. I wanted to go hug Wes Penn and Scott Robertson because, I mean, even though I'm not allowed to, I didn't hug them. I did fist bump. But I had the best race with those two. A couple of K-Miatas, one on street tires, one on Hoosiers. It was just, I mean, we must have traded positions 40 times, it felt like. It was so fun.
With the leaders, actually, it was coming out of carousel right before the white flag, I think. Lichty appeared to have made the pass on, had lost it by keyhole.
Yeah.
And so I think as those two were battling against each other, DJ was able to stretch just a little bit and find a clean last lap on his way to his first win, I think, which is exciting.
I think it was his first win. Lichty said that DJ didn't put a wheel wrong. That was his quote, and drove a perfect race. So it kind of sounds like it was that was the case. So congrats to him. He's really been working on that 07 Civic Si, I think.
I think it's an 06. And if I heard Kyle right, he said that it's actually a K20 car.
It is.
So he hasn't done a swap on that, which is I don't know how many other K20s are running in the field because I think almost everybody chooses to do the K24.
He's done quite a bit of development to it. He got it. Somebody was giving it away. I think it was Peter Lear, who's a one-lap driver, friends with some people watching the stream. He was basically giving it away to a young driver and he kind of took applications in a semi-informal way. And somebody that wanted to get on track and probably wouldn't go wheel-to-wheel racing without having a free car to start with. And that's the story with that car. So DJ's since been slowly working into fresh tires. He's got new MCS suspension on it, I believe. It's the car is really getting fast. And DJ's a wheel man. He comes from the iRacing world, and he's a very fast digital driver. And obviously that pays dividends here.
And he, in the last weekend or two, just got back from Spec MX-5 at Road Atlanta. Is that right?
Yeah, he won a Spec MX-5 race in iRacing. He won the Spec MX-5 or whatever the iRacing series was, that, and the prize was a race weekend. So, yeah, he just raced at Road Atlanta. I think it was last weekend. But.
It's a busy weekend for a lot of people. I was trying to think about the breadth of location that GridLife's pulls drivers, and we had a number of people drive from Texas, which was probably one of the longer tows this year. And Sally came from Arizona.
Yep.
So yeah,
did pretty well in the last race, I guess.
I heard, yeah,
P11 or so. So.
There was one more thing I wanted to talk about with Time Attack, and I think it was, I was talking to Sean Krebs back in the field in the paddock yesterday, and he and I both agree that competition is so close in pretty much all the classes that you really probably need 4 wins to get a season championship this year. I don't think there's any margin for error. But because Alex Moss isn't present this weekend, it's kind of a wash because Jackie hasn't yet won any events, and so Sean's not directly competing with Jackie.
Right.
And so Sean was basically saying that he's pretty confident for him to win the season championship again this year. He will need to compete directly with Moss at an event and take the win, which he's not yet done.
Right. And with the new point scoring system, the points are going to be, it's going to be within like 1 point.
Yep.
It's going to be so close.
The way points work in Time Attack this year is points are sorted by class, and for a win at an event, you get 100 points.
Right.
And for every 10th of a second that driver number 2 is behind, they get that many fewer points.
Right.
And so what we've seen so far is the competition be so close that
we've literally had multiple 100s.
We have had several 100s, which I think means that someone is going to have to get 4 wins, and there's a really good chance that even if they do, it might come down to the tiebreaker in the rule book.
It's something I never expected when we started doing Time Attack. I never expected to see, because we were seeing 5-second spreads, like in P1 to P3. But I never expected to see the whole podium on the same 10th of a second, or 2/10.
We're seeing that right now. We're seeing it in track mod, we're seeing it in street mod, and in street. So those are our kind of basic GridLife classes. Newer class over the last couple of years has been Street GT, and it's Kobe Shield that's kind of dove in head first.
Yep.
To develop that class, and he's got a Camaro SS 1LE, and he's right now just busy dominating every event that he goes to.
He was in the rain in the wet session right after the GLTC practice race and running. I think he set his best of 41 in the wet. Like, that's pretty fast.
It's really good.
With a big old car on street tires, that is fast.
And in his case, he's got some other competitors in class, which is good for him.
Right.
Those people are in newer builds, and they're a little bit less developed. So last year at Summit Point, we saw Alex Arteat show up and be really quick, and he was driving an STI, and I think he lost the motor at that event, but has since changed.
No, he lost an axle. He had to go find an axle.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, he drove it there, I think.
No, how did he get home?
Yeah,
I think he lost a motor on the way home.
I don't think so, but I could be wrong. It's a Subaru thing. They do lose motors.
It's a consumable.
Yeah.
But apparently 2.5 NCs are consumable too.
They are. It must be the 2.5 thing.
It could be.
Yeah, that's a bad leader.
But Alex Arteat has moved to an M3 this year, and it's one of those turbocharged 6-cylinder M3s, I think.
Yeah. The newer ones.
Yeah, one of the newer ones. I think his is a 15 or a 16. Decently quick car, but I think he's got some room to develop because but it may not be the best choice for Street GT because the tire allowance in Street GT is very wide, or as wide as any factory trim.
Right.
And I'm not sure how much tire he can fit underneath that BMW.
Yeah, it's cool to see a more than just Camaros and Corvettes come out in the class, though. We've seen some V8 stuff in the Mustang world. But yeah, that's a class for naturally aspirated V8s or forced induction 6-cylinders.
Or 5 cylinders.
Or 5s, that's true. We had one 5-cylinder, didn't we?
I think it's shown up on occasion. Someone I know, one lap of America winner last year.
Okay.
That's Micaiah Hackbarth.
Oh, that's
has a wicked TTRS.
Super fast.
With
like almost scary how fast.
It's unbelievably fast, and it's
Right.
kind of effortless. So the DSG in that car seems to be super reliable.
Strong.
And it's really, really hard to beat a car that can make 750 to the wheels without major engine modifications, right? We're talking about like a turbo swap and a downpipe and an intercooler and a tune, right?
Like the stuff that everybody used to do to their SRT4 to do whistly noises in the parking lot. Like you can make 800 horsepower with that car.
It's so crazy. And then apparently the Trans is good for 1,000.
That's
So
so gnarly.
if you want to get into a build that's a little bit more sophisticated, I think it's if you do like forged internals and things like that, getting over 1,000 is not actually that hard.
Right. Yeah, that'd be cool to see that car out at more events, or cars like it too. They're getting to be in the attainable price range too. So.
Yeah, so a TTRS, I think a used one you might be able to find for like 50.
I think Micaiah bought his as a salvage car. Right?
He did, and then he rebuilt it. I think he paid about 30 for his.
Yeah, that's a lot of cars.
And so
$1,000.
$30,000, and you buy a car that's got the potential to win one lap of America and
did.
come out and just slay Time Attack.
I think they were on stock suspension at one lap, weren't they?
They might have been.
Or
yeah.
in testing, at least they were.
It's,
but that's a mag ride car, I believe.
Well, one of the things that I think is most interesting to me about that car is we've seen Jackie Ding in the Supra have to spend time and effort and money fighting or undoing some of the challenges that have been presented by the computer controls and electronics.
Yeah, the factory stuff.
The TTRS doesn't really seem to be that way.
Yeah,
where you
that's
just
cool.
make those swaps and you kind of deactivate some things, and the car just continues to run.
Yeah.
And so Micaiah gave me a ride at Barber Motorsports Park in January. We were down for a track day, and he left the car in automatic mode and just drove it, and he was running seconds faster than some of the fastest street mod cars in the country.
The last night the topic came up, and a show we're going to do soon, maybe tonight, with one of our directors at GLTC, Scott Giles. He said, I'm getting too old to row gears. I want to get a PDK car. There's something cool about not having to shift, which is a thing that we're seeing in street mod happen to cars that typically come only with manual transmissions too.
Yeah, it's highly contested. It's a polarizing issue, but right now there's no restriction on transmission swaps in street mod.
As long as it's an original equipment from a vehicle source transmit. You can't put a Samsonis or something like that
Yeah,
in there.
but
You can put a
officially those are
PDK.
sequential gearboxes,
Right.
and so those are disallowed. But what we are seeing is some people do some development on cars, DCT cars into older chassis.
Yeah, and it's becoming a thing in Miata world because these transmissions are getting cheap and they're strong, and like they make the car faster. If you don't have to push the clutch in,
Yep.
You push the gas pedal more. So
I mean, no doubt that they're faster, but also seeing kind of eliminating some of that driver error that could put excess wear and tear on differentials and axles and all of those things too.
yeah, upset the car. You have more chances to screw things up when you're downshifting. It's just it does make some sense. So
I don't know. Especially, let's use the S2000 and Alex Moss's car as an example. If you have a car that's making between 500 and 600 wheel horsepower in the street mod class, and you're going through axles and transmissions pretty regularly because it becomes a consumable item at that point, there's a huge upfront development cost to put a DCT into a car, especially if you're kind of developing the swap and it's not something that's just like off the shelf.
Yep.
But I would argue that probably in the long term, it's going to save you time and headache because your event weekends won't be cut short because of a mechanical failure.
And it might actually, over the course of 2 or 3 seasons, might save a bunch of money because S2000 transmissions and stuff like that, it's not free. Like those, they only made so many S2000s. It's not a free part. You can't just keep finding them forever. The price will go up. So.
Yep. Yeah. And we've seen Andy do a lot of work in the last couple of years. Andy Smedgard, who's driving a huge amount of development in the S2000 community to pull out the factory F motors and put in K motors because they're you can make equivalent power. And
they made a lot more of them.
They made a lot more. So the swaps are, once the swap is done, the source engines are really, really inexpensive.
Right.
And Alex Moss, in this case, has run a factory stock motor that's been turbocharged, I think, for this entire year and hasn't had any mechanical issues.
Right.
So in those cases, I think what they're going to start doing is turning things up a little bit to find where the limit of that car is before things start to break.
I think they broke a differential and a transmission so far, and that's it.
And he's not here this weekend because his car is
Under the knife.
Is under the knife, getting ready for that swap.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. Anything that Andy touches turns to fast, so I think it's going to be fast.
Well, this isn't an advertisement for Andy, but before I sold the Evo, I had Andy do a bunch of work on that car. And the other thing that I think is incredible about Andy is that he's one of the faster mechanics that I've ever seen work on cars. And so if he tells you he's going to do something and it's going to take 3 hours, that's how long it takes. And
it might take 2.
It might take 2. I think a few years ago at Super Lap Battle, Professional Awesome had a transmission failure, and Andy Smedgard and Mike Lewin ended up swapping the trans in the PA Evo in like 40 minutes or something. So those guys know how to work on cars, and I think at the unlimited level, it's a prerequisite.
Yeah, and I think that's also, it's a reason that we see them and the rest of the 365 Racing, RS Motors, all those buddies, we see them pretty successful whenever they show up, is because they know how to fix the car, and time attacks hard. And then they also know how to drive the car because they drive a lot. So
well, I don't recall if I've told you this, but did you know that Ronnie from RS Motors and Andy have an internal challenge against each other, a competition against each other throughout a racing weekend where their goal, if they see someone loading up a car onto a trailer before the weekend is over, they compete with each other to try and figure out what's wrong with that car and if there's anything they can do to help that driver get back on track.
Who can put the most cars back on track is like the competition, right?
Yeah, that's it. And they do a lot. And they don't just help out people on their team. They walk the paddock and find people that need help.
I think the spirit of these events, GTA events, it's not fun if you're an island competing against a bunch of islands. Like this is a whole sea of it's a community. I think that's the best part about all this.
Well, I think the racing is just too hard.
Yeah.
If you're not having fun with your friends, it becomes a burden, right? And there's a reason people spend as much time and money and hours in the car to come to these events. And some of it is on track, but most of it you can find in the paddock.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard for me to go to bed at night because there's too many people to talk to. So
we did a show last night with Blake Meredith and his daughter
Sarah,
and also Mike Taylor. And I think it's great to see those guys because we haven't seen them much.
They drove up from Atlanta just to basically help out. Mike brought a GLTC car. He's on the GLTC rules committee. He brought a GLTC car and that broke like in practice. Lost a harmonic dampener and he thinks the flywheel's loose. It's a K24 swapped old Supra. So something's going on with he lost the clutch, and he said, no, it's fine. But up here just to hang out because it's a fun place to hang out. So, for me, that's the biggest win is the people that are present at these events. So.
Yeah, this is my first weekend back, so I'm doing the same job that I have been doing for this entire season.
Yeah.
But now it's great to be in the paddock and actually get to see some people again.
Yeah, with a newborn baby, it wasn't wise for you to, or you were going to have a baby, and then you had a baby.
That's right.
It wasn't quite wise for you to come see a bunch of gross, sweaty people. So
it's never a good idea to see a bunch of gross, sweaty people, but I get to wear my mask, and that means I'm protected.
This is probably, I think this is the hardest we've ever pushed everybody to wear masks. Part of it because it's Ohio law right now, but I'm pretty proud of the paddock right now, and I hope they keep for the next 24 or 36 hours. I hope they keep wearing those masks, and it's been a good spread out paddock, and it's been a really fun event.
So I think the next session on track pretty soon, they're going to be time attack sprints.
Pretty
time
attack short races.
And I don't know if they're going to beat the rain, but it's going to be close. And so if the track is dry, which it appears to be, any driver in Group A is going to have to seize the opportunity, because this really could be it.
I'm going to pull up the there might be some time tomorrow too. Pull up the radar. We might be okay for a little while. Yeah, we might be. It's pulling away here.
Yeah, we might get it. I think drivers will be.
There's a lot of little stuff. You see the little stuff?
I see a little stuff. That doesn't help anyone on screen here. But,
no. Little stuff. Probably can't see that.
One of the time attack drivers texted me about 5 a.m. this morning, and he told me we needed an emergency time attack session at like 6 a.m.
Oh, was that Krebsback?
It was.
He texted me too. Sorry, I probably can't get all those workers out. I can't roust them that early. But I think that's actually when it rained. That was the most rain. Was right at 5.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I remember waking up. It's great to be able to stay at the track, and it's great to see everybody. And what do you think is going to happen for the rest of Time Attack this weekend?
I think we're probably going to see. I would say a lot of the faster drivers, they're still developing their cars. If we get dry sessions, I'll bet we see records reset in all the classes again. And I'm really rooting for the 4-rotor to set a personal best. He's been working on that car like crazy.
So a few years ago, we saw a car do a lap on track at Mid-Ohio, and it was a street tire car. And to the best of our knowledge, it was the first street tire car to run under 130 on the pro course.
Right.
I think all of us were really excited to see it.
Yeah.
Tom was driving kind of a customer car, Viper ACR.
Yeah.
And now TrackMod routinely gets into the 129s, and in fact, in this case, into the 128s,
Yep.
low 128s. It's going to be a battle between Jackie Ding and Sean Krebsback to see who's the first street mod car to get into the 29s.
What's the current record in street mod?
30.2.
Yep.
And so I think both of them have the potential. But what's really impressive to me between those two is street mod cars are aero and tire limited, right? They're tire width restricted. And if you compare, let's say, a Viper ACR, has all the tire in the world underneath it and a whole bunch of aero to make it fast.
Mm-hmm.
The street mod cars are much more handicapped, and so to see that potentially get into the 29s is going to be really impressive.
That's a 285.
Yep.
It's so crazy.
Well, and
255.
Sean's on a 255, and that's incredible. And I think it says a lot about tire development, but to me, it also says a ton about driver development.
Yeah, and it also says that we got lucky with our rules choices. So,
well, you keep getting lucky. Maybe it's not just luck.
I'll call it luck for the end of time. I don't think I've ever patted myself on the back, but I've patted you on the back a few times.
I think it's going to be a dice roll to see who comes out on top on track mod, right? Like it's going to be a Corvette, and the podium will probably be Corvettes.
I don't think anybody's hiding in the shadows that's going to sneak up on them, but I'm hoping for good, fast, clean sessions. I'm going to keep on the PA and the announcements talking about driving up to the limit of your car, your tires, and your talent. So far, it's been a fairly successful Mid-Ohio weekend. So I'm gonna knock on this wooden counter here. GLTC, I'm hoping for a real close points battle. So far, DJ Alessandrini out front with the lead and the win in points for race 1. I can't wait to rewatch that race. It was, personally, I probably wasn't on the stream at all, but I had the best time I've ever had, and that's what we do this for. I almost didn't go out in that race because I thought I should probably just go help with the live stream, and then it turns out that Nick was filling in nice and working well with Kyle, and that we appreciate the help there. And then I thought, well, the track might be drying out. Maybe it's time to go have some fun, and fun was had. So as long as fun keeps getting had, I think we're doing the right thing. But.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend so far, and I'm eager to see if anyone else can go faster.
Yeah, well, that's always the goal. Go faster. We got any other topics?
No, I think we did the topics.
I think we did the topics.
I think we did a show.
Climbing a ladder right there. That's weird. They're setting up for the IndyCar weekend here, I think.
But how has the vibe been in the paddock?
Pretty good.
People having fun?
Pretty good. I've been walking. I've been primarily staying over there. We've got great help in race control and in all the team leads. You guys are all killing it. So I'm kind of vibe managing over there a little bit. So far, so good. So yeah, I'm having a good time.
I think we did a show.
Yeah. Hey, good enough. We checked the levels.
The levels are on the screen.
Oh yeah, you got
it tells us how we're doing.
levels. Did Matt put that up there on purpose?
He must listen to the show.
Yeah, I know he has, and we say a lot of things about levels because we're not professional podcasters. But all right, bud, I appreciate you coming out. It's good to have you at an event. We had you at Honda Meet for a few hours a few weeks ago, but good to have Abe. I feel like I don't have to watch Time Attack so closely.
You know what? Quite honestly, I don't feel like I'm watching Time Attack very closely because I'm doing the live blog. So I try to do all the recaps and post things to the website. So if you're listening to the show right now and you're not following along on the live blog, it's on the front page of GRIDLIFE, and it should give decent recap of what's happening this weekend and also links to live timing, the live stream, and race results that happen throughout the weekend.
Did you see one of the scrutineers? I think Charlie's working as a scrutineer. Did you see a shirt?
I did.
It's so cool. I made a GRIDLIFE scrutineer shirt, and it's got a skull on the front of it. The dreaded scrutineers. But
it's been helpful to have those guys too, because there's more time to walk around and just kind of like keep an eye on stuff. And largely, Time Attack competitors are really honest about what they're doing.
They're generally self-policing too.
And it's self-policing. And
do we have any drama this weekend? Any tire gates or anything?
I haven't heard of any drama.
It'd be nice to not have a tire gate.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion about a new released tire from Nankang, and as far as I know, Jackie's running on it this weekend.
Yes.
So it's a fast tire.
Availability was a problem because of the pandemic, and sizes were a problem because it only happened to come in a size because that was the first one made. But I think we got past tire gate, and it was one of those awkward spots in the rules where it was like, okay, am I breaking more of the rule by saying it's allowed or disallowed?
It's
then we
being in charge of rules is a job that, like, I think people want to be involved with, but I can assure you that being involved with it, it's hard, and the reason it's hard is because there's gray area in the rules on purpose, right? Yeah. It's if everything were black and white, you would inhibit any amount of development and cool stuff happening.
And it also would be a 200-page rule book that nobody read. So.
And they'd still end up sending you an email to say, "I built this thing. Is it legal?"
Right. Did you read the rules? Did you? Arguing the case for legality has been a good move. You've done a good job with that. Make them argue it.
Because if even if I think it should be allowed, perhaps if they argue poorly, you can just say, "Oh, you didn't argue good enough."
Yeah. Better be a better arguer. Well, I hope everybody listening is having a good day. We want to say appreciations to the sponsors and the partners for helping us really keep this year alive. Really great to have the live stream back because of them primarily, and really thanks to all the team too, team leads, grid workers, scrutineers. It's been a good weekend, and hopefully we're about halfway through. Hopefully it keeps coming. So.
More clean racing to come. I think lots of exciting GLTC racing. And then as long as the track stays dry, I think Time Attack's going to be great.
Yeah.
And if the track's really wet, we keep track of those records too, because it's always exciting to see who can be fast in the rain.
Yeah, shockingly fast sometimes too. So I think Jackie Ding might actually have the wet record here, or close to it.
I think he may.
S2000 and naturally aspirated. So.
Yeah. Up at 12:40, which is about 12 minutes from now, should be Time Attack's short sessions, which ran really well at Audubon Country Club. Those short sessions raised the stakes a little bit to encourage drivers to go out and be fast on their first lap, and I think that amount of amplification might just be enough to bring people over the top.
Right. Yeah. It seems like a lot more records got reset in the short sessions at the last two events. One of them was on accident because of a cleanup. We had short sessions, and we had some banger laps clicked off at the end of the day, and so now it's part of the schedule. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Time Attack Group A should be making their way to the false grid here in a few minutes, and it'll be exciting to see those people who want to dry today if they can take advantage.
Mm-hmm. Very good. All right, buddy. I'm gonna go
back
to work.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah, I have to send a text message to everybody. I figured out how to do it on my phone. It's the best.
Best day ever.
Yeah.
So are you going to tell everybody Time Attack Group A to grid?
I am going to do that right now. Still live? You sounded dumb.
Yeah, probably.
GRIDLIFE Track Battle is a relentless pursuit of perfection. Hundreds of hours spent on simulation, engineering, design, and testing, chasing one perfect lap. This race is not against a physical opponent, it's a fight against the clock. The fourth stop in the track battle season, Mid-Ohio's twists and turns are a playground for time attack competitors, whose only goal is to secure a track record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to GRIDLIFE Live from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, round number 4 of the track battle season. It has been a dreary day so far. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Abram Schmucker from GRIDLIFE, and it's been a dreary day, kind of gray, a little bit wet, but it's dried out with more rain potentially on the way.
Yeah, I think wishes granted for this session. A lot of drivers were hoping for dry track this morning. Didn't get it. Many drivers didn't take the opportunity to go out and do some practice in the wet. But things are dry here now, and we're up for a compressed session this early afternoon, and I think drivers are going to take advantage.
I think so too, and I think the challenging conditions earlier are going to make this seem probably easier in comparison. But you were saying with these short sessions coming up that we're probably going to see a heightened intensity here and probably a whole lot faster lap times.
Yeah, we saw a little bit at Autobahn, and I think it's just a little bit of a mental shift among drivers where, you know, they don't have 20 minutes to try and get that perfect lap together in a session. They may only have one opportunity. For some drivers, really, they seize the opportunity.
Yeah, I think so. So we got cars rolling around the track right now. Eric Fleming in a C6 about to roll onto the front straightaway here. That would be the number 126 car. And across the line, he will start a flying lap.
So all three of these leading track mod cars have sequential gearboxes, and hearing them make gear changes as they roll past in front of us it's just a sound that's hard to forget.
It reminds me a lot of the Corvette GT Le Mans. Those IMSA cars, those cars, like, they thunder, you feel them in your chest, especially Swenson's. It comes across the line, and Ferris's too. Is Ferris here this weekend?
Ferris actually just rolled through the pit.
Yep.
Ferris' car sounds a little bit different though, because his is a twin turbo car with the turbos kind of hanging out the sides of the front wheel wells, and so the sound you get from that is really different and distinct.
Yeah, they're really cool cars. They have a whole ton of torque, and I think in the wetter conditions earlier that might have been a challenge to get power down to the ground. But the sequential gearboxes, that's I know for Swenson and for Ferris, it's a relatively new addition.
Yeah, that's new this year. They took off season to redefine the car and build up some new components, and with the allowance of sequential in class, it seems like everybody has jumped to make that change.
So time to beat looks like Eric Fleming's 128.090. You think in these conditions we can get anywhere close? I mean, it's not hot right now per se, so maybe the track tent's cool enough.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think it would be really exciting to see a 27 out of a track mod car, which is still based on DOT. Eric Fleming just rolling through with a 128.864.
Jeremy Swenson with 139.22. So already, when 130s and below, first lap out, and they probably will fall a little bit. Do you think, how many laps do you think they're going to run? I mean, again, a short session, you're going to try to use probably as much as you can of it, or?
I would say probably 1 or 2 hot laps, and that's it. Because if you go back and you look through some of the track data, what you'll find is almost no one does a fast lap on lap 5 or 6.
Right.
So,
if you want to follow along, live timing and scoring is available at Race Hero, so you can follow along with us in real time. Kobe Shield comes across the line, 133.9 for his lap out. I did notice that that some of the street GT cars, they'll run more laps, 3, 4, maybe 5 we saw earlier, but that was, again, changing conditions where you're working up to it. Now with the track dry, I don't think you have to work up to it as much. You can go out, run your fast lap, and then head into the pits and get ready for it.
Doesn't look yet like the track is fully there. It seems like almost all of the drivers are running just a little bit slower than they were yesterday. So maybe need to put a little bit more rubber down, or things maybe just a little greasy on the surface there.
Jackie Ding comes on through street rear-wheel drive, 130.566. And I was saying in the earlier session how much that Jackie and that team have gotten out of the Super chassis. I think it's still relatively new. It's sort of unknown. But they've done a lot of development on that car and gotten it pretty darn fast.
Well, it's for quite a while, they didn't even have the ability to tune it, right? Because the tuning platform really just didn't exist. And he's been making some modifications, and the car is so much faster than it was at version 1 last year. So I don't think that car is at the limit.
Probably not, but you know who is at the limit is Jeremy Swenson. Just ran a 127.702, which by about 3/10 is the fastest lap we've seen so far.
I think that's exciting, and he's going to be excited to see that. That'll definitely be the fastest track mod car we've ever seen. I think it was only a couple of years ago when we were talking about any street-tired car running under 130, and now we see a slew of cars under 130 on street tires, and then Swenson deep into the 27s.
So Eric Fleming just went personal improvement, 128.027 for him, and he had just done that right before Swenson came on through. And obviously, you think you run a really fast lap, you come into the pits, and you look at the time and go, wait a second, how did he go 7/10 faster?
Well, as we're talking here, RS Motors just ran another personal best and reset track record for street mod class with a 130.121.
Is that Halka with issues out of the Subaru here, or is that just, it looks like he's got problems. That's right at the exit of turn 1, and it looks like he's going to stay to driver's right.
So we were just talking about Halka on the Slip Angle Live episode. Apparently he and his dad are pretty good at doing engine swaps in that car because it's a Subaru.
Yeah.
So we don't wish him any bad luck, but this will be familiar territory for him, I think. But he's managed to outperform at every event he's been to this year and is looking like a strong candidate for a street class championship.
Yeah, I think, Subaru Motors, I've always liked how they sound. I think they're really cool sounding cars. But I think you have to really push them hard to get the power out of them and really know what you're doing. And I feel like they know what they're doing because they've done it enough times. But and there's that four-wheel RX-7. That is
I love it so much.
So pretty, and it sounds so good.
I haven't seen that car since last year. It's great to see it back out.
Who's in that car?
That's Logan Carswell. He is, I think, the owner proprietor of Defined Auto Works, and that's what they do. They build rotor engines.
Well, I can tell you, it sounds like the 787B every time it comes by.
I love it.
Such a cool sound.
I just love that sound. I don't know. It doesn't. There are some cars where the noise that comes out is not very inspiring, but that one definitely is.
So it's every time. It's so good. Checkered flag for this session, though. That felt pretty quick, but that's how it goes in these short sessions. Jeremy Swenson's 127.702 still stands for track modified rear-wheel drive. Fleming 3/10 back. RS Motors and street all-wheel drive, a 130.1, quickest of them so far. Jackie Ding, street rear-wheel drive, a 130.566 is where that will stand. He did run a 130.586, so very consistent, but didn't improve on his second lap out.
And I don't think that Swenson has seen Checker yet, unless I'm wrong. I think he might actually be out on a fast lap.
He just came through turn 10 here, so I think he is coming into the carousel, and we should know here shortly if he's going to carry on, and it looks like he is going to.
Let's see if he's able to improve further.
Got to beat a 127.702. Can he do it? 127.802 by a 10th.
Oh, man, so close. Great couple of laps, back-to-back, high-quality laps.
Eric Fleming just went faster, 127.743, brings him within 41 thousandths of Swenson. How about
what
that?
What a fantastic battle. Those guys have traded leadership on the track mod podium a few times this weekend already. Drivers wasting no time in this short session to try and do their personal best.
Really impressive how close that is there. And, of course, every time I look at these timing screens in these sessions today, whether it's GLTC, whether it's Time Attack, lit up with green. Drivers improving every lap that they do. I think for a lot of the field, their third lap was their best lap. And for Eric Fleming, it was 4. But, again, they're probably taking a cool-down lap in between to kind of calm things down and go again. But interesting to watch the Corvettes go out there and rip some fast lap. I don't think Ferris Khartoumi got a lap in.
He did not. This will be, I think, the first weekend where he's not running away from the competition. That build is still in development, and I'm sure there's a few teething issues, and he ran incredibly fast at Autobahn, but the car was not running great. Even he would say at that time. So as they continue to get that car figured out, I think there's no doubt that it's going to be very, very fast to every event that it goes to.
He was fighting a whole bank of cylinders not running, wasn't it?
I think it was something like that. It's a pretty wild build.
That's a very expensive 4-cylinder motor that doesn't get a whole lot of good gas mileage.
Yeah, right. As far as I know, it's like a full Motec ECU setup with a sequential gearbox. It's a twin turbo setup. I think it's the G900 turbos, like big turbos hanging off the side, and it's a full dry sump setup. The car is a really, really incredible sight to see, and he's done a complete redevelop over last year, because at that time he was only an NA car with a very similar setup to Eric and Swenson.
Surprised to see Fleming come on by. I think he'd already taken the checkered, so that time did not count.
We've got a runaway.
So they'll have to go corral him back on course, or off course rather. We got the Group B coming up here shortly, as soon as we clear the racetrack. I guess any potential for oil out there at the exit of 1? I haven't really seen anybody slip and slide, but with Halka's potential motor
I don't
expiration.
know. I mean, but you see Fleming running fast laps right there at the end. It can't be too bad if there is anything.
That's true. I guess everyone's on high alert after Luke over there in the S's yesterday over the crest.
Man, just hard luck for that guy. It never ends.
I feel bad talking about it, but it was such a spectacular. I mean, some engines just let go, and then some go, and that was one of those ones that just like a World War II fighter plane falling out of the sky.
Do you ever watch old F1 races when they were still NA?
Yeah.
I think the catchphrase was like kablamo. I think that was a kablamo type failure.
Yeah. I was standing right over there, and I was walking up the hill to see what happened, and it was thick smoke. But I feel bad for Luke. He's a great guy. He'll be back. He'll build another 5th one or whatever he's on and be right back.
We were trying to get him to go to the junkyard overnight and pick up another motor to put into the car for today, but he wasn't having it.
I think he just sold his Vopper the other day.
Yeah,
Vopper.
I've done a lot of laps in the passenger seat of that car. I will miss it.
Yeah, I back at Road Atlanta, we were going to have the opportunity to ride with him, and then he broke his diff before we got a chance. So we went out with him in one of the Bilstein Challengers.
So you're more from the East Coast.
Yeah.
Last year, GRIDLIFE went to Summit Point.
Yep.
We were on the Shenandoah circuit, which was an incredibly fun, very tight autocross style of track. But kind of in the middle of the circuit, there is an up over crest jump.
Yep.
And he and I went up over crest into the air at like 130 miles an hour, which was quite an experience, and probably not one that I recommend for everybody, because it was a little gnarly.
Yeah. We were talking about that last night in the paddock, Luke and I, about his transition from Time Attack to GLTC. And I don't think it was so much about the format of what was going on. I think he just wanted something different, where he felt like the lower powered cars were more fun.
Yeah.
And I think you see that with the spec fits we'll see in Group C. Those guys are doing all of 80 miles an hour, and they have the biggest smiles on their face.
Well, I think a challenge for his setup as well. There's no doubt that the Viper ACR that he was running was among the fastest track mod cars in the country. And he, I think, ended up winning the Seasons Points Championship last year in track mod. But he was lagging behind just a little bit by the end of the season in overall pace. And I think in part it's just because the car made so much downforce that on the tracks with long straights, he wasn't making up as much time as some of the lower downforce cars. And for him to really elevate the performance of that car further was a pretty sizable expenditure. I mean, he had, I think, built heads and cams last year, which put the car right around 700 wheel horsepower. But to go beyond that was a big job.
Yeah.
And at that point, if you've campaigned a full year and you've had some great success, sometimes people just want a different experience.
Yeah, it looks like we got a car getting towed on back, coming over the crest here into turn 11. And it looks like
I think it's
the car with the big wing. I can see the wing from a mile away.
Who is that?
It's
Grant Walker.
That's right, the 460 car, track modified rear wheel drive. Well, he ran a 139.1 before everything went wrong, but that might have been why the session might have ended even a little early. Back when the checkered flew, that might have been the reason why.
Could be. Yeah, it's Time Attack is is a hard thing. It's a tough experience. But
Well, and I think you mentioned, and this is especially true with unlimited cars, how much time you spend trying to find every last little bit of performance. And this is true of any class, but especially in unlimited where you got more to play with.
I think there is there's maybe a lack of familiarity with the unlimited class, and these cars they resemble road cars, but the amount of development time and money that goes into making them as fast as they are is remarkable. And any car in unlimited that is at the forefront or the pointy end of the competition field in North America has a team of people that work on the car full time. I'll use Professional Awesome as an example. They have an Evo 9 that is very, very fast, and that's what they do. Those guys are all friends, and that's what they do at their house outside of work. That's the hobby. And that's almost never can you pull a group of people together to spend that much time to develop cars for that kind of racing.
Absolutely. So just waiting for the tow to finish up here, and maybe if there's any cleanup tasks to be done, we'll do that. But let's take another look at our event schedule for today. Time Attack Short Sessions, what's going on right now at 2:40. GridLife Touring Cup Top 10 Shootout at 2:40 this afternoon. Then 3:50 Time Attack Heat number 5. And we'll round out the day at 4:50 p.m. with GridLife Touring Cup Race 2. Again, all these times in Eastern. But GLTC was a lot of fun earlier, and so was Time Attack. We get to roll Group B out on the racetrack right now, and led by the number 32 car and the 70 and everyone else parading out onto the circuit here in Turn 1.
So an interesting thing about the Group B cars is sometimes they're going to be a little bit less developed, or they'll be earlier in their development, both as a driver and as a car. And so it's not uncommon to see drivers from B progress into A as they get more driver skill and the cars get a little bit more refined. And so these guys are the ones to watch out for later on in the year and next year, because you're going to start to see improvements in time that's really impressive.
So throttling up towards the keyhole now and getting cars up to speed and temperature. And obviously, when you're running on slicks like you are in GLTC, there's a lot of tire warm up here. What's the prep like on the outlap here for these guys in Time Attack Group B?
A little bit of effort to warm up the tires, but all of these cars are very close to full weight, and you really don't want to do very much to bring too much heat into them. You only want enough heat to have confidence into the braking in Turn 1, because any more than that, and you worry about overheating the tire and losing the potential by the end of that first lap.
Such a pretty area of the racetrack, turn 4 and 5 down into 6. This S section is very photogenic, and it's really cool to watch the cars sweep through there. Hammer the curb on the right into 4, and then you're very lightweight coming over the crests into 5 because the track falls away from you there.
Absolutely, and you sometimes see drivers get a little bit too courageous coming up over Madness, and it has seen the tail end of that car step out. It can be tricky, and if you really don't respect that corner, you can lose a car into the tire wall.
Yeah, what's interesting though is so far today, and it's I haven't seen everything. I don't have hawk vision, but I haven't seen a lot of cars go off there. It's been a lot of them have been in the final sector here in the carousel, because this is a very bumpy section.
Well, especially in Group A, what you'll see is cars as they exit the carousel and come onto the straight before start finish. It's kind of remarkable. The rear-wheel drive cars especially will tend to float to the right, even though they appear to be pointed, wheels going forward. The car still ends up tracking right, and sometimes that's just because of wheel spin coming through that corner where the car just naturally floats out, and then as gear changes are made, they really start to hook up.
Ron Mullet down into keyhole for his first flying lap here on the number 32 C5 Corvette. And you can watch that car dig on corner action. A little bit of rear slide out of that car. He's got the power down, and then a launch down the long back straight. And this, I said earlier, that this back straightaway is a lot longer than it looks because of the kink in the middle, and you don't see it from all one angle, right?
Cars here are probably in the 145 to 160 mile per hour range before they break into China Beach.
That's fast. That's really, really fast. And China Beach, the runoff area, the gravel trap falls away from the track too. So you're basically, it looks like there's a cliff.
Yeah.
When you come over there. But Mullet works his way now through the S's And those yellow curbs have rumble strip grooving in them, which I guess now that everything's dried off, you're good to use. But earlier it would have been very slippery to be
Yeah,
on those.
and I think we saw this morning's session, as things were a little bit wet, some drivers were taking what I would call the rain line and tended to be fast. And some drivers were not aware that you want to stay off the traditional line
Right.
to be fast here in the rain.
It feels very very foreign to spend all this time learning how to run lines and then to not use any of them.
Exactly right. I've driven here in the rain a few years back, and it's an experience. There is almost no grip. It's a wild time.
136.440 for Ron Mullet as he comes on through. Nicholas Kors in the 70, 137.504 in street front wheel drive, street rear wheel drive. That is the Gears and Gasoline guys, I believe, right? In the 36, or is that not the Ben? That's not the right Ben.
Ben
Wrong Ben.
is the
Wrong Ben.
white RX-7.
Oh, that's right. He's the RX.
Love that car so much.
There's a lot of Bens out there in Time Attack. You gotta keep track of them all. But all right, so there he is. That's the one we're looking for as he comes on through and sweeps down through Keyhole. And again, this is another corner that is very deceiving from this angle. It really drops away on exit.
Absolutely.
Very much, the same way that Turn 5 does. It's hard to get an angle on it because it's kind of the lead up to it's very gradual. Then it drops away. Then it's a gradual slope down to 4.
In my experience, Keyhole especially is a corner that really favors the all-wheel drive cars because the way they put power down coming out of Keyhole is hard to replicate in any other drivetrain.
Yeah, it's Ben working his way down through Turn 6 now. Right-hander underneath the bridge. And he'll head up over the crest on the backside of the course. And they disappear for a moment before they appear in Thunder Valley. And you feel like you're very much in a valley over there between the Armco on one side and the embankment on the other.
And the fast line in that area is right up against that Armco. It's especially as a passenger in some of the DE sessions, you can absolutely reach out and touch it. And I think it's almost a badge of honor to clip your mirror on the Armco there.
Ron Mullet comes on through. Will he improve? He will not. That was a 137.1. Nick Kors across the line in the 70. That is an improvement, a 137.121 for his street front wheel drive entry. And Alex Westergaard, I think, he might have bailed off. I haven't seen him come back through. Ben Mike did improve in the 36. That was a 137.3 for him. A lot of green on this board as drivers pick up on their second lap out.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see Alex Westergaard back. He lost his last S2000 at Road Atlanta, I think in 2016. He was coming up over turn 11 and lost control of the car and went into the wall and has been rebuilding a new chassis since then. So it's great to see him back this year.
Clay Davidson in the 575. That's a big thundering machine out there. He just went quick for his session so far, 139.279. That is a street rear-wheel drive car. The current street rear-wheel drive leader would be Ben Mike in the 36.
So Ben actually just did a feature with Larry Chen on his YouTube channel to talk about the build of that car. And it's been really exciting to see what changes have been made over the last couple of years. But the bodywork and aero on that car is just so pretty.
It is, and there's Red S2000 here as they come on through in the Evo. You see that rolling over quite a bit. Suspension geometry and controlling that suspension is really, a lot of drivers, the first thing they'll go to upgrade is use suspension brakes, and then you get to the power stuff later, but you get the power, well, that's
So I drove an Evo 10 for a few years, and that's something, especially on the 255 width restriction requirement for street mod, the Evo 10 is just so heavy that the driver's front tire gets destroyed over the course of the weekend, and you've got to be vigilant about making sure you've got rotations and things to make sure you keep life in the tires, because you will destroy a shoulder.
That's the 60 of Mark Brylow in that silver Evo as he went down through turn 1. You see in the distance there, that's the 32 of Ron Mullet. He just went quickest, 136.108 in his track modified rear wheel drive car as the checkered falls on this session. Across the line goes the 575. Clay Davidson improves, jumps a spot, jumps Grant Mullet 64, so he puts his car 138.462. Still a whole big field of green. Improvements on lap 3 for the majority of the top 5. But Ron Mullet again, track modified rear wheel drive leader right now in this session. Ben Mike, street rear wheel drive leader. Street front wheel drive leader would be Nick Kors in the 70. The Civic with the Union Jack on the hood that we're still trying to figure out where that came from. And the last time I talked to Nick, I don't think he knows where it came from either. And he's not British. So
sometimes
it's
you
a
just
mystery.
can't explain it.
And it's kind of fun to leave it like that sometimes because there's a story that you don't know.
Yeah, it looks things are getting a little bit darker outside. Maybe it'll be dry for this last Group C session. We'll see.
I looked at the radar earlier, and it's a big plot of green and yellow and red. The thing is it looks like it could scrape by to the north. But I can tell you, and I've heard everybody tell me this 1,000 times this weekend, as soon as this track gets a little bit of moisture, all the grip is gone.
Yep, I believe it. Absolutely.
And I've also heard from, I got a buddy that does Global MX5 Challenge and said the same thing about the track in the dry. So and I even heard Luke and Eric talking about it. I don't know if it was Luke and Eric, but Luke for sure was saying how he was here a couple months ago and the track was awful in terms of the grip levels, and it's very different now. I'm sure the temperature has a lot to do with that as well. Cooler temperatures versus warmer temperatures might have something to do with it. But just the amount of rubber that's on the racetrack too could be a big factor in that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, have you ever been in a car at pace on this track?
No, this is my first time being here, and I've been on the duties here so far. I haven't gotten a chance to get out there, but hopefully
you got to do it. It's quite an experience. I do love driving here.
Yeah, I think so far this year, Tomo has been awesome getting me out at Gingerman and Autobahn. So I've been out on the track a little bit this year with Tom. But
what did you think of Autobahn?
Autobahn is a really cool track. I mean, the thing is it's in a place where you wouldn't expect a good racetrack to be.
Sure.
But it's a great racetrack. I thought it was very entertaining. It's very flat. But I don't think flat tracks are bad. I mean, elevation's cool, and it might be more interesting from a visual standpoint, but when you're out on track, Autobahn's a really neat facility with a lot of different kinds of corners. That last corner sequence where you kind of do that double apex right-hander coming out of the front straight, so fast.
That's one of the few spots on track where you've got a high-speed corner as well.
Right.
A lot of that track is kind of a conventional 90-degree lower speed corner, and as a driver, it's the high-speed stuff that gives me the willies.
Sure,
those corners are crazy.
It was fascinating. I think what struck me about Autobahn is that how well it raced, and everyone told me that it was going to race really well in GLTC, and it did. It raced very, very well because all those 90-degree right-hand corners are passing zones, so you can really take that opportunity. And there's, we're getting the Instagram shots there. Taking the opportunity for the Instagram. Do it for the gram, folks. As we head back to the racetrack here as we're waiting for Group C to get out on track. And, of course, the GridLife Live this afternoon. The first time we've been back in a while, but we want to thank our partners, and GridLife Live is sponsored by Falken Tires, by FCP Euro. And FCP has been a partner for a long time. Of course, 104 Performance is also on board this year. I want to thank them for joining us, as well as ST Suspension. So some familiar faces there, Abe, with GridLife, and some new guys as well. And glad to have them on board and back with GridLife Live. It's been a while has it been since Road Atlanta last year?
I think so. Yeah, it's been a little while. You've done GridLife Radio a few times, which I was actually working events from home, so I had the stream on that way. It was great to stay connected to the events.
Yeah, we were trying. That was just for people that thought it was bad. That was all my fault, and not anybody else's fault. We were just trying to thank the producers. Tell me it was great. Thanks, Matt. But. Well, it's very nice. And you know, another thing about Mid-Ohio is that there's a lot of good vantage points here.
Absolutely.
And we're seeing some people explore those.
You know, some of these classic American racetracks lend themselves really well to spectating, lots of grass area seating, and opportunity to walk around the entire circuit. Road America is the same way in that if you want a vantage point, you can walk right to it. Or
take a little pit bike or whatever and go drive up the hill.
Yeah,
I want one of those things.
Well, I think the fun part about Mid-Ohio in particular is because of the layout of the track, if you're in the infield, you have the ability really, really easily to go see different corners on track, which can be trickier at Road America just because it's so much bigger.
Right. Yeah, I think I was shocked by the other day when I went down to where the Honda Bridge is on the other side of the track, and you could obviously when there's a pro series here, there's probably a lot of people there, but you could see from 4 all the way over the crest into 9. That's almost a third of the track just from that one spot.
Absolutely.
Which Road America is different in that you can get 1 or 2 corners, but they're really beautiful to look at.
Yeah.
So
especially at that circuit, I think it's hard to appreciate elevation when you're watching racing. But even here, I was surprised to hear that elevation change was about 135 feet, because when you're in the car, you don't feel it. I mean, you feel it in Madness, but you certainly don't. You see it here just a little bit, but apparently up into turn 2 is a decent climb.
Yeah, I think the what makes it probably a lot bigger than it feels is that, you know, there's definitely some pretty intense elevation changes in the middle of the middle sector. But if you think about turn 2, way over there, that's the highest point, and way over behind us in Thunder Valley is the lowest point. So that 130 feet or whatever it is pretty much spread over a pretty sizable distance. So it really does rise up, but it's fairly, the average slope is pretty gradual here, but it's really the middle where you feel it, the roller coaster section. Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's a great place to spectate, too.
Absolutely.
I was here for IMSA last year to watch at Mid-Ohio, and Madness just always is a fun spot to watch, because seeing cars try and power out to try and gain that little bit of advantage, it's just not a spot where it's easy.
Yeah. Group C warming up right now as they roll through Thunder Valley and head to the carousel. And it'll get rolling. And again, the skies are looking ominous, but we are still dry and going time attacking here this afternoon. And of course, you saw the screen a minute ago. We are doing GLTC top 10 shootout here at 2:40, so we're not too far away from now. Across the line for the first car here, and that is the 32 car. Across the line, is it Cutla across the? I think that's Cutla.
It looks
that seems like a safe way to.
Cutla.
Sure, we'll roll with that. Jeremy Bailey in the 13, second as he comes across the line. Ken DeVries out there as well. Shane Duncan and more. And I noticed the Group C drivers tend to group up a bit tighter. Is there any rhyme or reason to that, or is that just not related at all?
I can't comment on that. I'm not really sure, but these cars especially tend to not be as wild build. Like Tori Skursky is an example, in the middle of a build of a Nissan Juke, but he's been time attacking his daily driver BMW 3 Series for a year and a half now.
Wow.
It's a crazy thing to time attack your daily car.
Hey, I mean, I would do it if I felt like I could get home after I did it.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I don't know if I could.
I don't know if you've ever been left stranded by a car that broke at the racetrack, but it is not fun.
No, I can't imagine it would be. You know, I'm only 5 hours from home, but I can imagine people that have driven 17, 20, 25 hours to be here. That would be really rough to have.
I think it was 2 years ago here. I had my car just for fun, and I let Tomo drive and exploded an exhaust manifold and ended up having to make a drive to U-Haul to pick up a trailer and tow the car back home because I had driven a different thing. And it's tricky, and more power to you if you have a car that's reliable enough to time attack and daily drive.
Yeah. All right, we got our first lap times about to appear on the board here. Live timing is up thanks to the guys behind the scenes for getting that rolling. 32 car across the line, Yo Cutla. Straight rear-wheel drive, a 141.478. Second across the line is going to be the 13 of Jeremy Bailey. Street rear-wheel drive, 143.317. So about 1.8 seconds between those two front runners right now. Shane Duncan across the line, and Nick Gardner in the 52 jumps up to second in second overall. Leader for track modified rear-wheel drive, a 142.142.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the times here in Group C, because this would be like maybe the back half of the GLTC field, but these cars are almost always true road cars on street tires, and if you compare that to full prep race cars on racing slicks, it's exciting to see how close the times can be.
And the other cars that are out here right now, the spec fits, you saw one in the middle of your screen there a moment ago, and I mentioned earlier there are some happy-looking race cars.
I love spec fit.
And the other thing is when you learn the limits of a car like that, I feel like it teaches you good habits about how to carry momentum and carry speed.
Well, and I think it also builds driver confidence, right? So if you're in a car with 500 horsepower, as an example, you might enter China Beach and be a little bit concerned with your speed and say, okay, well, I want to make sure that I'm safe, and you're going to brake really, really hard.
Yeah.
If you're in a car like a spec fit that might be doing 100 miles an hour or less by China Beach, your primary concern is, how little do I have to brake to get through this corner? It's like the opposite mindset. And that car is slow enough where you have plenty of time to think about what you're doing and make good choices.
Yeah. And for the 32, Cutler across the line again. This will be second flying lap. He had to beat a 141.478. He does, a 141.405.
Very consistent, though.
Yeah, and I've noticed that a lot. I think the guys that always appear towards the top leader, not only are they fast, but they can do it a couple times in a row if they choose to do so. I think there's some cars that are kind of a one and done, and that's more to protect the car, maybe just the driver. But and Nick Gardner, how about a 143.64 in track modified rear wheel drive, so he'll pick up the overall lead here.
So what my experience was in time attack that I have kind of noticed applies also to a lot of other drivers is some drivers are exceptional at going out and being fast first thing, first day, but may not improve very much over the course of the weekend. And other drivers take their time to really learn the track and get to know, but they really build. And it's great to see those two different types of drivers battle it out.
Absolutely. And there, I believe, if my memory doesn't fail me here, that is the Mustang driven by, I think it's 7 something.
I think that's Nick Gardner.
It is Nick Gardner. That is the 50. It is the 52 car. So he is the current fastest driver on track right now, 143.64. Taylor Bowling in the 619, I believe, was one of the quickest drivers in one of the earlier sessions in this group, a 141.114 in street rear wheel drive, just beating out Cutler by about a second. It's a pretty tight group there. A little bit of traffic on the backside as they work through their into Thunder Valley.
So drivers taking checker here. A few people left on their fast laps. Kind of keeping true to the short session name here. And really probably only 2 or 3 opportunities to set a fast lap in this session.
Absolutely, and you have to take advantage of it. And I guess that's the whole idea of time attack in general, is you're given, usually 15, 20 minutes, and you have to take advantage of the right opportunity, the right gap in traffic, the right weather, how you're feeling. Got to take that opportunity and produce a result with it. And this is just that, but intensified. You get
absolutely.
7-8 minutes.
And when you think about some of the unlimited cars, what they may be doing is optimizing over the entire weekend just on that one chance that things will go right. And sometimes that's Saturday morning, sometimes it's Sunday morning when the weather's cool and favorable. But even then, even if the weather conditions are right, something about the car may not be right, and they may go an entire weekend without putting down a best effort lap.
So Nick Gardner in that blue Mustang, quickest driver in the session, did improve on the last lap. How about a 139.260? So sub 140 for that 52.
That's pretty quick around this track.
It is pretty quick. So that's track modified rear wheel drive. Street rear wheel drive goes to Jeremy Bailey's number 13, a 141.084. And there's a whole lot of street rear wheel drives in this group, but street front wheel drive goes to Brian Smith in the 444. That was a 144.385 that he ran back in 9th overall.
So it looks like cars making their way to pits. That's the end of the time attack short sessions. GLTC will be back, I think, in
240. It's going to be. We have HPDE coming up.
That's right.
And then we've got GLTC Top 10 Shootout. So for those that don't know, GLTC is a time attack style rule set wheel-to-wheel racing series. And this is our first time returning to Mid-Ohio since we started the series here back last April in 2019. So what we're doing today at 240 is we're taking the top 10 from our first race, and each driver is going to get one lap. Whether it's slow, whether it's fast. You get one lap to show your stuff, all the cameras, all the eyes on them for that one lap, and that's going to be how they grid up for race 2. So it's going to be a very exciting, almost kind of F1 V8 supercar style qualifying. So 2:40 p.m. Eastern to catch that.
I think that'll be terrific because some drivers really need multiple laps to make sure that they're confident in the cars underneath them to get it right. It'll be fun to see who can pull out all the stops on one attempt.
Yeah, there's no waiting for confidence. If you don't have the confidence, you're not going to qualify near the front of the grid. However, the worst you can start is 10th. So I think that's going to encourage people maybe to be a little overconfident because it can't cost you that much unless you bend the car.
Well, and really start to shake things up if the track is wet during that top 10 shootout. I don't know who the exceptional rain drivers are, but I'm sure we'll find out.
Well, I think in the practice race, Woody Hyman was really impressive. He's just started running GLTC this year. He's never finished outside the top 10 ever, and he won the practice race earlier in very interesting conditions that weren't really lending itself to either the wet or the dry tire. And so if we get conditions like that, Woody Hyman, Tom O'Gorman, those are the guys I'm going to go for.
Absolutely.
So thanks again to our partners here at GridLife. And, of course, GridLife Live is brought to you by Falcon Tires. GridLife Live is also brought to you by FCP Euro, a longtime partner with GridLife. And GridLife Live is also brought to you by 104 Performance and by ST Suspensions. Thanks to GridLife partners for being on board here for these streams this weekend and forward. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to be back at 2:40 p.m. Eastern for GridLife Touring Cup Top 10 Shootout. And then we'll be on track again at 3:50 for Time Attack Heat 5. We'll wrap up the day at 4:50 Eastern for GridLife Touring Cup race number 2 before we pack up and do it all over again tomorrow.
Looking forward to it.
All right, thanks so much, Abe. We'll see you later. Thanks so much for watching. We'll catch you back in at 2:40.
For those who demand winning performance on the track, off-road, and everywhere in between, Falken has you covered. Falken Tires, delivering exceptional performance to exceptional drivers since 1983.
To be the best, you have to beat the best. That's true of any racing series. In a normal GRIDLIFE Touring Cup weekend, there's one 20-minute long qualifying session, as many laps as you can run, and only the best will count. But not today. This isn't a normal GLTC race weekend. We've already run one of our 4 races, and we normally set the grid for the second race with the results of the first. But this time, each of the top 10 drivers will get 1 lap, just one, with all the cameras, all the eyes, to run the fastest lap they can. That's how we're going to grid our second race later today, with a top 10 shootout and a chance to steal the pole from the drivers that finished ahead of them in the first race of the weekend. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Nick Sarter for the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying shootout, the top 10 shootout here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course here on GRIDLIFE Live. Nick, welcome back, and we're just about to do something brand new in GLTC, and I'm really excited.
Thanks, Kyle. Yeah, I'm really excited as well. It's to be a top 10 shootout straight from V8 Supercars, so it should be a lot of fun. It should be really, really exciting. I'm looking forward to see these guys put it all on the line, see where they can qualify for this next race.
So only the top 10 drivers from race 1 are eligible to participate in this, and how this is going to work is each driver from 10th to 1st, one after the other, will go out and run 1 warm-up lap and 1 flying lap. If you spin out, oh well. If you run fast, good. But you only get 1 chance, no makeups, no redos. 1 lap, then you qualify yourself into race number 2. The worst you can finish is 10th. So if you're a driver that's 7th, 8th, 9th in race 1 and you want to advance your position, now this is the chance. This is the pole for the taking. Go out there and get it. But for a guy like DJ Alessandrini, he won the race. He's probably comfortable with how fast his car is. He's probably not going to want to push that hard, and he might end up buried 5th, 6th, 7th in the order by the time we grid up for race 2 at 4:50 later today. So there's a lot of risk versus reward, and for a guy like Tom O'Gorman, this is the first event he's done in this brand new, well, I should say brand new to him, S2000. He's on some Falcon tires here this weekend, and one of our partners here at GRIDLIFE, and he's going to be he'll be the first driver out on track, finished 10th in race 1, and I kind of wish it was raining a little bit because I feel like he would have a really good chance. That car's a little overweight for the spec, but Tom's going to be a wild card. Woody Hyman we've seen be really fast all weekend, but our top 3, DJ Alessandrini, Eric Catil, and Aaron Lichty. Any one of those drivers could get the pole for race 2. Any one of the other drivers could get the pole for race 2.
And even DJ, he started from 4th that last race, and right off the bat came up to first on the into China Beach. So even if DJ doesn't qualify out front, he's still going to be a very, very strong contender in this next race.
Absolutely. And thanks again to our partners here at GRIDLIFE. And GRIDLIFE Live is sponsored by Falcon Tires, the tires that are on Tom O'Gorman's number 94. Thanks also to FCP Euro for joining us, as well as 104 Performance and ST Suspension. So we've got some great partners here, Nick, but they allow us to be here, and something new for GLTC this weekend. And this has been a formula that has worked out very well on the racetrack, but the practice and qualifying has been pretty standard so far. You run a practice, you run a qualifying, you go out there. Usually race 2 is gridded just by the straight results from race 1. Race 3 is usually the fastest lap from race 2 is what qualifies you in. But we're kind of mixing things up, trying something different. And today it's all about, can you perform under the pressure? All by yourself, all the eyes on you. This is a big stage, and these drivers know that. And DJ is one of those guys that always gets excited about stuff like this. And he's going to go out there. He's going to show everybody what he can do, but he's going to go last. So he has the advantage of watching everyone else run their times. And he might have his live timing popped up just so he can see what he has to do.
And I think Eric's somebody to definitely watch here. Catil was very, very fast in that second race, that last race, and he just could not get by DJ. DJ made his car very wide because he's such a fantastic driver, and could not get by. But I think his car does have the pace, and I think we might look to see him out front.
We'll go again over what track we're at here. We're in Lexington, Ohio, Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. 2.26 miles around here, 13 turns. An FAA Grade 2 circuit, opened in 1962. If you're familiar with the Ford versus Ferrari movie, you might have recognized the name Ken Miles. He was the first driver to have won here. So we have our first driver out on the racetrack. That is Tom O'Gorman, the number 94. He is a 4-time IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge race winner and TCA TCB champion in TC World Challenge America. So he'll head down into the keyhole here on a warm-up lap, Nick. So this will be the only warm-up lap that we get to enjoy in its full entirety, because basically when one driver's running their hot lap, the next will be warming up. So we get to watch Tom weave down the back straightaway, get these tires up to temp. I heard a discussion earlier that he kind of wanted to replace his rotors. It was noticing some things that he said, if I had fresh rotors, it would be better. But he doesn't, or at least I don't know if he got them on there in time, but he's got what he's got.
I think he got the hive mind opinion, and I think the hive mind said you should be fine.
Yeah. So he's rolling down through turn 5. Now you see the front tires begging for grip as he came up over the crest there down the hill. And Tom is a professional, and I think he knows what he's doing. He's got the Tomo blue on there. You see him walking around the paddock, he'll have those famous blue sunglasses on all the time.
Can't miss him.
Even on a cloudy day like this, I'm sure he's got them on. But
oh, he does.
I bet he does. Now through the area where they're going to disappear from our view into Thunder Valley, up the hill towards turn 13, and then it begins. The GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Top 10 Shootout from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. The first ever attempt at this, and Tom O'Gorman's going to be the first one to see the racetrack under green conditions. One lap, 2.26 miles. We'll find out how he'll stack up for race number 2. Through turn 13. Get a run up to the start. Apex turn 12 and launch down onto the front straightaway. Ring through the gears. Tom O'Gorman takes the green flag in the first qualifying attempt of the day. Diving onto the brakes. The car leaning over right at the edge of the curb there. You don't necessarily want to jump that. It'll upset the car all the way out to track edge at the exit of turn 2. On the brakes into turn 2, now the keyhole. He's going to turn in a little bit late. Apex this late, pull it all the way down and drop down the hill. Get the power down the longest straightaway on this track, up through the gears. 2, 3, 4, all the way to the top of 4, maybe into 5th. Probably about 115, 120 miles an hour at the minimum before you head into the braking zone for turn 4, Nick. And that is where the speed is going to be had for a guy like Tom O'Gorman with the experience.
Absolutely.
Pop out of view here into the braking zone. Down 1, 2, maybe 3 shifts. Aim for the curb on the apex. He's going to stay a little bit away from it. And then right here, turn 5, keep it right tight up against the wall. We're up against the curb there on the apex.
Really see the car rolling over as he takes a set into the corner.
Yeah, right there. He came down 5, and you watch the car transition, and just slams down that left front tire. You're just coercing it to follow your orders, and you see him take the curb through turn 7 up the hill and now towards Thunder Valley. A good lap, good clean lap so far.
Very clean.
But we'll only know how fast it is once he comes across the line. The best lap in qualifying earlier this weekend was Aaron Lichty's 1:35.295. I'm not sure if the track's going to be that fast, but we'll see what Tom can pull off. His quickest lap of the weekend so far, I think, has been in the 1:37 range or 1:38 range for him. So we'll see how he does as he comes through the final corner here. A little bit of a bump over turn 12. Nice and tidy through 13 across the line. Tom O'Gorman, what time will he lay down in the top 10 shootout? It will be a 1:39.182. So Tom O'Gorman puts the first time down, and we'll have yet to see where that's going to stack up. That is not the fastest lap he's run this weekend, though.
No, and I expect, based on the conditions for the track, to be about a second or two slow. So I expect we'll see the top guys in the 136s, 137 range.
It looked really clean and tidy, though. And he drifted a little wide at the exit at 12, but I think he's trying to avoid there's a bump down there on the apex. But our second car, that's Scott Bowling's 722 Porsche Cayman. He's going to roll through turn 13 and fire up onto the front stretch. Here he comes, the silver bullet down the front straight into turn 1. This car is a totally different philosophy of how to go fast.
Oh, very different.
Into turn 1. Nice and tidy. He's going to roll out all the way to the exit curb. And this car looked unstable in the wet earlier, but in the dry, it's going to be a rocket ship down the straightaways. And into the braking zone for turn 2, the keyhole. Up the hill, then the track falls away on exit. Wide entry, tuck it in tight on apex.
You can really see how totally different those two cars are, where you see Tom's car really rolling and diving under braking, and that car just stays flat, flat, flat.
Now down the long back straightaway, that car is going to get to stretch its legs a little bit. This is where this Porsche belongs, at the high-speed straightaways at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Into the braking zone for turn 4. And again, this is where the speed can be found through this section, because you have to stay so tidy. A little bit wide there on the entry to 4. I'm not seeing a lot of people take curb there. I'm not sure if there might be some weepers or water still left on the apex, but it seems like they're staying away from it.
And it's quite a large curb, too, that can really upset the car.
Yeah, so he stays, again, you're staying tight at the exit of 5 because you don't want to use all that racetrack because you have to set up for 6. Now through the S's over the crest and into Thunder Valley, he'll disappear. And Scott Bowling earlier this weekend, he qualified 8th with a 1:37.348 for race number 1. So if he does that again, he'll be faster than Tom O'Gorman.
Up out of Thunder Valley now, taking that left-hander up over the crest, that long open sweeper.
Oh, a little bit early apex there, tracks out all the way to the yellow. Into the braking zone for the carousel. Such an awkward entry to get this car rotated in. Nice and tidy. Over the bumps, throttle back up to the front straightaway. Where will Scott Bowling line up in relation to professional Tom O'Gorman across the line? What will it be? How about a 37.9? That's 1.1 seconds faster than Tom O'Gorman. So Bowling, a great run there. That's a pretty quick lap, so he'll be in good shape, I think. And our next car on the racetrack is going to be Ryan Christoph in the 46. This is a beautiful CRX was joking with him yesterday that the clamps that hold all the body panels on look like they came off an LMP1 car. He's told me he wasn't going to brake for turn 1. Let's see if he pulls that off into turn 1. Going to carry all the speed he can using the downforce in that car through turn 1, leaning over.
I didn't see that front end dive. That very well may have been a no-brake turn 1.
I didn't see any brake lights either. Through turn 1. Now up the straightaways. And this car has had extensive racing miles put on it, and it is still a really solid race car. Christoph's a great driver as well. And very tidy so far. Haven't seen a lot of mistakes. You see that car squat on exit. It just squirts out of the corner like nothing else. It just squats down and goes. Now up through the gears. Towards turn 4 now, and staying real tight to the right. Turn 3 is that kink there in the middle of the straightaway. And again, carrying probably about 120, 130 miles an hour into the braking zone.
Yeah, hard on the brakes down into China Beach there.
Nice, tidy line through 4. Beautiful apex there. A little bit of a wide entry into 5. Going to tuck it tight. Look how much racetrack he leaves on exit. He's going to set up great for 6 here.
Fantastic. Yeah, he's going to get on the brakes early, turn in early. That's really an open corner. That's really deceiving if you don't get it right.
And so he did the same thing at the exit of 6 into 7. And now over the crest into 8 and 9. And head for Thunder Valley. Or see Scott Bowling just finishing up his cool-down lap. And Christoph's going to come thundering through Thunder Valley. And he just put a new livery on that car. It's
beautiful.
It's a Bill Elliott-inspired paint scheme, which I think is really neat. And through Thunder Valley, the crest through turn 11 into 12 in the carousel.
Up over the crest into the carousel. See if he misses that bump. Nope, he's going to hit that bump.
Right on the apex. And you know what? He actually had the right sides up on the curb there, which might have helped him gain some speed through their final corner across the line. Where will Christoph stand in relation to Bowling and Corbin? Quicker, 137.5 by 4.5 tenths. Ryan Christoph's your fastest driver in the top 10 shootout so far. Next driver on the racetrack, Woody Hyman's 802, won the practice race earlier this morning? It was this morning.
Yeah, it seems like time flies with all there's so much going on here.
Oh, look at this car. And this is Rob Manicheri's old race car. You mentioned this is a really well-prepped car through turn 1 all the way out to the yellow. And this car is going to be a rocket ship in a straight line. It's all about focusing, turning this very technical track into a point-and-shoot track for this car.
And if it rains later this afternoon, which it looks like it may, he's definitely going to be a driver to watch. With starting in the top 10, I expect him to see him at the top.
Again, he has not ever finished outside of the top 10 in any GridLife Touring Cup race, so he's got the results to back it up, and he's been performing this weekend so far. Up through the gears for him towards the turn 4 braking zone. And when he gets here, this is the part of this racetrack where this car probably won't be as good as some of the K-Miatas we're going to see later in this field. So he's got to just balance it carefully and not understeer, because what a lot of drivers will do is they'll make a mistake and they'll try to make up for it, and you're just going to keep compiling mistakes. Once a lap's over, it's over. So you're not going to make it any better. So what Hyman's doing so far, it's very tidy and clean.
Very
he
tidy.
hasn't made a mistake yet.
And once you overheat those tires, it's just so difficult to bring them back.
Now off into the blind spot here before he heads into Thunder Valley. Another spot in this racetrack where that car will excel. Over the hills and valleys, the sweeping corners. And here he comes up through turn 11 and 12 and head for the carousel, the final corner. And again, very neat and tidy. Haven't seen a single mistake. That car has been placed very elegantly through the majority lap. Big bump in turn 12 for him, now 13. And across the line, where will Hyman stand up in the field? Will he go quickest? And he will be third quick, a 138.669. So
that car, that lap did look very tidy from him. I'm kind of disappointed to see that.
It looks tidy, but I think that the danger is that it's too tidy.
Yeah.
Right. You have to push if you want to grab pole. But here's a guy that's going to push. Here's Pervez Randelia, and this is a driver that's got an FRS with an FRS motor. Justin Kelly's got an S2000 motor. This is a unopened FA20 motor.
That's a really incredible the amount of power that motor makes, and how well he's able to wrangle that car around the track.
This might be one of the fastest unopened motor FRSs in the country.
I think it has to be.
It's really, really fast. It's got full bolt-ons on this car, and he's a heck of a driver. He's been improving every single round through turn number 2, now down the hill. You can really see the car head down, and at the corner exit, this car is not super torquey.
It's not.
You're using all the high end here on the straightaway, so you're going to rev this thing all the way out to probably around 8K.
Through the kink, and that's turn 3 there, down towards the braking zone in China Beach.
Into the braking zone. Again, this car has some of the best handling characteristics of any car on the market right now. The chassis so well balanced, some of the best steering you can get. Big slide through turn 4 there, though. Couldn't get the car to stay on the line. And through 5, little bit of a wiggle on exit, so a little unstable through that section there. I wonder if it hurt him at all, but he's going to have to tidy it back up.
That's a little late on the brakes and didn't turn in early enough for that corner there.
Yeah, the first sector went really well. The middle I don't think was amazing, but he'll have to make it up in this final sector. But again, this last section into the carousel, this car's so balanced that I feel like he'll have a really easy time getting the car coaxed into turn 12 and 13. So he comes up the hill here through Thunder Valley. And again, the fast sweeping corners are great for this car. And now into the tight stuff. It's a pretty nimble car, too, and here he comes.
And I think we're going to see him sit right in between Hyman and O'Gorman. We'll see when he comes across the line here into 13.
Whoa,
big slide.
Wow, hung that car out across the line. Pervez Randilia, where will he line up? Provisional pole, 136.8 for Pervez Randilia. He managed to grab all of it and a little bit more. By 0.7 of a second, he beats Ryan Kristoff.
I'm just going to eat my words right there.
Me too. I mean, that lap kind of looked like a mess, but it was fast.
Even that big old slide coming out.
That was awesome. That was so fun. This is what's so cool about this. Here comes Rob Manicherry. Woody Hyman, that was his old car, but Manicherry's now in a winning Formula MX-5, and across the line, he'll start his flying lap. He just changed his livery over from a lime green to a hot pink.
Still can't miss it.
It's still fast. Through turn 1. Look at the speed that those cars carry through that first corner. So light on their feet and so much power for these tiny little cars.
Manicherry checking his brakes, make sure he's got brake pressure before that hard braking zone into the keyhole.
Nice wide entry, going to tuck it down to the apex here. Very tight. A little bit
of the curb.
A little bit of curb there, which I'm a little surprised to see. Ooh, wide on exit, drops a wheel on corner exit, kicks up some dust.
The beauty there is you can use that exit, and it's really not a big deal. It doesn't slow you down all that much.
Now down the straightaway. Heading for the braking zone. Again, these cars do not have ABS. So you're balancing your threshold braking, and you can't rely on that assist to help you out.
No,
so
you can't.
it might not be as strong on the brakes as some of the other cars we've seen. Pervez Randilia does have ABS, so that's one of the advantages his car is going to have. Manicherry down the hill, nice and tidy through 4, 5, and 6. Well balanced. A little bit of understeer on exit there. Tracked out a little bit wider than I would have expected. Now up over the crest into 9.
Using all of that curb into Thunder Valley.
And when he pops out, again, Randilia, a 36.8 is not a slow lap.
Not at all.
I think we're going to see faster, but I'm curious to see where Manicherry is going to stack up in relation, because Manicherry is very close to Randilia in terms of pace on any given day. But here he comes into the carousel now, going to balance that car elegantly on entry, tuck it down. Little bit middle of the road there, going to hop the bump through 13 across the line. Where will Rob Manicherry stack up in the top 10 pace shootout? Across the line for Manicherry. He will go third quick, a 137.591. Again, maybe a little bit conservative.
Yeah, maybe he's very well maybe just biding his time and making sure he gets a solid spot and not, over push the car.
Next car across the line, Emil Tab in the 14. Brand new K-swap in this car. Last year did not have that. This year has it. And he went from a top 10 car to a top 5 car. I think he'll be fast. Look at, again, the same speed. These cars built to a very similar degree. There are some differences, but they're pretty much the same idea. And I think there are going to be a lot of the same characteristics here as well.
Nose drops under braking up into the keyhole.
I wonder if that front air dam, that front fascia, it's kind of splayed out on the bottom. Is that causing extra drag, you think? Is that a disadvantage, or is it going to help him?
If anything, it helps cover the front tires and make sure that air goes around the front tires and doesn't hit the front tires and cause more drag.
Yeah, it certainly looks good, though. Down the LED headlights are kind of neat looking, too. Down into turn 4. Hunting for the brake pedal, get down a couple of gears, and use the Miata in the Miata ways, the tight and twisties. He's got his teammate up ahead of him that's still on a cooldown lap. He's going to have to pick it up to not influence Emil's time here.
Using a little bit of curb in madness.
A little bit sideways at the exit of 5, but again, that's controlled.
Yep.
So that won't cost him any time. Now through the S's portion, over the crest, and disappear out of view for a moment. And that turn 9 is such a critical corner too, because the way you exit that corner determines really the entire final sector.
Yeah, that it's really we talk about there being long straights on this track. That's really another one of those long straights because you have so much time between the entrance to the valley and coming out into the carousel.
Emil Tab through turn 11 into turn 12, the carousel. Here he comes. Big slide. Oh, big messy bump through the final corners for Emil Tab. He's going to get it gathered up, though, across the line. Where will the K Miata 14 go? And that will go P4, 137.777. So about a tenth off of his teammate, Rob Manicherry. I think that last corner, he clipped the curb and jumped the bump a little bit wrong, and that kind of set the car sideways. and that might have cost him a couple tenths there, but he'll tab P4. So Professor Randelia with his whopper of a lap, a 1:36.8, still the time to beat right now as we wait for our next car on track. But Randelia, I can't believe that Speedy. I wonder if there was a couple people that made mistakes going into turn 9 that we didn't see.
I bet.
That Pervez nailed. But here comes Aaron Lichty. Now this car was the third-place finisher in race number 1 as he comes across the line, winningest driver in GLTC race history as he goes down into turn number 1. This is the car that everyone's got to look on a weekly basis. This is the car that you're going to have to beat if you want to win.
And this is the car that all of these other cars are based off of. I mean, he's the owner of the winning formula and has really created these cars, these K Miatas. He's taken the K Miata swap and built a wonderful, wonderful race car around him.
And Aaron, he goes so fast, and it looks like he's just going for a Sunday drive. He's so smooth, and it's a lot of experience as well with this car. I've heard he's had this car forever. This is a really old race car, but of course it's been refreshed, and it has
been through many iterations.
Yeah. Now look at the speed. This thing is a rocket ship on the straightaways. Behind the Armco, now down into turn 4. And again, you're trying to utilize your car's advantages in the places where you can utilize them properly. Into 4, nice and tidy. So smooth. A lot of rollover. I think he's going to run in a pretty soft setup.
It does look like he's running a pretty soft setup. I wonder if that's because it's supposed to rain,
But I like that. You're right, because it might rain, and I also like the soft setup here because there's so many transient maneuvers. You're going right to left and back and forth, and to let the car grip on those outside tires is going to help this car as he comes through the S's and into Thunder Valley here. So here he comes in just a moment, and Aaron Lichty, with how many race wins he's had, I don't care where he qualifies, he's going to be a factor, but I would expect him, if he doesn't beat Professor Randelia, that's going to be shocking to me because Professor Randelia is really good, but Aaron Lichty is also really good, and that car is super good. So here he comes, final corner, so well executed that last sector. Across the line for Aaron Lichty, where will he stack up? Will it be pole? At the top by 0.7 of a second, still 1:36.1. What a lap.
That's a heck of a gap there that he's pulled.
It's just so fascinating to watch Professor Randelia run the lap that he did. That car was sliding everywhere, and then Aaron Lichty goes out there and runs the smoothest thing you've ever seen and runs 0.7 faster.
Which just goes to show the variety that we have in GLTC.
Absolutely.
The car variety, the driver variety, and they're all end up being, right around the same time.
And we've seen clean laps that were slow.
Absolutely.
So I think you have to it's really how the driver drives. And here comes Eric Catil, another driver that is known for being really aggressive out there on the racetrack, respectfully aggressive. He'll give you space, but it's just enough. And he's going to go down into turn 1, lean over on those right sides. A beautiful EG Civic SI from 1992, and launch his car. This is also a recent K-swap. Was on his B18 for the longest time, and last year decided to take the plunge and go full K-swap on it. And into the braking zone. Another car that does not have ABS. And DJ Alessandrini is the last car out, and he will have ABS. So it's going to be interesting to see how he'll stack up, especially after being one of the fastest cars all weekend.
And something interesting to note is that out of all the 10 cars in the top 10 shootout, this is only one of 3 cars that are front-wheel drive. Everything else is rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, and Eric Catil, he's built this car so well to handle way better than a front-wheel drive car could or should. But look at how tidy this is. Again, just absolute perfection. You couldn't tell. It looks like it's on rails right now. It's got the right balance of the shocks, the brakes, the downforce on this car.
And it's beautiful.
And it's absolutely beautiful. One of the best-looking cars out there. Under the Honda bridge, up the hill, over the crest. This lap is going to look like nothing special, but I bet you it will.
I bet you it's fast.
I bet you it's very fast. And I'm just amazed at the skill level of these drivers. How many mistakes do we see? 3? 2?
Yeah, 3, maybe 4.
I mean, it's amazing to me how well these guys, and these guys are pushing, and we know that. Some of them are pushing, some of them are taking a little easier. But Eric Catil through turn number 11 and into 12, into the carousel. And going to get this car tucked down to the apex here, home track. Eric from Columbus, Ohio, over the bumps, and it doesn't even look like it hit him. It's just so smooth over it across the line. Where will Eric Catil be? Will he be in front of his nemesis, Aaron Lichty, across the line? He will. Pole for the 82 of Eric Catil, 1:36.022 for the 82 car. Now, there's one driver left. Will it stand?
That's a good question. I don't know. DJ is obviously a very, very solid driver as he comes across down the front straight across the line.
This car, he's worked on this hard, and he's put a lot of love and attention into this car. Replaced his rotors this weekend, replaced a hub that was about to fail, ran really well this morning, won the race, his first ever GLTC race. He is on a high right now when it comes to GLTC action. Great turn 1 there, kept a lot of speed rolling. Now ABS, this is where he's going to be faster, is in the braking zones. Hard on the brakes, get the car tucked in, let the systems do the work for you, then accelerate out on the curb there. And we're going to see him big time on the curb in turn 4. This car will be two-wheeling it if he does what he did yesterday. on the straightaways. Again, this car is going to be pretty quick in a straight line. I know it kept up with Luke McGrew's car yesterday.
Yes.
And Luke's car was
very, very fast.
Was very fast. All right, into turn 4. On the brakes hard, down a couple gears, aim for the turn 4 apex. He's going to stay off the curb this time. He's again, maybe trying not to break hubs.
Yeah.
Through turn 5, over the crest, the front-wheel drive is going to grip down here. And right out to the edge of the racetrack. Tuck it in for turn 6, and now the run up the hill. Again, very tidy. And DJ, when DJ's thrashing, you can tell that he's thrashing. But this is almost
smooth, calculated.
It's almost unexpected for DJ because I wouldn't call him smooth and calculated. He's aggressive, and I think this is something different for him, and I think it's going to work out as he comes through Thunder Valley up through turn 11 now, right against. Oh, that was a bit of a curb hop. He just jumped the end of the curb. And now into turn 12. This might be this car struggles a little bit, higher center of gravity than Catil's, but fast over the bump through turn 13, going to track all the way out to the edge across the line. Who will have pole for race number 2? Will it be DJ Alessandrini?
It will be DJ Alessandrini.
It will be a
135.
669 by 4/10.
Wow.
DJ Alessandrini comes across the line. He snags pole for race 2 of the day.
That was a heck of a drive.
What a drive. And I told you, again, this is something different from DJ. Smooth and calculated. He's so aggressive. He jumps curbs. He slides the car around because that's where he's comfortable.
Yeah.
I feel like running smoothly isn't where his comfort zone is, but that was fast.
That was very fast. And yeah, you're right. I haven't seen him be smooth and calculated at all, and for him to do that, and then still, by 3/10 jump to the pole.
That was
fantastic.
Amazing. And I'm so excited for what we've got coming up this afternoon, because what we just saw was 10 drivers putting everything they have. I think Professor Randelli, he gets an award for making it look cool. And he ended up, where did he end up on the time? Fourth, which is a great qualifying effort. He finished 6th in the race earlier today. Starting row 2, on the outside, but remember, our first turn is going to be turn 4. So your second corner is a left-hander. You can sneak up the inside of 5, be P3, P2, P1.
You absolutely can. Yeah, that's a great place to set up a pass, and an unexpected pass. If you can catch the driver in front of you, out, you can really put yourself in a position to take that.
DJ Alessandrini, from the sim to the real world. He is a competitor in the GridLife iRacers series that we did in the spring, and has always been successful at those sim racing applications, but he comes to the real racetrack and he puts on a show, and he's so quick to learn and
eager to learn.
And he puts it out on the racetrack and he just does his thing, and he's got a lot of natural talent and ability. And this is something different. This is exciting to me because we've seen GLTC for over a year now. The 2 drivers you're always watching is Aaron Lichty and Eric Catil. Those are the 2 drivers you have to beat. Throw a third head in that ring. DJ's the one to beat today. So our next event this afternoon is actually going to be a time attack session. It'll be at 3:50 Eastern. Time attack heat number 5. GridLife Touring Cup race number 2 will be at 4:50. That's what you just saw the qualifying for. Everybody that was 11th on down in race 1, they're going to retain their finishing position. That's where they'll start for race 2 this afternoon. But DJ Alessandrini, Eric Catil will be the front row Honda buddies in their front-wheel drive Civics from very different generations at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We'll catch up with you at 3:50 Eastern Standard Time later this afternoon for Time Attack Group, or Time Attack Heat 5, rather, at Mid-Ohio. Want to thank our sponsors once again, and again, GridLife is sponsored by Falken Tires. Tom McGormer used his Falken Tires to qualify. Of course, we want to thank FCP Euro for always being a partner here with GridLife. Of course, we also would like to thank 104 Performance and ST Suspension. Again, my name's Kyle Hiram, joined by Nick Sarter. Thanks so much for joining us for GridLife Touring Cup Top 10 Pace Shootout, the first ever such event on a GridLife weekend. And let me tell you, that was fun to watch.
That was a blast. I really, really enjoyed that, and I think we're going to look forward to seeing a lot more of that in the future.
Absolutely. So we're going to step away for a little bit. We'll catch you back up at 3:50 for the next time attack session of the day. Thanks so much. We'll see you later.
For those who demand winning performance, on the track, off-road, and everywhere in between, Falken has you covered. Falken Tires, delivering exceptional performance to exceptional drivers since 1983. Falcon Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falcon Azenis RT660.
Can't save it.
GRIDLIFE Track Battle is a relentless pursuit of perfection. Hundreds of hours spent on simulation, engineering, design, and testing, chasing one perfect lap. This race is not against a physical opponent, it's a fight against the clock. The fourth stop in the track battle season, Mid-Ohio's twists and turns are a playground for time attack competitors, whose only goal is to secure a track record. The ominous storm clouds have begun to blow away here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio, and GRIDLIFE Track Battle continues with round number 4 of the time attack season. Welcome to Mid-Ohio, and I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Abe Schmucker here this afternoon as we get ready for our 5th heat of the weekend. Time attack Group A about to begin, but there are those clouds, and they're still hanging over the track in some places, but I see blue, Abe.
Yeah, I think drivers have been lucky so far. The short sessions earlier around lunchtime, weather worked out great, and some drivers are going fast.
They're going fast, and I think the track has been getting faster all day long. I think it's been warming up a little bit, but any moisture that was there seems to have pretty much gone away. There might be some still stuck in some cracks, but I think for the most part, we're going to see times increasing, or decreasing rather, as drivers get faster and faster. We've saw track records fall so far this weekend, several of them in fact. But, I mean, we're going to get out on the track and do it all over again, Abe, so what are we expecting for this next session?
Well, for those paying attention, both in track mod and street mod, records are being set, and that's always great, but drivers are kind of battling each other as well. Eric Fleming and Jeremy Swenson have been trading positions in leadership in the overall track mod lead. And then in street mod, it's been Jackie Ding and Sean Krebsbach battling back and forth.
So we're just about to get our Group A drivers on the racetrack. And again, it's been the weather's been an interesting topic of discussion, because I think coming into the weekend, everybody thought that today was going to be the day. We looked at 80% chance of rain in the afternoon. Oh, it was going to rain. It was going to happen at 2. Then it was going to happen at 3. I don't think we're going to get rain today. I mean maybe it's unwise to predict that we won't. But so far, it's looking pretty good. And I think drivers can expect that they're going to have a dry track, and they can go find the limit of their car and run the best lap that they can.
Yeah, we see cars rolling out into the main grid right now, heading out onto track. And it looks like the entire field is taking the grid.
Yeah, Ferris Khartoumi is out on track as well, and I think he fought issues a little earlier in the day, so he'll get some lap times in, and we'll see where he stacks up and compared to the rest of the C6 builds out there. Swenson, of course, Eric Fleming as well, who's been laying down some mighty fast lap times. We were into the 27s earlier today.
Unbelievable.
And I think we might even go a little faster. But again, thanks again to our partners here. GridLife Live is brought to you, of course, by FCP Euro 104 Performance, Falcon Tire especially, Abe, and as well as ST Suspension. So thanks to all those partners for being a part of this as we get our Group 5 or our Heat 5 on track here. With
I was talking to Ferris Khartoumi in the garages, and he had a pretty substantial exhaust leak and some misfires. He was fixing a number of issues between the last session and now. I'm curious to know if he got everything worked out.
Yeah, again, I think that's part of the issue is that you spend all these hours in your garage building these cars. So you get to the racetrack and they break. And now you're 1,000 miles from home, and you have to figure out, okay, where do I get this part? Where do I get this tool? And you're trying to cobble things together at the track, which is a lot more difficult than it is at home.
And something that we see as maybe a key difference between the unlimited caliber cars and some of the lower, the track mod cars and street mod, it's not uncommon for a racer in Unlimited to travel with spare engines and transmissions in the trailer. Usually you don't see that in track mods, so I think if you're trying to fix issues at the track, often you are without those kinds of spare components.
Well, it could go the other way too. If you're developing something specifically for your car, and you only have one of them, say it's a 3D printed part or it's something that you've machined one off, then you break that, then you're just out of luck, or you have to make something fit.
Actually, that's absolutely true. In the case of Ferris, I think he has custom-sized water jet cut brake pads that were new for his car and his setup this weekend. So stuff like that's consumable, you never not want to have.
So the field's working their way through the carousel now onto the front straightaway, and it's very sunny outside, and Jeremy Swenson hanging the rear end of the car out as they come through turn 13, across the line, banging through the sequential gears, well over 100 miles an hour down into turn number 1, and leaning on those brakes, get that car coaxed in to the start. Another flying lap here for Heat 5 this weekend in GridLife Track Battle round number 4. So a whole bunch of Corvettes out there, the first ones that we see, but there's a whole bunch of other cars out on track. I see a Mustang out there as well with a big old wing, so that thing's going to be fast as well. That is the 714 car.
That's Eric Rockwell in the new Shelby GT500. So that car, I think, makes around 700 horsepower, which is kind of impressive for a factory car. But he's still working kinks out and getting the car ready for doing, full-duty time attack.
Jackie Ding's out there as well in his number 86 Toyota Supra. And Austin Hurdle's out on track as well in his 34. Josh Halka, well, whatever broke earlier must not have been that big of a deal because he's out there rolling, so couldn't have been that bad.
Yeah, right.
So Swenson working his way down through turn 6 and 7 now and into the S's section, into Thunder Valley. And Swenson's going to get this car loaded up in the lower sections, crest the hill, and then full throttle through this backside Thunder Valley. This is a very fast section of the racetrack. And here he comes into the left-hander into turn 11. Big slide there with the rear end. Maybe caught the end of the curb. Kind of bumped the front end up in the air. Now down into the carousel. Nice and tidy through there. Back on the power. Bit of a wiggle as he gets the torque to the ground across the line. Swenson comes across the line. What will it be? A 128.851 for Eric Fleming. Behind him, he'll go quicker, a 128.208.
So a little bit off the pace from their time set in the last session, but still very, very fast.
And so Swenson going to start another lap here down into turn 2, the keyhole.
Jackie Ding is now the first street mod car into the 29s. It was a battle between him and Sean Krebsbach, who were going to take that title, but he just set a 129.457. Just incredible pace.
Unbelievable. And he gets everything that he can out of that car. It's shocking and amazing to watch. There he is. He's actually already backed off the pace. There's that 714 you were talking about. The GT500, Eric Rockwell into the keyhole now, and there I think that's Kobe Shieldon behind him in the 130, and Kobe's also been finding the limits of this 1LE Camaro as well. We do have a.
I don't think Josh Hall could fix that
maybe not. There's a big smoke cloud on the front straight right now as it stands. Well, it didn't seem to. Well, there's a black flag, so it looks like that might be. That could be the end of everyone's going to head to pit lane there. So potential for oil on the track, or were they just black flagging? No, that's everybody.
I think that's black flag everybody.
Yeah. So only really one lap for everybody in that session, which will leave Fleming with a 128.208 in the track modified rear wheel drive, right ahead of Swenson by 0.6 of a second. And whatever was flowing out of the engine of that Subaru is probably the reason why we're black flagging a little early here. Well, it's not billowing smoke out anymore.
Yeah, I'm curious. I don't know.
It could be for something else too. Are we? I wonder if we're missing anybody. I don't think we.
Well, I didn't see RS Motors come through. I hope everything's all right on that end.
I could have sworn maybe they. I think they did come in. Right down on the end. I think they just turned in.
No,
they're the red Evo, aren't they?
No, it's a gray and red Evo.
Gray and red Evo. That's right. So maybe we're missing them over on turn 9 potentially. We'll see if we get them back into view. Otherwise, one lap, one shot, very much like the short sessions we saw earlier.
Yep.
Got to capitalize.
Jackie Ding taking advantage. It was only a couple of years ago that we were talking about whether or not any street tire car could break into the 29s, and now we're seeing it in street mod on limited aero and limited tire width available.
I think that's his goal, and he said this a bunch on his YouTube channel. His goal was to take this car and to explore the limits of it. And how fast can we make this car go within a given set of rules? And he has done that, and I think probably exceeded everyone's expectations by a lot.
Absolutely. I don't know that anyone expected the car to go that quick.
We do have a safety truck out on track. We'll find out. We'll track it and see where it goes. It's bright orange, so it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Yeah, right.
Unless it disappears over to turn 9, then we're out of luck. But again, we're probably missing somebody if I had to guess. Probably the RS Motors crew. But Eric Fleming, a 128.208. That's not the fastest lap we've seen. We've seen it in the 27s, but I think he's gonna have to wait for another chance. Probably tomorrow to get that done.
Both he and Jeremy Swenson are separated in the track mod lead by about 4/100ths of a second. So it's going to be a dice roll to see who comes out on top.
And there's the track records for Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Sunday Cup, Matt Williams, we'll see them a little bit later. Of course, Josh Halka on the 135 Street all-wheel drive platform. 135.1 is his best time. Street GT, 132.933 by Kobe Shield. And what was that, a 133 or 132.933? So he was about 0.4 short on this go. Street mod with Jackie Ding, a 129.457. That looks to be the lap that he just ran. And actually, you know what? Kobe Shield did run that lap this session, did he not? No, he didn't. So that was earlier this weekend. And then Jeremy Swenson with a 127.702. That's what we were referencing earlier. And James Houghton, our buddy from the north, who can't be here.
Miss our Canadian friends.
We do. Houghton and Boersma.
But it looks like we're holding cars in grid, so there's a chance that Group A will get to go back out on track in this session.
Yeah, we're still only about halfway through it, so there's a chance that if we can get it cleaned up in 2 or 3 minutes, drivers might get at least one more lap in. But if you're Jackie Ding, I say you just tidy up, you go back to the truck and you hang out and do it again tomorrow, because it's going to be hard to improve on that.
Yeah, it could be. I know that yesterday as they were working through the car, he's making just a mountain of power in that car, and it heat soaks pretty quickly. So he has his crew available right in grid, so he comes in and the car gets basically sprayed off, try and get the charge air coolers down back to an appropriate temperature, and then they send him back out. So it's nice to have team members to fall back on when you really need it.
Absolutely. So field put on a hold right now, and a pause on the pit lane, and they're queuing up as we wait for our track to get cleaned up and ready to go racing again. But I think the discussion that has been happening so far this weekend is we're just glad to be here. I mean, after 2020 being so up in the air back a couple months ago, I didn't think it. There was a point when I said we're not going to go to any racetracks this year.
Yeah.
And I'm just excited that we can be here. We're able to compete, and the drivers and everyone has been doing a good job keeping their distance and following the protocols, and it's been a successful weekend so far. That is the RS Motors car that has been discovered and dragged back to pit lane via tow rope.
I don't see anything physically damaged on the car. I know that mechanicals are never fun, but it's nice to see that there wasn't any kind of contact that would hugely affect his safety or the livelihood of the car.
Yep. So whatever it is, he's gonna have to go dig in to find it probably, and hopefully it's not terminal, and that they can get that car repaired and go for another lap later this weekend. But that's never fun. We always talk about the engineering that goes into this, and these cars are designed to really run 1 or 2 laps, and then they're designed to sort of break.
And so I actually was looking at speed versus distance data for Sean Krebs back, and I think it was Jeremy Swenson, and 2 different classes, 2 different levels of horsepower and preparedness. And what was surprising is Sean's car makes so much horsepower that the difference between him and Jeremy Swenson on the back straight in miles per hour is almost nothing.
It's really interesting.
It's that Evo is a wild car.
Yeah. All right, well, we got cars back out on track. They're going to get, they might get 2 laps if they want it. As when they roll back around, it's going to take them about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, and yeah, they'll probably get 1 or 2 laps in before they have to come back on in and relinquish the field or the track to Group B. So Swenson will be the leader coming out of the pit lane. Corvette buddies all seem to be together, and this just makes sense from a track standpoint. You want to be around the cars that you're not going to have to pass or get passed by. And I'm not really sure if these cars' slipstream was really worth much.
No, I'm not sure. I think probably being too near anyone else really just affects you and how you manage your laps.
Yeah.
So most people tend to want to spread out just a little bit to make sure that they're not affected by anyone in front of them.
And this is for any high downforce car where you're following any other machine in a straight line. Being in the draft is a good thing. You get to a corner, and now you've lost all your downforce. And this might be more true in an unlimited car, but you're going to lose that front downforce. You're going to push up the racetrack, and you're not going to get the grip that you need. So having your own space is necessary, but I think being around cars that are similar to your pace is good just to keep everyone spread out properly.
And so there is actually a 4th Corvette that all of these guys they tend to be friends. And there's a 4th Corvette, Paul Curley, from here in Ohio, that I don't think is coming this weekend because he had to work yesterday and today, and he wasn't sure if the weather was going to play out to make it worth it. And now that we've got sunshine, it's like, man, what a missed opportunity.
Well, I think up until about 11 o'clock today, we were certain it was going to rain.
Yeah.
And look, it's now 4 o'clock, and it's more blue than it's been all day. It's just been a really nice weekend. The temperatures have been absolutely perfect, but Jeremy Swenson's going to rip around turns 12 and 13 and fire back up for another go here. Green flag. Through turn 1, that car just bounced so nicely right up against the inside curb, track out all the way, and let this car stretch its legs on the straightaways. I mean, this car, I don't know what the top speed is, but I bet you it's too fast.
If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably 165.
Yeah, that's good. That's
on
good.
The back straight.
I think that's all.
It's fast enough.
Yeah, I think I'm good down here at 80 or whatever.
And I mean, I guess you don't really think of Mid Ohio as being a really high-speed track like Road America, but the back straight is deceptively long.
Well, I think it's the kink turn 3 that splits it and it kind of bisects it, right? So any angle you look at it from, it doesn't look that long. But then you get past the kink, and there's a whole other half a straightaway left.
Yep, absolutely.
It's sort of similar to Road Atlanta in a way, where Road Atlanta's got a really long back straight, but there's also that kink and the crest where you can't really see
I think the tricky bit about Road Atlanta is the kink is followed by that downhill.
Yeah.
And as a driver, I know the road is there, but man, sometimes it doesn't feel like it. You just have to trust that it's there.
What was it, Gravity Cavity back in the day where they didn't have the chicane and you go down and back up? I can't imagine what that would have been like. But, again, there is that 714 of Eric Rockwell working his way through the far side of the course. Swenson up towards the carousel once again to complete his lap with Fleming in tow. Fleming, again, was a little bit quicker this session, but neither has run better than the track record time this session, so they're both going to have to improve. Swenson across the line. What will it be for him? 126.881 for Jeremy Swenson. That is unbelievable.
I think that's going to be hard to beat. That is a banger lap.
That is unbelievable. And Eric Fleming won a 127.9, so a full second slower. So I think Swenson was on it. And at the end of a session that we thought wasn't going to happen, he goes out there and runs a 26.8.
So fast. Just unbelievable. And it looks like Kobe Shield reset the street GT record with a 32.849.
Yep. That's an improvement. That was up a couple tenths from his previous time. So Kobe Shield and street rear-wheel drive looking pretty good out there.
Seems like the track is just about perfect. Conditions are looking really great.
Again, it's warm, but it's not hot and greasy.
Yep.
And I think the track being cool earlier, I think the earth underneath the subsurface is still relatively cool from the rains overnight. So, again, I think you're right. I think the track's in prime condition here. So Fleming going to move over, let the 7:14 on by of Eric Rockwell. His best time in this session has been a 1:32.28, and we'll see if he can improve on that this time.
It's a pretty fast lap for a car that's close to stock. You put a little bit of aero on the front and the rear of the car, but in large part, that's just a factory Shelby GT500.
And he's going to head up into the carousel section again. And the Mustang platform has probably, as a car, has developed probably more than most other cars have in terms of what it started as and what it is now.
Oh, absolutely.
A much better car.
Well, and I would argue that even in the last decade or so, you don't. I think you have to think beyond the Mustang as just a muscle car these days, because especially with this most recent chassis, the track capability is exceptional.
It really is. It's again the independent rear suspension was, I think, a big step for that car. But as he comes across the line, a 1:34.028, not his quickest. Grant Walker goes quicker, a 1:34.878. Austin Hurdle, Josh Halka goes quicker, a 1:34.362. And here comes another C7 vet. That's the 335 car. Chris Bickford, a 1:36.604. That's his best lap of the session. So that should be checkers, and we do have the checkered flag falling at the flag stand. Halka goes through to pick up another lap. Let's see, was it an improvement? Looked like it. His most recent lap was a 34.3, which was his best of this session. But again, Swenson's 26.8. I don't see anybody breaking that.
That's getting dangerously close to unlimited times. For those who remember, I think James Houghton track record here is a 23 and some change. And so to see a track mod car within just 3 or 4 seconds of unlimited is really unusual and a testament to how fast these cars are going.
You see that Rockwell was hanging that GT500 out. It was about, they had the rear end about stepped out 3 feet off to the side at the exit. One of those.
For the last couple of events, actually, Rockwell was running in the street mod group, which is with limited in tire to 285, and quite honestly, those tires just couldn't cope with that amount of horsepower. I think they were shredding a set of tires over the course of a weekend.
It's the consumables in those higher horsepower cars. You're eating up tires, you're eating up fuel, and all your wear parts are getting beaten into submission around here. So,
and it looks like Halka was able to reset his overall record in street class by a decent amount with a 1:34.362. Substantial improvement over the previous.
That's 0.8 of a second.
That's a big jump.
Yeah, so Halka in street all-wheel drive up 0.8 of a second to have a new record for street all-wheel drive. That's a really impressive lap. It kind of snuck under the radar there.
A little bit.
But I guess because we get the overall in purple, we don't get the individual classes. So he snuck in there and ran a really fast lap. And waiting for Group B to come out now. There's some more records I'm sure will fall in the track conditions that are almost perfectly ideal right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Ferris Khartoumi was able to fix whatever gremlin is bothering him. He went out the first session and rolled back through pits, back to his garage, and then gave it another try and still didn't manage to have things quite right. So let's hope he gets it fixed before the end of the weekend.
Yeah, didn't even roll out on track enough to trip the timing and scoring, so no results for him either in this set.
It's an awful long tow from Dallas to bring a car here to not have everything work exactly the way you want it.
But that's the risk of this sport, right?
Absolutely.
It's all risk and reward and balancing that, and whether that risk is spending 57 hours to give the car, a thousandth of a second quicker, or whether it's driving 1,000 miles and having it break the second you show up. I mean, that's the risk at it, but it's so rewarding when you can take home that trophy and say, I was the quickest guy there.
I know that watching time attack is something that you kind of have to get used to, and you have an eye for what's happening and what's going on. But I can tell you from experience that time attacking as a driver is a thrill, because essentially what you're trying to do is drive the fastest lap you've ever driven in the fastest car you've ever driven every single time you go out on track. And that's an experience. And sometimes it can be sensory overload, where sometimes the car's just too fast.
wrap up the rest of the schedule for you today. Time Attack Heat 5, we're doing that right now, moving on to Group B here shortly, but GLTC race number 2 will be at 4:50. That's in about 40 minutes from now. We set the top 10 in our top 10 pace shootout a little bit earlier this afternoon. DJ Alessandrini sits on the pole after claiming his first ever win in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup action, so make sure you catch that at 4:50 Eastern.
Well, but he backed that up with a top 10 shootout.
Yeah, he did
as well.
And you know what? And Eric Catil was joking down in the paddock that, hey, we got to put a modifier on the ABS cars. And I said, well, Eric, there's 2 ABS cars and there's 2 non-ABS cars in the first 2 rows. It's perfectly even. It's amazing the different. I mean, that's just one technology, but think about all the other parts and pieces. Eric's car is 30 years or 20 years older than DJ's. So they're the same car, same model, but they're 20 years apart and sitting on the same row.
Absolutely. It's
unbelievable.
The top 10 shootout was an interesting format, and it was fun to watch because I don't think that every driver is of the frame of mind to just like flip a switch and go out and run their best lap.
And also, I mean, think about this in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. You think about value when you go to a track event, right? You want track time. You want track to yourself. And this, you run top 10. You get a lap to yourself. And you get the entire place. Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, one of the most popular, one of the most famous road courses in the country. You get that track all to yourself for 1 lap. And you get to prove yourself. And DJ did just that this afternoon.
Man, he was fast.
Time Attack Group B rolling out on the track right now into turn number 1. And turn 1 is an interesting corner at Mid-Ohio because it feels very flat to me. And there's that curb on the inside that separates the pit road exit. I wonder how much that bothers drivers that are leaving pit lane, how close that blend line is. There's that big curb there, but that seems like that would still be a little you feel like you're turning in right into the pit lane exit, but you're staying on the outside.
Yeah, it's an experience for sure. At least when I was driving, I tend to not notice it, right?
Yeah.
You're generally not going that far track left, and so I think the interesting thing about turn 1 especially, though, is just how fast you can go through it.
Sure.
If you have the courage to do it.
Yeah.
It reminds me a lot of similar amounts of grip to like turn 1 at Road Atlanta, right, where you can go very fast, but if you get it wrong, the consequences are pretty substantial. Right,
yeah. And at the very least there, it's mostly gravel trap. There is a wall out there, but it's a little ways to get there. So there's definitely consequence, but it's a fast corner. And I would say that turn 11 over here right before the carousel is another corner just like that, where it's not very cambered. It's pretty flat. You're carrying a lot of speed into it. And it's, again, a place where you can make speed, but if you make a mistake, it's going to be very costly.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Look at those clouds, and the clouds in the sky right now that are absolutely gorgeous as we finally have some blue sky poking through. And at one point, I was very interested in clouds, cumulonimbus and all the different types. I was a nerd back then.
Nerd.
But they're really cool looking at right now. So we got Group B rolling out on their warm-up lap here, and I guess we'll get some records on the screen here hopefully shortly for you. And let's see what we got in this group here. The 32 car is going to come across the line. Of course, that's Ron Mullett and the track modified rear-wheel drive class.
It's possible that that's guest driver Ryan Finch as well, who may have been a bad boy and not checked in with timing and scoring.
It could be.
But Brad from Tire Rack is a kind of a driver for hire. He works with a lot of people to help set up new cars and new builds, and he's been working with Ron for several events to try and get that Corvette dialed in.
And Nick Kors in the number 70, he's third in line with that Union Jack on the roof of the Civic. And again, we talked about this earlier, but the story, or the whole non-story about that, they don't know where it came from. They don't know why it's there. But it's kind of a funny little backstory. It's like a bumper sticker, but it's the whole roof.
So you see a bright blue Subaru BRZ with a big wing on the back. That's Peter Gramberg. And apparently he drives.
Oh, Ben Mike had just gone around in turn 5. I think he just looped it. Or if he didn't loop it, he almost looped it. It was very close. We're hearing that he did save it. He was about as far sideways as you can get.
Good for him.
But that was cool.
So
we don't have drift here this weekend, but that would
but we have some shots of Ferris Khartoumi as well, going drifty boy into turn 1, I think, fighting some ABS issues.
Yeah, that no drift this weekend, guys. Time attack. Keep it straight.
No, I was saying about Peter Gramberg. Apparently, he drives that car to all of the events, and so that car is visible kind of around the suburbs of Chicago pretty regularly. I have friends that are not into grid life and sometimes text me pictures like, "Hey, here's one of your people," and yeah, he drives it to and from events and competes in time attack. Good for him.
Turn 1. Here comes Ben. Well, the car's saved. He's still got it in one piece and rolling down into turn 1. He's got the 70 Civic right behind him. Ron Mullet 136.067 in his track modified rear wheel drive car. A lot of green showing up as they get their first lap recorded here in this session. And turn 2, this is another corner that is really interesting to watch drivers because there's a bunch of different lines you can take through here. See a lot of drivers stay super far left and late apex this. You can hug the inside all the way around. You can double apex
I think that's the way I tended to drive it when I had an Evo 10, and that's the way I would drive it, is kind of hug it and then do everything you can to open up the wheel on turn out and just let the car do the work.
Absolutely. There's Ron Mullet heading down the hill now through 6 and coaxing that car to turn in. And Corvettes are not necessarily the lightest cars on their feet, but they do have a whole lot of power, and you can kind of steer them with the throttle a little.
Well, I think something exciting about C5, C5Z as a chassis of choice for time attack is that it's not actually that much work to get the car under 3,000 pounds.
Really?
And if you compare it to maybe Jackie Ding's car as a counterexample, that car is 3,500, and the cars that are tire width restricted, they have to carry that extra weight around, and that just adds heat to the tires and more work for the brakes.
Absolutely. So Mullet come on through, and 136.067 was what his best lap was. How about a 135.942? Went quicker.
Decently quick. And I was talking with Ryan Finch about that red Corvette, and they're working a lot on suspension setup and making sure that the car drives well coming out of corners. He was saying that into braking on occasion, it feels like it's the whole car is kind of like twisting like a NASCAR circle track car would do. Definitely room for improvement there.
There's that 70 car I was mentioning earlier, and that's Nick Kors, and he is a front-wheel drive competitor running P5 overall right now, a 138.1 in this session. That's pretty quick for that car.
Now, if my understanding is right, what I heard in the paddock is this car is also a one lap of America car. So not only is it fast on a track for time attack, but it's also got the potential to be driven thousands of miles on its way to compete for the week. So I love one lap of America builds. I think they're an extraordinary caliber of car, and they kind of have to be because they have to last the entire time.
I don't know what power it makes. I don't know what clutch it has in it, but I saw this car roll in on Friday night, and that clutch looked like a handful. It was very grabby. Just from standing on the sideline watching it pull in the gate. So whatever he's got in there is pretty serious business. I think, is there a C8 car also out there? I saw one on one of the monitors here. I think we're going to see it shortly, but I could have sworn I saw it in the paddock.
Yep, it's car number 16, Alex Pites, who is the tuner and co-builder of Ferris Khartoumi's car as well.
So do you know what they've done to that car? Is it relatively stock?
It's a street GT class car right now. I think they're working a little bit on a new coilover setup, but beyond that, there's really not been too much.
We got a black flag as we see the flag flowing from the flag stand there. Not sure what for, and we're looking and trying to find where that could be. Could be fluid, could be car off somewhere in the kitty litter, but we'll wait and update you when we know. And again, session right about halfway, getting the black flag. And again, for the drivers that were on flying laps, it's gonna be a little frustrating, but this is just how things go.
Yeah, they were 2 hot laps or 3 hot laps in already, so drivers have gotten their first chance at least.
We do have a yellow flag also being waved with the black at the starter stand. So that tells me, where is that? Is that the turn 3 location? Where else do they have one like that? I don't know where that is, but wherever that flag is, I'll bet you there's a car stopped over there. And we haven't. There's too many cars out to know who's missing, but I'm sure we'll know at the end.
What's your opinion on the new Corvette?
Oh boy, I'm going to get a lot of flack for this. I think it's a really neat car. I think the GT Le Mans build has shown that it's a successful car and that it's that platform will be very successful. I also think that the C7 or C8 Stingray is not the capability of that chassis. I think when we see the Z06, the ZL1 versions, it's going to be, we're really going to see the capability of the mid-engine platform. I like the idea of the mid-engine platform. In terms of the aesthetics, I like the front, I don't like the back.
Yeah, I think the tail end of the car, especially like the deck lid, seems a lot higher than, like, higher off the ground than maybe it should.
Yeah, so in looking at this from a design perspective, I always thought the C7 was very elegant looking, where all the lines seemed to fit and make sense, and then the C8 was a little bit kind of like race car part here, air intake there, and it's not a bad thing. It looks cool. I just don't know if it's quite as well thought out in terms of the aesthetics as the C7, but that's just my opinion.
But something I'm excited to see with Alex kind of being the first car, first C8 in the time attack field that we've seen, is there's all kinds of small issues that developers need to figure out in order to make a car like that, which started out as a street car, to actually go quick on track.
Sure.
And so systems like the traction control, and whether or not the car likes to have mixed circumference-sized wheels on it, or if it will allow, can you put an extra wide rear tire on and not have the car go into freak out mode, things like that. All of those problems are going to have to be solved until those problems are solved. That chassis will kind of be up in the air on whether or not it's a good track car.
Yeah, I think you go to the mid-engine platform. You're balancing the car better. I think that's the key. Is you've got your center of gravity more centered on the car. You don't have a lot of weight on one end of the car versus the other. So in theory, it would make a better car. But I'm not sure that that's always the case. I think it has to be engineered properly, and I think GM's done a really good job. The interiors of those cars look really nice. I mean, in terms of a grand touring car that you just buy, I think that they've done a really good job making that car very nice inside.
So if memory serves me right, I think that the front tires on that car, in terms of width, though, are kind of narrow. I think it's a 265.
That would be narrow for that.
And I would imagine that there's probably some understeer that has to be fought out of the box to get the car to drive the way you want on track.
Well, you see it just joining the racetrack there. We do have, green flag tentatively back in the air here as we get rolling again. And, we'll see how it does. Right now, Pites has a 139.734. And do we know what tires he's on by any chance? Is he just on...
Actually, I don't. I'm not sure what sizes are available. If I had to guess, I would say the Yokohama AO52, but I am not positive about that.
Gotcha. Well, I see some headlights popping on because, I mentioned a little while ago that the clouds had disappeared. I retract that statement. They're sort of started to come back over, and the track is darkening a little bit. I don't know about rain in the area, but I do know that it is just the light intensity level has come down here in the booth. So I can tell you that I think we're going to see some headlights on here shortly.
So just fact-checking what I said earlier, it's not actually a 265, it's a 245.
Okay, so that's a small tire.
Decently narrow for a car that you want to turn on the racetrack.
Well, and the other thing is the C8 Stingray, I don't think is the track enthusiast car. I think that the Grand Sport C8 will be the track enthusiast car. Looking at the radar, pop-up showers potentially. Thanks, Sean, as we got him popping over our shoulder. Pop-up showers possible. I don't think it'll be anything long-lasting. But going back to the Corvette thing, I think if you want to track a C8, I think maybe you give it a couple of years, let other people break them and solve them and whatever, and then get the Grand Sport or whatever is a track focus variant that might be better set up for cooling and that sort of thing. And I bet you it'll be a very capable car. All right, starting new fresh laps for some of the field. What is that 575 car? What's the make and model on that?
It's a Ford Mustang.
That's a Mustang? That's cool.
It is cool, and driver's also pretty cool. That's Charlie Enslin, and he's
that is Charlie.
He is a fun guy to have in the paddock.
Yeah, he's a character, but that's a pretty cool. I didn't know that was a Mustang. It looked like I just saw a brief flash of it for a second because I heard it thunder by the window. But more laps about to get underway here, and we're only going to get probably one lap, maybe two.
Yeah, if the weather keeps turning the way that it is, I wouldn't be surprised to see.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. And we did see on the radar very small pop-ups that could wet the track down. But we were expecting most of the day to be pretty much soaked through. So I think this is still an improvement. Now there's that Mustang we were talking about, the 575 up over the crest.
Man,
cool looking car. Down the hill now, and that is just great.
Not a ton of 80s cars doing time attack, you know?
No, but you know what? The thing I like about Grid Life is that everyone, there's people out there that want to do unique things, and that's one of those unique things.
Yeah, I because I'm deeply involved with the rules and the competition side of Grid Life, I take a lot of emails from people that would like to build a car that's competitive for a particular class, and they'll ask questions about how to be more competitive and things like that. And then there are some people that just want to build the car that they want to build and then go run it. And sometimes that's the most fun.
Yeah, he's going to come thundering onto the front straight again here, and look at that car just rocket down the straightaway. I love these big V8s because they make your chest thunder when you go by. And there it comes over the crest into turn 1. And got a lot of ground clearance, too. It could go off-road like that.
It's a Mustang rally car.
Yes. And I bet you it's pretty quick in a straight line. Bet you doesn't. It's probably not the lightest on its feet in terms of when it gets to the tighter sections.
Let's watch as he makes his way through keyholes. See what kind of body roll.
He might have backed off a little bit, I think. But there's some other cars out there. There's a Mustang, a much newer Mustang, and a BRZ in behind him. And that BRZ was one that you were mentioning earlier, I believe, right? It was the.
I think it's Peter Granberg.
Granberg, right. And Granberg's best time of this session has been a 1:38.371 in street rear-wheel drive.
Not slow for a daily driver.
No. He daily. Oh, you already mentioned that he daily drives that. There's a couple blue BRZs here. I think there's one at HPDE. That's our buddy Paul Darling, who also got introduced to Grid Life through the iRacing series and the Forza series that we ran earlier in the year. So good to see Paul here and tracking his BRZ. There's that C8 we were talking about earlier. Alex Pites in the 16. And down through turn 6 and into turn 7. And I do like the It is a very aggressive looking car.
Good. So you may have seen Alex on YouTube videos. He works with a couple of prominent YouTubers on C8 twin turbo builds. So I think as soon as they have a proper tuning solution for that car, they're going to really unleash the potential of that new motor.
I think it's going to be interesting to follow that. I really enjoy following a lot of Grid Life people on social media and YouTube, because there's a lot of people that have their own channels and they document their builds, and you really get to delve into not just the guy behind the wheel on the racetrack, but the guy in the garage that's working on it, and you learn a lot from these things too.
Absolutely. And sometimes it's really nice, especially if you're trying to get into this kind of motorsport, it's nice to just see what other people have done. Because from my experience, doing a build from scratch that no one else has done before comes with some growing pains.
Oh,
right?
For sure.
You figure out problems, and it ends up being expensive to find answers to those problems because no one's done it before you yet.
Yeah, and I think there's also definitely a rewarding piece to that too at the end when you're the only guy in the garage with, car X, Y, and Z from 1972 or whatever.
So I was chatting with Josh Halka by text a couple of weeks ago, and he had just done a turbo swap on his car and was fighting an issue, and he was kind of telling me about it. And in this case, I was like, oh, I know exactly what your problem is, because I had this exact thing happen to me on the Evo 10 when I was driving.
There's your track records again. Well, we're going to see Group C here shortly, and Matt Williams can see if he can defend his 151 777.
On track here, we've got a GT2 RS, which I just happen to love. I think what an incredible car.
I've always been fascinated by the Porsche story of how an engine in the rear of a car dynamically doesn't make any sense, but then you put it on the track and it's really good.
Yeah, it's a really, really unusual thing, but I think it's a testament to, evolution in design and refinement, just continuous refinement. And I guess it's completely natural that after 40 or 50 years of racing that they'd have a platform that is got an incredible pedigree, but also race results to back it up.
I just think there's like a factory in Germany somewhere. There's a bunch of wizards that are designing Porsches in a dark room someplace. I mean, it's just like magic how they make these cars drive so good. I mean, and I've heard, I was talking to Luke McGrew last night. We were having a conversation about fast cars, Viper versus GT2 RS and whatever. And he was saying that Vipers, you feel like you're going 150 when you're going 150. In a Porsche, it's like you're doing 80.
That's absolutely true. And so through a weird set of circumstances, last year I got to be present at a private event at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. and got a chance to ride along with a guy. We were doing the road course at IMS, and we did some laps on the oval. And just for fun, kind of pace laps, but still decently quick. And the GT2 RS is probably the most time attack street car, like production car, that I've ever been in. There's just gear changes, they're bangs and clanks, and it's just a violent, visceral car. It was quite an experience.
We are getting reports that there is some light precipitation around the track, so I think their Group C might get a little wild here if there is some rain in the area. And again, it's going to be pop-up showers, if anything. I don't think it'll be anything long-lasting, but yeah, but there's definitely some rain off in the distance that you can see approaching the track, and you're right. Group C going to probably have to deal with some wet.
May not be enough yet to slow them down.
Probably
we'll
not.
See.
Well, what you don't want to do is get to what we had happen earlier in the practice race for GLTC, where it's raining on one side and not on the other, and you get down there and you get to the brakes, and all of a sudden you go, oh.
Yeah, right.
So.
Group C leaving false grid here out onto the main portion of the track.
And it has been a dreary day that cleared up momentarily, and we're right back to where we were before. So Group C Time Attack Heat 5 of the weekend in GRIDLIFE track battle. Round number 4 of the season. We've got, what do we got next? Colorado in a couple weeks?
Yeah, we're like deep into the heart of the season now, and things go by quick.
We got Colorado coming up, then Road America, and then we got Gingerman at the
Back at Ginger.
fall. So I'm so excited for Road America. I can't wait to go to that place. I couldn't wait to go here. I've never been to Mid-Ohio, and Road America I've never been to. We go to cool places.
GRIDLIFE is just opening your eyes to all of the places.
And the thing is, they're far. Oh, we definitely have some rain on the front straight now. Here, Abe, it's coming down.
Absolutely.
So by the time they finish their warm-up lap, the track probably will be wet. So there we go.
Don't expect anybody to set records here, but Cal Fortner is driving in the S4. It's got a kind of a cool livery on it, and that boy loves driving in the rain. It's a personal favorite for him.
He's about to get his wish. Some drivers love the rain, and some drivers view it as a sort of an annoyance. But there's a lot of drivers out there that go, I'm a good driver, I can do it. And then they go out there and do it.
Quickly find out it's harder than it looks.
Yeah, it is hard.
Well, I think an especially tricky element is just knowing and having the confidence for how much traction you have under braking, right?
Sure.
Because once you get your braking done, going through a corner is, you're basically at the limit. But if you're going down the back straight and you're at 140 or whatever, and you touch the brakes, are you going to brake in time? Do you have enough traction, or do you have the tires that can pump away enough water fast enough to make sure that you have traction even under braking?
Well, I can tell you, looking around, it's going to be bad for a second and probably go away. But it is really raining hard here on the front straight. And at least visually, it didn't look so bad on the other side of the track. But it might just be the length of the lens we're using here might be kind of making that look a little bit less bad. But I can tell you, on the front straight that we can see out the window, it's bad. So as the field comes on through, well, drivers may or may not bail. A couple Porsches slipping and sliding there as they come out of turn number 13. And throttling back up. Here we go.
Wipers on, a little bit slippy coming out of the carousel onto the straight.
Whoa,
boy.
Whoa, big slide by the 27 car on the front straightaway. Going to go around into the gravel trap, and he'll be out of the wall. He didn't touch anything, but he is definitely beached in the gravel.
He's stuck.
So another car off of the exit of 1. Right here at the exit of 1, we got a car in the tire barriers. It's Subaru. And I'm trying to see which car that is. It's a new WRX. He's spun to the inside of 1. So we definitely have at least 2 cars off right now. And there is a black flag on the session. So this is exactly what we talked about. One side of the racetrack's not too bad. The other side's really bad. You get there, you don't expect it, and you loop it. All right, so we got to get this 27 car out of the gravel trap because they're definitely beached and they're going to require some assistance. And that will require the session to be black flag. So probably going to be an abbreviated session here. If they might get another lap if they can get this car dug out of the gravel. But there's risks involved with driving in the rain, and we just saw some.
Yeah, especially if you, much like I said just a minute ago, if you underestimate how slippery it actually is, it can be bad.
And I think a spin at the exit of turn 13 at Mid-Ohio. There's walls on either side here, but I think the driver, who's in the 27 car, by the way, that's trying to see. I don't know if they've got our timing.
Ken DeVries.
Ken DeVries. pretty kind of back and forth a few times, slow, lazy spin into the gravel, so no harm, no foul there. But it's probably not fun as a driver to, catch that 2 or 3 times. But it's slippery. Might have gotten the curb, the paint on corner X. It's very slick. There's a lot of things that can lead to you going off at Mid-Ohio, and rain is definitely one of those things. A couple spec fits still out on track. As we got the recovery vehicles joining us here on track out of turn 13. And to dig the 27 out of the beach. And just as quick as the rain was here, it is very quickly letting up. So I think it just came down to wet the track and make everyone slow down for a second.
Yeah, sometimes that's how it goes.
Yeah. And watching recovery efforts is always sort of interesting. I always like watching the crews get out there and help people out. So the rest of the day here, the schedule next up is going to be 4:50 Eastern GridLife Touring Cup race number 2. We had race 1 earlier today. It was an epic battle for the top 3 spots. Going to get to watch it all over again in our second race of the weekend. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock Eastern, we'll go up for GridLife Touring Cup race number 3, followed by Time Attack Heat 6 at 10:20 right after the conclusion of GridLife Touring Cup. Then right after that, another GridLife Touring Cup race, rapid fire on Sunday morning with another Slip Angle live at noon, followed by Time Attack Heat number 7, post-race show at 2 o'clock, and by 2:30 we'll be wrapping up and getting out of here, moving on to the next one.
That's an action-packed 4.5 hours. That's a lot of stuff.
It is a lot of stuff. The GridLife Touring Cup cars have a very busy morning tomorrow. But again, thanks to Falcon Tire for sponsoring GridLife Live, as well as FCP Euro, 104 Performance, and ST Suspension. It's been a pleasure to be here, Abe, and it feels like I've been here for a couple days now. I was here Thursday night, all Friday, almost all Saturday now, and we only got one more day.
So it looks like we got him pulled out of the gravel trap, and because he didn't make impact with anything, I'd expect he would drive off under his own power.
And that would allow us to go back green, hopefully. We're only 6 minutes into this session, so I'd imagine that we'd get some more laps out there and let these guys get some track time before the end of the day. And now it's right back to just being cloudy. But the track probably won't dry instantly. I'm not sure it completely got soaked through. It definitely looks damp, but I don't think it's wet to the point where it would be super treacherous everywhere. But this track is already slick enough that even a little bit of water is probably going to make it a little bit treacherous.
Yeah, it goes a long way for sure.
All right, so DeVries back under his own power at the front straightaway. Trying to get all the gravel off the splitter before he rejoins the racetrack. So still some raindrops happening on the lens there on the turn 1 camera. So maybe we're not completely out of the clear here.
For those who demand winning performance, on the track, off-road, and everywhere in between, Falcon has you covered. Falcon Tires, delivering exceptional performance to exceptional drivers since 1983.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for GridLife Track Battle round number 4 from Mid-Ohio. And got cars back on track here for Time Attack Heat 5. Group C had a bit of a shortened session because of digging a car out of the kitty litter and another car out of the turn 1 grass on the inside, but back rolling carefully.
Just enough rain to make things a little bit exciting, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think we had our excitement. the 30 seconds of cars spinning, I think, was enough for me. I think we can have a dry session from here on out. But again, I think this track is going to dry a little bit. It's not going to be. I can still see a wet patch in turn 13, right up about 4 or 5 feet off the curb. So I think you're going to want to stay off the apexes and off the paint right now. I think as long as you're careful, you're probably all right.
And I think you were talking about it earlier. This track is not large by some standards compared to tracks like Coda and Road America, but it is interesting to see, different weather effects at corners, corner 13 here versus on the backside of the track, which may have not seen any rain at all during the session, which could have been why maybe this corner in particular was misjudged. Yeah,
and again, 12 and 13, the other thing about this is that it's so bumpy. So anytime you have bumps, you're upsetting the car, you're pulling the tire off the pavement, and it gets difficult. We got a couple spec fits out in front of a Porsche Cayman. That's going to be an interesting problem to sort out here as we get down to turn 1.
I'd imagine that pass will happen as soon as drivers get through turn 1.
Yeah, right there, already down the inside of one of those spec fits. And how about a 7-minute and 6-second lap time? How about that? Is that a track record?
Longest laps?
Longest laps. That would be something.
Jason Owens is driving a 10th gen Civic Si in street class. I'm curious to see if that car can be made competitive in the current rules, but something Adam and I have been talking about is whether or not we want to make some more allowances for horsepower mods for cars under 1.6 liter, which
sure.
the new Honda turbo cars tend to be. So I'd like to see more of those cars running in our field because it's a really good chassis and it's a really, really checkable car.
Absolutely. A couple cars running a little off apex there through 4. Just, again, trying to build the confidence up. After you see a couple of your competitors go off sliding through the gravel, it probably takes a lap or two to feel the track out and get used to it again. But these conditions have been tricky this weekend because when it's been wet, it hasn't been super wet or super dry. It's been always somewhere in the middle, which I think has been the challenge, right?
Right. I think the track being dynamic like that is, lap to lap, the grip could be different.
Sure, and I think it has been, every time it seems like we get a session, it's usually at the end of a rain. This is the first time we've seen rain happen during a session other than this morning. So, all right, let's pick up some cars and get some lap times going here. The spec fits rolling on through, but down through 4 and 5, there's a big train of cars down there, again, all following each other. There's the 14. And that is the fastest car of the session. That's Cal Fortner's unlimited all-wheel drive car. But how about Taylor Bowling in the 619, 149.332, the first car to come across the line and go purple for the session. Yo Cutla in the 32 car, second in street rear-wheel drive. 3/10 between those two drivers as it stands right now.
Ben Lynn is part of the Gears and Gasoline crew and is doing his first time attack event with GRIDLIFE. This year, Ben Thorne has been driving the K-Swap Civic that you may have seen on the Gears and Gasoline channel. But now Ben Lynn taking driving duties for this event here at Mid-Ohio. So it's good to see him on track.
So it looks like the Porsches are swapping spots here as they head down to turn 4. And maybe just to follow the leader here, maybe one's bailing out and heading back to the pit lane. Cal Fortner is going to head to the pits right in front of us here, but keeping an eye on the Porsche sweeping through turns 4 and 5 up over the crest into madness. That is the 619 of Taylor Bowling in that car. There's the two of them are pretty similar looking. Taylor's got the black stripe down the center of the car. Makes it easier to pick out from a distance. I still see wipers, so whether it's just getting kicked up from the cars in front or whether that's just a light miss somewhere else on the circuit, it still seems like those are handy at the moment.
It's always funny to see track cars that have been kind of stripped out for maximum lightness, where they pull out the defrost and they pull off wipers and things like that, and then you get to a wet session, you're like, man, really need that stuff.
Yeah. I sort of laughed with the GLTC guys too. They ripped out all their headlights. I'm like, you guys race at night. That's the thing that you guys do. Why'd you do that? All right, here comes Taylor Bowling across the line again, leading a pack of cars. 32 in behind this, so is the 118 of Jason Owens. And Jason Owens in street front-wheel drive goes a 143.749, and that's a pretty good lap.
Yeah, it's a couple seconds off of his personal best. So the track fallen away from drivers just a little bit.
Yeah, but I think given the conditions, it's not too shabby. But you can actually see in turn 12 at the exit of the carousel, the dry line already formed back up. Again, there's the middle of the track is still wet, but that bottom racing line is starting to dry out. Oh, a little wide there for Taylor Bowling following the Civic. How about that? The front-wheel drive Civic going by the Porsche.
That's how it is sometimes.
That's how it be.
I really, really like these 10th gen cars. I think I have a lead on one. A friend of mine, when he wants to sell his, I've said, hey, you should ask me first before you put it out in the open market.
They're good-looking cars, and I think Civics in general are such amazing vehicles because they can be anything you want them to be. They can be the kid's college car. They can be your daily driver. They can be your sports car, and they can be your econobox that runs 45 miles a gallon on the thruway. I mean, it can do all of those things.
Well, and especially this particular Civic, it's classed really well in autocross. It's a nationally competitive setup. When the hands of a good driver, can absolutely win a national title. So, if you can go out and do all the things in a car that's livable on the street too, that's not a bad place to be.
Absolutely, and I think Tom McGowan probably has something to say about that as well. He's a big Honda guy, running an S2000 in GLTC, but comes from a long background of driving Civics, even in TCR and in IMSA. So we shall have a checkered flag here, and it looks like the 118 car will be the first one to pick it up, and Jason Owens will improve to 142.672, so pick up a second on that lap. Taylor Bowling goes quicker, 144.382. Going to see a whole lot of green as drivers finish up their slightly drier laps from earlier in the session.
Ben Lynn with a sizable improvement over his previous last lap, running now a 143.925.
Yeah, in comparison to a 151 and a 145. So it was a 6-second pickup, but then about a 3-second pickup the third lap out. So really impressive stuff.
I know he struggled mechanically with the car yesterday, so really only got a chance to put down laps yesterday afternoon. And so seeing him out and getting a few good ones in, I bet he's hoping for dry weather tomorrow.
So with the checkers falling, the last couple drivers will come skating across the start-finish and lay down the last time that they can before packing up and doing it all over again tomorrow. And the last few cars coming. And let's see, we got the 68 car. That's a BRZ coming across the line. Daniel Montana's in the 68 street rear-wheel drive. And it looks like that was an outlap for him, so looks like that won't be a time. Matt Williams, how about the Sunday Cup car, 153.094. Only about 2 seconds off, given the track state. Not too bad.
And Matt's been driving Spec Fit for, I think, since it became a thing, and he is really, really good at maximizing the potential out of that car.
He absolutely is. So that's going to wrap up Time Attack Heat number 5. Coming up next, GridLife Touring Cup race number 2 of the weekend is about to go green. We'll be back with you in just a moment for the start of that race, and we'll see you in a few minutes to bring you the second race of the weekend and all the action you've been waiting for with Wheel to Wheel.
The Falcon Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falcon Azenis RT660.
Crispy.
Cool, thanks. Precipitation has fallen this afternoon at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, setting up a challenging, slick, and potentially treacherous course for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Over 30 drivers with varying levels of experience may have to set aside the lines that they've learned in practice. Every corner, unpredictable. Every braking zone, a shot in the dark. Every apex, a throw of the dice. Some drivers beg for the chance to do it, others pray the sunlight returns, but no matter the condition of the track, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup will take on Mid-Ohio. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Live. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Nick Starter. We've got pace lap underway already for race number 2. We set the grid earlier this afternoon in our top 10 shootout, Nick, so we're going to run down the order. Here we go. On the front row, the number 61, DJ Alessandrini, his first GRIDLIFE Touring Cup win this afternoon. We'll start right alongside the 82 of Erica Till.
Row number 2, we got Aaron Lechty, owner of the winning formula and creator of all these Miatas that are out here, and Pervez Randalia in 4th.
Row number 3 going to be the number 325 of Rob Manicherry and Ryan Christoph, the number 46 CRX.
Row number 4, Emil Tab taking up 7th, and Scott Bowling in that odd one out Cayman in 8th.
Row number 5, Woody Hyman in the 802 won the practice race this morning. Tom O'Gorman starts 10th in the 94.
Eric Meadows in 11th, Justin Kelly in 12th.
In 13th place, Sally McNulty's number 780, up 5 spots in the race this morning. Jake Jornstad starts 14th, in the 23 car.
Jake Jornstad in 14th, Jeremy Boyson in 15th.
We're going to let the rest of the order, we're going to see them when we come back across the start-finish line here shortly. Remember, all GridLife Touring Cup races will start on the back straightaway here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Weather has been confusing today, to say the least, and I'm not really sure what we're going to have here, but it's dark on one side, light on the other. Who knows what we're going to get, Nick, but it's going to be fun.
There was a lot of talk in the paddock about who goes to what tires. There were some cars that were on jack stands ready to change to wets. Some cars had wets on one side, dries on the other, ready to change the other side. It's all unpredictable.
All right, field's going to roll on through. DJ Alessandrini has been so fast this weekend. The GridLife Touring Cup competitors, what are they driving? Well, it's pretty much anything you want within a time attack style rule set balanced by power to weight, so you get a big variety of cars. ABS, non-ABS, rear-wheel drive, front-wheel drive. We got inline 6s. We got V8s out there, 4-cylinders. Everything that you can think of is out there right now. But up front, a pair of Honda Civics, 20 years apart, very different in size, shape, and philosophy. But basically 2 grocery getter cars from Honda that have been turned into racing machines, and they're both very fast.
Absolutely right, Kyle. Those cars are incredibly quick, and I think they're ready to show the rest of the field and show those Miatas that have won so much what a Honda Civic really can do.
Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, 2.26 miles, 13 turns. It's going to be about a 15-minute race. And this is our second of 4 races this weekend. Our first race earlier this afternoon, 3 drivers at the front were the standouts, and Alessandrini, Catil, and Lichty are front 3 starters for this race. But Pervez Randalia had a great qualifying effort. He will start in 4th. Time to go racing at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Thanks for joining us here on GridLife Live. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Nick Sarter, and you're watching GridLife Touring Cup. Double up and about, 15 rows deep. That's a whole lot of race cars about to thunder on down into turn number 4, which might be a little bit damp from the showers we just had about 20 minutes ago, and it's time to go racing. Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, one of the most famous tracks in the country. It plays host to GLTC for the second time in its history. Waiting for the green flag to drop, and there it is. Green flag flies, and we're racing at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in GridLife Touring Cup. The field thunders down to turn 4 and looking for every bit of grip they can find. 2 wide still. There's Pervez Randalia deep on the brakes on the outside. Going to try to tuck up right in behind Eric Catil and get in underneath the 61 of Alessandrini. 3 wide behind them as they head down 5 and 6.
Catil squeezing down the inside up into madness. See if he can make that stick. He does.
Wow, Catil to the top spot as they head under the Honda Bridge. 2 Civics leading, and Mazda Miata in 3rd. Pervez Randalia's FRS back in 4th. He was not able to grab 3rd spot away as they came on through. Still double wide behind him, the RSX Ben Dozman on the outside as they thunder into Thunder Valley. Race leader Eric Catil trying to take advantage. His 92 Civic is a great-looking racing machine, but the winner of the weekend, Alessandrini's behind him. Look at Tom O'Gorman, big slide in front of Woody Hyman behind him. Rob Manicherry got stacked up there as well. So 3 cars almost colliding as they came through up into turn number 11. Catil will lead lap number 1. Look at O'Gorman, the big jump over the curb. Slip and slide. Here comes Hyman to the outside. Going to try to cross him up as Rob Manicherry, and here comes Justin Kelly with a huge run as he drops a tire off in the dirt as they rumble down to turn 1.
Kyle, I'm not sure that wasn't a push by Woody with O'Gorman getting loose there.
Might have been a touch, but O'Gorman to the inside of Manicherry, now trying to defend that spot. Rob around the outside, maybe a touch on exit there as well. Here comes Kelly with a run down the back straight. Can he get up a run into turn 2 and maybe dive up the inside? Into the braking zone. Big dive now to try to defend that spot from the red and black FRS from the winning formula, or excuse me, not the winning formula, that's the Myriad Motorsports guys. Big slide on exit. Look at that. He's trying to get the power to the ground of the S2000 motor inside that car. And now it's S2000 versus S2000. You never know, though, because of the different bodies. And look right behind him. There's Eric Meadows tracking in behind O'Gorman. O'Gorman stays defensive on driver's right heading into turn 4. And we're just in the back.
Christoph looking up the inside. It looks like
that's Emil Tab in the 14 that he was side by side with as they come through turn 6.
Madness, big slide from Tab.
That was a huge moment there for Emil Tab. Now through 7, Catil, Alessandrini, Lichty, Pervez Rendelia behind him. Look at them still side by side. Christoph and Emil Tab trading positions back and forth, inside, outside. I think Tab was the one that ended up winning that fight for now.
I think he is. Yeah, I think we got Christoph out front, I think, right now.
Couple side-by-side cars deeper in the field. There's the 23 of Scott Robertson that was door-to-door with, I think, the blue S2000 that's back there. They're having a scrapping fight. That'd be a little bit deeper in the field. We're looking at about 18th, 19th place right now for that. There's the 190 car and picking up the rest of the fight as they come up the hill. Now, lap number 2 completing here as Catil stretching out a lead.
Yeah, we talk about variety here. They just showed that older Mercedes followed by a 95 Camaro V8. There's tons and tons of different cars out here. It's so wonderful that you can have any kind of car really and make it fit.
So Catil leads. He's got about a 1 second gap over second place, but looking deeper in the field, Adam Jabay right behind the bright yellow Miata that's following Brad Adams and Andrew Work into turn 1.
Brad Adams looking at the inside of Andy, going into 1. See if we can pick up that race here.
And Brad Adams, this is his first race back this season. He has not raced a GLTC race yet now, but here he is, and he's having a scrap. And you see also right behind, that's Aaron Lichty sizing up Alessandrini for second place towards turn 4.
Yeah, Brad, one of the few drivers to not K-swap in a Honda. I think he went to just a larger B-Series engine. And
it looks like Professor Rendelia has started to drop off this battle for second place, but look at Alessandrini slipping a little bit, and looked like he was going to dive up underneath, but you can't really make a pass now.
No, you can't. And here they come under the Honda bridge now.
See Tom O'Gorman also fighting Eric Meadows in the background of all that shot, but now under the bridge, you see a Tab is settled out in front of Christoph. There is Tom O'Gorman still side by side with Meadows. He's through. Here comes, I think that's either Dozman or Boysen in the 99. I think it's Boysen.
Boysen, yep.
As he comes up over the crest following the yellow S2000. Pretty lonely out front. Catil's got a lead going, but behind him it's a little bit of a hornet's nest. In behind Scott Bowling, Emil Tab has found him, and they're battling for 5th spot.
And Christoph's not far behind him either. That should be a good three-way battle.
And I think Bowling right now is holding him up. Here they go. Double wide into the final corner. Bowling holding up. Side by side again. Here comes Christoph.
The inside of Christoph.
Here they go. Drag race down the front.
Woody Hyman going to try to take the inside too, it looks like.
The 802 in behind.
What a wonderful race there.
Side by side into turn 1. Hyman on the inside, and so is Tab, and Christoph rim riding the outside lane. He's stuck behind. Big crossover.
He's pushing Bowling through.
Race up to turn 2. Are we 3 wide? I think
4 wide.
Oh, car off. That's Boysen. He's found the inside. I think he's got a tire down on that car. There is Justin Kelly on the outside of Christoph now as they come through turn 2. Look at that fight.
4 wide coming out of the keyhole.
There's about 5 or 6 cars all in this one group. Look at 2 wide, 3 deep as they head down the backstretch. 3 wide again. A Tab to the inside. Woody Hyman in the middle.
Getting swallowed up.
Into turn 4 now. Tab's through. And Scott Bowling getting swallowed up. Manicherry to the inside. Still 3 wide as they go to turn 5. No place for him to go. They tuck back in line. Manicherry around the outside. Hyman looking for a gap.
Hyman up to the inside now. Trying to push Bowling wide. See if you can make that stick under the Honda bridge.
Now side by side under the bridge, up the hill. Christoph watching all this out the windshield. Where do you go? There's too many cars out there, Nick. I don't know where you place that car, but not a whole lot of space next to anybody right now.
Yeah, Kelly trying to take advantage of Hyman going a little wide there under the Honda bridge. We'll see where that stacks up as they come out back on camera in Thunder Valley.
Yeah, Eric Catil again. He's got the lead by a country mile right now. For a second, it's still a fight, but look at this, still side by side Bowling, and I think that's Hyman that are still scrapping for it. Justin Kelly and Ryan Christoph all in this group. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 as they come out of that corner. That is 8th place that they're all fighting for right now. Eric Meadows dragging him in. He's reeling him in, going fishing for positions. Into turn 1, Hyman. Big wiggle on the brakes, all out of control, getting down through the gears. And Bowling going to try to size him up, but Justin Kelly crossed him up on corner exit.
Christoph looking to the outside now, excuse me. Not close enough to make any sort of moves, but Bowling getting alongside Kelly there.
Yeah, Kelly's going to try to rim ride the turn 2 area here and see if he can run the long way around. But he's going to try to cover from Christoph as well, tuck right in behind and nose the tail. And that is 8th, 9th, and 10th all together. And now they brought in 11th place Eric Meadows. 4-way fight for 9th place now.
Meadows looking to the outside of Christoph. See if he can make that stick down the long straight. I think he's got the power to be able to do it.
That's another one of those 2.5 swaps that Luke McGrew has, and they are rocket ships in a straight line, so we know that car is going to be faster in the braking zone. He's through.
Oh, he's
Ryan
already
Christoph.
through.
And look at Rob Manicheri. He's caught his teammate Emil Tab. That's a battle for 5th happening right up the road, but everywhere. Oh, bowling. He's got a big issue. He's off the racetrack in turn number 5. He went wide. I don't know if it was a lockup or a tire failure, but he's off. Looks like he's returned to the surface. So
looks like just an off. I think hopefully no troubles there. O'Gorman not far back, going to try and take advantage of that.
Yeah, 12th place for O'Gorman, not going the right direction. But up front, Eric Cattell continues to try to drive away from the field. It's a 2.1 second gap, and Alessandrini's got his hands full with Aaron Lichty as they come on through. 7 minutes in, we're about halfway through this race. And don't look too far back because Pervez Randelia is closing, but look at Tab and Manicheri, the 2 teammates from Winning Formula. They're sizing each other up towards turn 1.
Yeah, Pervez just trying to bide his time, hopefully make one of the guys in front of him makes a mistake and he can get up into that third podium spot.
Eric Meadows has Ryan Christoph to deal with. Meadows drove right by him on the straights. I'm not convinced that Christoph's car isn't the better one through the corners, though. And down the front straightaway, Bill Griffin's got Sally McNulty and Tiffany Kelly in behind him. But for second, look at Aaron Lichty right in behind. That Civic looks enormous compared to the MX-5 that Lichty's
looks like
piloting.
we're looking at an M8 GTE meme.
It's honestly enormous, but the draft doesn't seem to be super effective right now. He's not able to reel in that Civic in a straight line, which is strange because the power is really one of the strongest aspects of that car. And so second looks to be sorted for now. Still some really good battles happening throughout the field. Bill Griffin up to 13th. He's having a great fight in the blue number 46. He's got Jake Jornside in front of him, Sally McNulty in behind. And look at this, for second, there goes Lichty through. Well done, pass. That was a textbook maneuver there. So he's through. And now the question is, can Lichty run down Cattell in about 5 or 6 minutes? That's a tall task. It's about two and a half seconds, but if anybody can do it, it's going to be the Lichty car, 190.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Kyle. I think if anybody can, it's going to be Kyle. We'll see where they come across. Eric coming into the carousel now. That looks to be a bigger gap than 2 seconds, Kyle. I think that's about 3 seconds now.
We'll see what it is when they come across the line, but Randelia is starting to reel in DJ. So across the line, Cattell just ran his best lap of the day. And how about the weekend? 1:35.660. Lichty a little bit slower, so that gap is 3.5 seconds now as they come across. Looking deeper in the field for some other battles going on track. Kelly's through Hyman, so that's Kelly, Hyman, Eric Meadows, and Ryan Christoph. That is 7th through 10th. And then another group, there's Tom O'Gorman. Oh, big slide for Jake Jornstad out of turn 13. He's got Bill Griffin behind him. Going to tuck up the inside down the front straight. Here's a pass for position. And Sally McNulty, Tiffany Kelly joining the fight.
It looks like Manicheri's still hot on Tab's heels for that 5th place spot.
Yeah, those teammates, they'll play nicely together. I'm curious about Bill Griffin, though, in the middle of that fiasco with Jornstad and Sally McNulty. That is going to get pretty wild, especially with Tiffany Kelly closing in and Jeremy Boysen not too far back as well. There's your race leader, and then 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place, back to 5th. Emil Tab and Rob Manicheri, you mentioned it, as they came across the line, separated by only a couple tenths of a second. They remain that way as they pass under the bridge.
Look at the gap that Lichty has built up on Alessandrini and how close Pervez has gotten to Alessandrini. I think Alessandrini's car has just fallen off. The pace is not holding up.
Woody Hyman just slid right in front of Eric Meadows through turns 5 and 6. Now they've gotten themselves sorted back out, but that was a little tight. Look at Hyman still driving the wheels off that car. Currently sitting in 8th place, but Meadows wants that spot. It looks like more than Hyman wants.
I'm just wondering what happened to Christoph. He was so far up there, and he's fallen so far back into 10th place.
And they come on through the start-finish line, and Randelia is getting through some lap traffic, but looking behind them, Tab over the bumps in turn 13. Manicheri following. 3 car lengths between them. Justin Kelly, Woody Hyman, Eric Meadows. Ryan Christoph trying to reel them back in, but the other fight that we're keeping an eye on is the one behind Tom O'Gorman. He's all by his lonesome, back in about 12th or 13th or 11th spot, make that. But behind him, look at this. There's a big group of cars. Bill Griffin, Jerry Boysen, Sally McNulty, Jake Jornstad. There's Ben Dozman in there, Tiffany Kelly. 5, 6, 7 cars, and Boysen up the inside for turn number 1.
Wow, what an exciting race there. All the way back in the field. Many battles. Not just up front, but all the way through the field. Everybody fighting tooth and nail for position.
Yeah, Boysen is through. That will move him up into 12th spot and move Bill Griffin back to 13th. Side by side, McNulty on driver's left of Griffin into the braking zone for 2. She's through. Move Sally McNulty up to 13th place. Great move there. Jornstad defending from Tiffany Kelly as they head through Keyhole and now onto the back straightaway.
Great battles here, even for 21st. We got James Berlin, Adam Jabay, and Brad Kosaiba all right there, just within tenths of each other.
And here comes Ben Dozman to driver's left of Bill Griffin. Griffin seems like he's slowed down. I'm not sure if he's got an issue with that car, but it seems like it's a little off pace this lap. He's lost 3 positions in just half a lap. And so it looks like Scott Bowling had a tire jump up off the rim. That's why we saw him off track in turn number 5. Jornstad and Tiffany Kelly continue their fight. That would be for about 16th place. So great fights through the depth of this field here as we return to Thunder Valley. Actually, we're over in the S's here for this back group.
Second place driver, second and third now working their way through lap traffic. Pervez trying to hope to use it to his advantage, but not working as well as he'd like.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see Pervez Rendelia not jump a little bit higher up in the order early on in the race. I thought he'd be able to sneak up the inside in 5, but maybe was being a little bit cautious, and it might have cost him some spots, but he's still got the race car underneath him, so he continues to run in 4th, but he's got a little bit of work to do. We're about 13 minutes into this race. White flag is out for the race leader, so this will be the final time around as Boysen continues to chase Tom O'Gorman. He's coming for Tomo. He's going to catch him this lap at this pace.
He is, yeah.
Here comes Tiffany Kelly up the
a big smoke on the front straight from that S2000.
Yeah, it could be engine on Jake Jornstad's car, and he's trailing smoke on the front straightaway, and still don't know if there's oil leaking from that car, but big. That's a yellow MX5. I don't know
West Penn, I believe, that's off in the outside of 1. So trouble all over the track.
I'm glad you knew who was in that car because I didn't. So West Penn, so he's off, and that might have been a result of, was he behind or in front of Jornstad? I think he was behind him. So I'm not sure if there's oil to be dealing with here, but this will be our last lap. So will the race leaders have to deal with anything left previously in the lap? Looks like Adam Jabay is going to jump off. He might have an issue in that car. But where is Eric Catil in the 82 Honda Civic?
He is 5.1 seconds ahead of second place Aaron Lechty. That is an incredible lead.
Checked out. 9th win of Eric Catil's GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race victory for Eric Catil. His 9th win in his career. So he comes across the line, takes the victory. Aaron Lichty in 2nd place. DJ Alessandrini in 3rd. Podium for him. 4th place, Pervez Rendelia. 5th place, winning Formula Brothers. 14, Emil Tab, and 325, Rob Manicherry.
Race is still continuing to happen.
And there's Justin Kelly working his way through some lap traffic. Woody Hyman, Eric Meadows, Ryan Kristoff separated, but there is still fighting going on behind them. A little bit deeper in the grid. Where is Bill Griffin? Where's McNulty? That whole group was fighting for so long. Look at Tomo trying to hold off Jeremy Boysen as they come through the last corner. Tomo going defensive on the front straight. Drag race to the checkers. Side by side, Tomo will grab that spot. Here's some more fights. McNulty, Dozman, and Bill Griffin all nose to tail as they came across the line. Great finish there.
Griffin dove to the inside going to the carousel, and I thought he was going to have that pass, but McNulty, I think, was able to keep it stuck.
Brad Adams comes on through to finish the race. So does the 213 to Scott Robertson. Whew, deep breath. We did it. Andrew Work coming on through, but that was a wild race.
What a wild race. Action everywhere.
I would say definitely action mid-pack. Up front, though, Catil dominated that.
Yeah, that's an impressive drive, and he deserves that win.
Still a couple crossovers going on a little bit deeper in the grid here. But as they come across, we'll read you your finishing order. The top for his 9th career win, Eric Catil in the 82, Aaron Lichty in the 190, DJ Alessandrini in the 61, he's 3rd, Pervez Rendelia in 4th, Emil Tab 5th, Rob Manicherry in 6th, Justin Kelly, Woody Hyman, Eric Meadows, and Ryan Kristoff running out your top 10. Tom O'Gorman 11th, Jeremy Boysen 12th. McNulty, Dozman, Griffin, Kelly, that's Tiffany Kelly, Brad Adams, Scott Robertson, Andrew Work, and James Berlin, your top 20. Brad Kosaiba, Justin Lee, McDaniels, Sherrill, and then 198, and Justin Deffenbaugh running out the rest of your field. Jake Jornstad, 26th with a big boom.
That was a lot. I'm really kind of surprised to not see oil up here up front in front of us.
Yeah, again, every time you see smoke, you just have to assume that, especially after Gingerman Raceway a few weeks ago. We had an engine expire, a whole bunch of cars go off because of that. So you always have to be careful. But for Eric Catil, on his way to 10 victories in GLTC, we know he's successful, but his first win of the weekend here in Mid-Ohio.
He was fast with that car last year, and even faster with all the offseason work he's done this year. It definitely shows that he's put a lot of time and effort into that car.
And they're going to head down to the pit lane. There's Jorgenstad. He's pulled off. And if I had to guess, that's after the exit of turn 1 on one of those access roads, one of those alternate layouts.
Yeah, it looks like that's right in between the chicane, or on the chicane,
yeah, there
excuse
it is.
me.
Yeah, there's another shot that's showing where he is in relation to the rest of the track. But they'll get him towed back out, and we'll see what happens.
But how about that lack of rain, Kyle? We thought all day that it was going to rain forever and ever, and just nothing for this last race.
Yeah, and I think we were expecting it to kind of pop up shower like it did in Time Attack. It just never happened, but I'm sure the drivers were happy.
Absolutely.
But again, I think there was a lot of really good, solid battles, and we saw some really good, clean, fun racing. That's what GridLife Touring Cup is all about.
It sure is.
So schedule for tomorrow. We're going to wrap things up here shortly. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock Eastern, GridLife Touring Cup race number 3 will be gridded by the fastest lap from this race. Time Attack Heat 6, 10:20. Right after that, GridLife Touring Cup race 4 at 11:30. Slip Angle Live at noon. 1 o'clock Eastern, Time Attack Heat 7, post-race at 2, and we'll wrap things up by 2:30 Eastern tomorrow afternoon. And we'll move on to Colorado in a couple weeks, Pikes Peak International Raceway. And we want to thank our partners. GridLife Live is brought to you by Falcon Tires, by FCP Euro, by 104 Performance, and by ST Suspensions. Thanks to those partners for coming on board and bringing GridLife live to you at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Well, there's Jake Jorgenstad, all by himself.
Just waiting for a flat toe in.
This is a lonely feeling.
Yes, it is.
He found a really good place to get off.
He did, yeah.
But he's all by himself and hopping up on the truck. I think that's a good place to end today, though, Nick. So again, 10 o'clock tomorrow is GridLife Touring Cup race number 3. We'll see you then. Again, my name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Nick Starter. Thanks so much for watching GridLife Live. 10 o'clock tomorrow on GridLife's Facebook and YouTube. That's where you can find it for free. And thanks to our great partners. Thanks so much, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock Eastern, for GridLife Touring Cup race number 3. Thanks so much.